Chapter 1. The Summons to the Top Floor. The city exhaled its evening breath, a soft sigh of dying traffic and distant sirens, but inside Valion Tower, the air was perpetually recycled, sterile, and cold. It smelled of ozone, crisp paper, and the faint, cloying sweetness of the air freshener plugged in by the cubicle of a woman named Brenda, who believed it masked the scent of desperation. It didn't. To me, it only amplified it, layering a cheap floral veneer over the metallic tang of ambition and fear. My world was a universe of beige. Beige cubicle walls, beige computer monitors, beige folders stacked in precarious towers on my desk. As an intern in the acquisitions archive, I was the lowest form of life in this corporate ecosystem, a bottom feeder sifting through the skeletal remains of dead companies Valion had devoured. My days were a monotonous rhythm of scanning, filing, and fetching coffee that was always just a little too bitter, a perfect match for the expressions of the executives who drank it. I was Isolde Marin, a ghost in a sensible blouse and pencil skirt, my presence so negligible that people often spoke as if I weren't there. I preferred it that way. Anonymity was a shield, a fortress I had built around a past I was determined to outrun. Here, in the heart of the city, surrounded by millions of souls, I could almost convince myself I was just another one of them, normal, unremarkable thief. But the wolf inside me knew better. It was a quiet thing, a restless stirring deep in my blood that I had learned to smother beneath deadlines and spreadsheets. It was the reason I flinched at sudden noises, the reason the scent of rain on hot asphalt could make my heart ache with a primal longing I couldn't name. It was the reason my gaze would sometimes snag on the unnatural stillness of a senior partner, or the predatory grace with which a vice president moved through a crowded lobby. This building was full of them, I knew. They wore their power like perfectly tailored suits, their instincts honed to a razor's edge for the boardroom as much as for the hunt. They were wolves in sheep's clothing, and I was a lone wolf trying desperately to pass as a lamb. My own nature was a muted, shameful secret. I was not like them. I was incomplete. A glitch in the bloodline. My shifts were agonizing, fractured things, never fully culminating in the sleek, powerful form of a true wolf. They left me weak, disoriented, and terrifyingly vulnerable. So I fought them. I starved the beast, ignored its whispers, and chained it to the rigid structure of a human life it was never meant to live. Valion Tower, with its unyielding logic and soulless routine, was the strongest cage I could find. The summons came at 7:53 p.m. The office was nearly empty, a cavern of darkened screens and silent chairs. I was finishing the final logs for the Blackwood merger, my eyes burning from the screen's glare. The fluorescent lights above hummed a dreary, incessant note. My desk phone, an ancient relic in this age of sleek corporate communication, rang with a shrill, jarring sound that cut through the silence like a scream. I jumped, my heart lurching into my throat. No one ever called the archive landline, ever. I let it ring twice more, my hand hovering over the receiver, a cold dread coiling in my stomach. It was the instinct again, that old familiar whisper of danger. Trap, wrong, flee. I forced it down, my human logic taking over. It was probably just security telling me to wrap it up for the night. Acquisitions Archive, Isolde speaking, I answered, my voice sounding small and reedy in the quiet. The voice on the other end was smooth as chilled silk, female, and utterly devoid of warmth. Isolde Marin? Yes. This is Alara, executive assistant to Mr. Draven. He requires your presence on the top floor, immediately. The world tilted. A dizzying wave of vertigo washed over me, and I gripped the edge of my desk to steady myself. Adrian Draven, the CEO, the alpha of alphas. He was a legend, a phantom who occupied the penthouse suite like a god on his mountain. I had seen him only once. A fleeting glimpse of a tall, dark figure stepping out of a private elevator. His presence so commanding it seemed to suck the very air out of the lobby. The energy that rolled off him was immense, a silent, crushing pressure that had sent the wolf inside me cowering into the deepest corners of my soul. Me? The word came out as a squeak. Are you sure? Mr. Draven does not make mistakes. Alara's voice was clipped, impatient. Top floor, now. The line went dead. I stared at the phone, my breath caught in my chest. This was it. I was being fired. It had to be. Maybe they'd finally noticed the discrepancy in my employment application, the one where I'd conveniently omitted the name of the last town I'd lived in, a town that had been wiped off the map after a territorial dispute went bad. Maybe they'd sensed the weakness in my blood, the faulty gene that made me an outcast. Maybe my desperate attempt to appear human was, after all, a failure. My hands trembled as I logged off my computer. The walk to the executive elevator felt like a mile-long trek across a frozen lake, the ice groaning beneath my feet with every step. The main elevator bank was public, accessible. This one was different. It was set apart, a sleek obsidian panel with no buttons, only a discreet card reader. As I approached, it slid open with a soft, expensive hiss, as if it had been waiting for me. The interior was stark and cold, lined with polished black marble that reflected a distorted, terrified version of myself. There was only one button, a glowing silver circle engraved with the Valion wolf emblem. A stylized wolf's head, its jaws open in a silent, eternal snarl. I pressed it, and the doors slid shut, sealing me in a silent, ascending coffin. There was no music, no soft ding to mark the passing floors. Just a smooth, relentless climb that made my ears pop. The air inside grew colder, thinner, and carried a scent I couldn't place. It was clean, like the air after a lightning storm, but underneath it was something else. Something wild and ancient. The scent of pine needles crushed underfoot, of damp earth and cold stone. The scent of power. The doors opened directly into his office. There was no reception area, no Alara to greet me. There was only space, glass, and shadow. The room was vast, occupying the entire top floor of the tower. 3 of the 4 walls were floor-to-ceiling windows, offering a breathtaking, godlike view of the sprawling city below. The lights of 1,000,000 lives twinkled like a fallen constellation, oblivious to the predator that watched over them from his perch. The floor was dark, polished wood, the furniture minimal and severe. A massive desk carved from what looked like a single piece of petrified wood. 2 leather chairs facing it, and nothing else. No clutter, no personal effects, no sign of human frailty. It was less an office and more a throne room, or a lair, and he was there. Adrian Draven stood before the far window, his back to me, his hands clasped behind him. He wore a dark, impeccably tailored suit that did nothing to hide the sheer breadth of his shoulders or the coiled strength in his frame. He was utterly still, a monolith against the glittering backdrop of the city, yet the energy pouring from him was a physical force. It pressed on me, a heavy, suffocating blanket of dominance that made the air thick and hard to breathe. The wolf in me screamed, a high panicked whine of submission. Alpha. He didn't turn, he didn't speak. He just stood there, and the silence stretched, tightening around my throat like a noose. I could hear the frantic, rabbit-fast beat of my own heart. I was sure he could too. My palms were slick with sweat. Should I announce myself? Clear my throat? The thought of interrupting his silent vigil felt like a blasphemy. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, he spoke. His voice a low, resonant baritone that seemed to vibrate in the very bones of the building. It was the sound of gravel and velvet, of controlled power that could shatter glass with a single word. You're afraid. He still hadn't turned around. The observation was not a question. It was a statement of fact. It sent a chill skittering down my spine. Sir, I managed, my voice a thready whisper. You wanted to see me? He turned then, slowly, deliberately, and my breath hitched. If I had thought he was intimidating from a distance, it was nothing compared to the reality of him. He was older than I'd expected, perhaps in his late 30s or early 40s, but his eyes were ancient, They were a pale, piercing gray, the color of a winter sky before a blizzard, and they held an intelligence so sharp and profound it felt like he was peeling back my skin layer by layer, reading the secrets written on my bones. His face was all sharp angles and severe lines, handsome in a way that was more dangerous than beautiful. A faint scar cut through his left eyebrow, a silver slash that only added to his forbidding aura. His gaze swept over me, from my cheap, sensible shoes to the way my fingers were clenched into fists at my sides. It wasn't a lecherous look. It was far more unnerving. It was assessing. He was cataloging my weaknesses, my strengths, the very scent of my soul. Isolde Marin, he said, tasting my name as if it were a foreign vintage. 24 years old. Graduated top of your class. No living family. You've moved 6 times in the last 6 years. You are quiet, efficient, and you make yourself invisible. An admirable survival trait. Every word was a perfectly aimed dart, striking at the heart of the life I had so carefully constructed. He knew I was running. I work hard, sir, I stammered, falling back on the only defense I had. The timid intern persona. A faint, humorless smile touched his lips. You do. You process data with a meticulousness that borders on obsession. You organize chaos. You bring order to the remnants of the fallen. He took a step toward me, his movements fluid and silent. The predatory grace I'd noticed in others perfected in him. The air crackled around him. But that is not why you are here. He stopped a few feet away, close enough that I was enveloped in his scent. It was stronger now, overwhelming, pine, cold stone, and something else. Something uniquely him. Musk and ozone and the clean, sharp scent of dominance. It wasn't a cologne. It was him. And to my horror, my own suppressed nature responded. A deep, involuntary tremor ran through me, a shiver of pure primal recognition. The beast within, so long dormant, lifted its head and tasted the air, its own scent of fear and rain-soaked earth rising to meet his. His eyes narrowed, a flicker of silver in their gray depths. He had scented it. He had scented my response, my fear, the broken wolf hiding inside the terrified human girl. Every member of this corporation, Miss Marin, he continued, his voice dropping lower, a hypnotic growl that resonated in my chest, serves a purpose. Every asset is acquired for its specific value. The traders on the 40th floor have the killer instinct. The lawyers in legal, the cunning to exploit any loophole. The security teams in the lobby, they are our enforcers, our betas. Each has a role dictated by their nature. He circled me slowly, like a wolf inspecting a new, unknown creature that had wandered into its territory. I stood frozen, my muscles locked, my every instinct screaming at me to run, but my feet felt rooted to the floor. But a pack, he murmured, his voice now directly behind me, sending a wave of goosebumps across my skin, is more than just hunters and soldiers. It is a complex organism. It requires balance. It requires a heart, a stabilizing force, a Luna. Luna, the word hung in the air. Electric and impossible. The alpha's mate, the feminine core of the pack's power. A position of immense respect and danger. A role filled by the strongest, most stable, most pure-blooded of she-wolves. It was a role I could never, ever fill. I turned to face him, my confusion warring with my terror. Sir, I don't understand. What does this have to do with me? His gaze was intense, unwavering. Our previous Luna was lost to us 5 years ago. An unfortunate downsizing. The pack has been unbalanced ever since. The investors are growing restless. The territory is vulnerable to hostile takeovers from rival firms. A pack without its Luna is an empire on the brink of collapse. He gestured to one of the leather chairs before his desk. Sit. It was a command, not a request. My legs moved of their own accord, and I sank into the supple leather, which felt shockingly cold against my skin. He remained standing, looming over me, a figure of absolute authority. I have spent 5 years searching for a replacement, he said, his voice flat, devoid of emotion, as if discussing a quarterly report. I have vetted every eligible female from every allied pack on the continent. None have been suitable. Their bloodlines are strong, but their spirits are weak. They crave power, not stability. They offer ambition, not balance. They would be a liability, not an asset. He paused, his piercing gray eyes locking onto mine again. And then my HR department flagged a new intern, an anomaly, a scent that did not belong. Faint, suppressed. But there, a wolf hiding in the flock. One with no pack ties, no allegiance, no ambition beyond simple survival. My blood ran cold. He knew everything. My carefully constructed shield of anonymity was glass, and he had just shattered it with a word. You, Isolde Marin, he stated, the finality in his tone like a judge's gavel, are a blank slate, unclaimed, unaligned, malleable, and you possess a core of resilience that I have not scented in a century. He leaned forward, placing his hands on the arms of my chair, trapping me. His face was inches from mine. The sheer force of his presence was dizzying. You carry the scent of the survivor, the quiet strength of one who has endured the storm and is still standing. That is the quality I require. My mind was yielding, unable to process the impossible words he was saying. Me? A Luna? It was laughable. It was insane. I was a broken thing, a half-formed creature who couldn't even manage a proper shift. I was nothing. But I can't, I whispered, the words catching in my throat. I'm not what you think I am. I know precisely what you are, he countered, his voice a low, dangerous rumble. You are a survivor, and you are alone. And that makes you the perfect candidate for a mutually beneficial business arrangement. He straightened up, moving back to his desk. He opened a sleek, dark wooden box and removed a single sheet of heavy, cream-colored paper and an ornate silver fountain pen. He laid them on the polished surface of the desk, the document stark against the dark wood. I am not offering you a courtship, Miss Marin. I am not offering you a romance. I am offering you a position, a contract. He slid the paper across the desk toward me. It wasn't a standard employment contract. The script was elegant, archaic, and the clauses were written in language that spoke of territory, allegiance, and blood. The terms are simple, he said, his voice cold and clinical once more. You will stand by my side as Luna. You will provide the stabilizing presence my pack requires. You will be its heart, its anchor. In return, you will receive my protection. You will have a place. You will have security. No one will ever hunt you again. You will never have to run again. My eyes scanned the document, my mind struggling to comprehend. It was a corporate contract for a mystical position. It detailed duties, obligations, and benefits. It spoke of pack unity as shareholder confidence and territorial integrity as market dominance. And at the bottom, there were 2 lines for signatures. One was for Alpha, the other for Luna. This is a job offer? I breathed, the sheer absurdity of it making me feel lightheaded. The most important one you will ever receive, he confirmed. It is a lifetime appointment. The severance package is final. The threat was unspoken but clear. Once in, there was no getting out. I looked from the impossible contract back to his unreadable face. His expression was impassive, his gray eyes revealing nothing. He was the ultimate predator, a wolf who had mastered the human world so completely that he now used its tools, its contracts, its corporations, its language of assets and liabilities, to enforce the ancient laws of the pack. He was offering me a cage, but it was a gilded one, protection, a home, an end to the constant gnawing fear that had been my only companion for years. All I had to do was sign away my life, bind myself to him, to this pack of corporate raiders, and become something I was never meant to be. I had to become the heart of a pack when I wasn't even sure I had a heart of my own left. I need to think, I whispered, my voice trembling. There is nothing to think about, Adrian Draven said, his voice leaving no room for argument. He picked up the silver pen. holding it out to me. This is not a negotiation. It is the culmination of your life up to this point. Every time you ran, every time you hid, you were running here, to me. His words struck a terrifying chord of truth deep within me. This moment felt fated, an inevitable collision course I had been on since the day I was born. The air in the room was thick with destiny, a current pulling me toward a decision that would either save me or destroy me completely. He wasn't just offering me a position. He was offering me a fate I had spent my entire life trying to avoid. And the wolf inside me, for the first time, was not cowering. It was listening. Chapter 2. Claws of the Blood Seal. The silver pen felt unnaturally heavy in his hand. A sleek, cold weapon offered as a tool of surrender. My gaze was fixed on it. On the way the sterile office lights glinted off its polished surface. It was beautiful and terrible, a perfect symbol of this place. Ancient power sheathed in modern aesthetics. My heart hammered against my ribs, a frantic drumbeat counting down the seconds of my old life. Every instinct I had honed over years of survival screamed at me. Flee, hide, disappear. The wolf inside, the weak and broken thing I kept chained in darkness, whimpered in agreement. This was the ultimate predator, the kind of power we had been running from since I was a child, since the night my family was erased in a storm of fur and claws, leaving me alone with a fractured inheritance and the scent of blood on the wind. But where could I run to? I saw my future laid out in a bleak panorama. Another city, another dead-end job, another life spent looking over my shoulder, jumping at shadows. I was so tired. The exhaustion was a physical weight, a stone in my gut that had been growing heavier with each passing year. I was tired of being hungry, of being cold, of the constant gnawing fear of discovery. The shifts were getting harder to suppress, the aches in my bones a constant reminder of the beast I starved. Sooner or later, I would slip. I would be found. And the world was not kind to lone, weak wolves. Adrian Draven was offering me a cage. A stark, cold corporate cage, but one with walls of steel and a guardian at the gate. He was offering protection. He was offering an end to the running. The price was myself. My human mind, the part that clung to logic and reason, reeled at the insanity of it. A business contract for a soul, a corporate title for a mate. It was a devil's bargain, dressed up in the language of mergers and acquisitions. But the wolf was listening. It recognized the raw, absolute power in front of me. It understood the primal law he represented. The strong protect, and the weak serve. In his presence, there was a strange and terrifying sense of order, a finality that was almost a relief after a lifetime of chaos. As if moving through deep water, I raised my hand. My fingers, numb and trembling, closed around the pen he offered. His skin was cool to the touch. A brief, electric contact that sent a jolt straight up my arm. His grip loosened, leaving the pen in my possession. It was mine now, the choice. The weapon, the key to my own prison. I drew the heavy sheet of paper closer. The script was beautiful, the ink a deep, rich black against the cream. I forced myself to read a clause, my eyes struggling to focus. The Luna shall act as the fulcrum of the pack's emotional and instinctual core, ensuring stability and cohesion. Her presence is a non-negotiable asset, integral to the continued viability and market dominance of the Valion Corporation and its subsidiary interests. Subsidiary interests, he meant the pack. My gaze flickered up to his. His gray eyes were unblinking, watching me with an unnerving stillness, an intensity that saw far more than the terrified intern before him. He saw the years of fear, the resilience born of desperation. He saw the asset he wanted to acquire. The ink, I whispered, my throat dry as dust. Where is the ink? A flicker of something, not quite a smile, but a shadow of grim satisfaction, crossed his features. A contract of this nature is not sealed with something so impermanent. It requires a more binding agent. He moved around the desk, his presence eclipsing the city lights behind him. He stopped beside my chair, and I had to crane my neck to look up at him. He was a skyscraper of a man, built of muscle and sheer will. He extended his hand palm up. It was a large hand, clean and elegant, but with a sense of immense strength in the long, capable fingers. He made a fist, and for a terrifying second, I thought he was going to strike me. Instead, when he opened his hand, a sliver of something sharp and dark glinted in his palm. Obsidian, a small, wicked shard, honed to a razor's edge. "This is a covenant of blood," he said, his voice a low murmur that was both a statement and a command. "It binds the human and the beast. The signature must be given of both." My blood ran cold. This was no mere contract. This was a ritual, ancient and irreversible. He reached for my left hand, the one not holding the pen. His touch was firm, inescapable. He turned it over, exposing the soft, vulnerable skin of my wrist and the pale blue veins beneath. My entire body went rigid. Every cell in my being screamed at the violation, the impending pain. "Only a drop is required," he said, his voice holding no reassurance, only a clinical detachment. He was a surgeon preparing for an incision. He took my thumb and held it steady. I closed my eyes, bracing myself. The pain was a tiny, sharp sting, hot and quick. I gasped, my eyes flying open. A perfect crimson bead of blood welled up on the pad of my thumb. It was shockingly bright against my pale skin. My blood, my life force, exposed and offered up in this sterile, silent room. Adrian released my hand. His gaze was fixed on the drop of blood, his nostrils flaring almost imperceptibly. He had scented it, the unique signature of my life, my lineage, my brokenness. For a moment, his mask of corporate control seemed to slip, and I saw a flicker of the true predator beneath, ancient, hungry, and deeply possessive. It was gone as quickly as it appeared, his face once again an unreadable mask of stone. "Sign," he commanded softly. My hand was shaking so badly I could barely control it. I lowered the silver nib of the pen, not to an inkwell, but to the tip of my own thumb. The pen drank the blood, the crimson drop drawn up into its fine silver channels. I moved the pen to the paper, to the line marked Luna. The name felt alien, a title for a goddess, not a ghost like me. With a shuddering breath I wrote, Isolde Marin. The letters appeared in my own blood, a stark, visceral declaration against the cream paper. My name, myself, signed away. The blood soaked into the fibers of the paper, drying almost instantly to a brownish red, a permanent stain. A wave of dizziness washed over me. The act was done. I had signed. I let the pen clatter to the desk, my strength gone. I had just made the most important decision of my life, based on exhaustion and fear. Now it was his turn. Adrian picked up the obsidian shard. Without a moment's hesitation, he drew it across the palm of his own hand. It was not a small prick like mine. It was a deep, decisive slice. Dark blood, almost black in the dim light, welled up instantly, flowing freely. He didn't even flinch. He simply set the obsidian down, picked up the pen I had dropped, and dipped it into the cut on his palm. He leaned over the desk, his broad shoulders blocking my view of the city. He signed his name on the line marked Alpha, Adrian Draven. His signature was bold, aggressive, a slash of dark blood that seemed to sear the very paper it was written on. It dwarfed my own trembling script. The contract now bore both our marks, a mingling of blood that felt profound and terrifying. He straightened up, looking down at the document, then at me. "The covenant is written," he said, his voice a low rumble. "Now it must be sealed." "Sealed?" I whispered, my mind numb. "What more can there be?" "A signature is a promise. A seal is a brand. It makes the contract absolute, witnessed by the primal laws that govern us." He came around the desk again, his movements slow, deliberate, each step echoing in the cavernous silence. He stopped directly in front of me, so close our knees were almost touching. He held up his bleeding hand. The scent of his blood filled the air, thick and intoxicating. It smelled of iron and thunderstorms, of ancient forests and raw power. It made the wolf inside me stir, a strange mix of terror and profound longing rising in my throat. It was the scent of alpha. "The seal," he said, his voice dropping to a near growl, the sound vibrating through my bones, "is marked with a fang." My breath hitched. My eyes were locked on his mouth. His lips were thin, severe, but as I watched, a subtle change occurred. His canines, already sharp, seemed to lengthen just a fraction of an inch, the tips gleaming like polished ivory. It was a subtle, terrifying shift, a glimpse of the beast he kept so perfectly leashed. He reached for my right hand, the one I had signed with. He lifted it, his grip like a steel manacle around my wrist. With his other hand, the one still bleeding, he tilted my hand upwards, exposing the delicate skin over my pulse point. "This will hurt," he stated, a simple, cold fact. There was no apology in his tone. Panic, stark and absolute, seized me. I tried to pull back, my survival instincts finally overriding my paralysis. "No," I gasped. "Please." His grip tightened, crushing my resistance with effortless strength. His gray eyes bored into mine, and for the first time, I saw them bleed to silver, the color of the full moon on a frozen lake. The human CEO was gone. This was the alpha, and he was claiming his asset. "Be still," he commanded, and the word was a physical force. A wave of pure dominance that washed over me, stilling my struggles, silencing the scream in my throat. I was utterly paralyzed, a rabbit in the jaws of a wolf. He lowered his head. I could feel his breath cool against my skin. I could smell the metallic tang of his blood, the primal musk of the predator. I closed my eyes, a single hot tear escaping and tracing a path down my temple. The pain was excruciating. It was a sharp, piercing agony as his fangs sank into the soft flesh of my wrist, right over my pulse. It was not a savage, tearing bite, but something precise, controlled, and infinitely more terrifying. It was a brand. I felt a strange heat spread from the wound, a tingling fire that raced up my arm and into my chest, straight to my heart. A strangled cry was torn from my throat. And then something else happened. As his fangs pierced my skin, a connection, violent and absolute, snapped into place between us. It was like a lightning strike to my soul. Suddenly, my mind was flooded. I felt him. It wasn't thoughts, not words, but a deluge of pure sensation. I felt the immense disciplined power he held in check, a raging inferno banked behind walls of ice. I felt the crushing weight of his loneliness, an ancient solitude that was vast and cold as the night sky. I felt the thrum of his pack, 100 different heartbeats connected to his, a distant humming network of minds and instincts. I felt his absolute, unwavering focus on me. In his mind, I was no longer Isolde Marin, the intern. I was a variable that had just been solved, an asset acquired, a piece locked into place on a vast and complicated board. It was too much. The pain, the sensations, the sheer psychic weight of him invading my mind. It was overwhelming. My vision swam, the glittering city lights blurring into streaks of gold and silver. A low moan escaped my lips. He pulled back. The release was as sudden as the bite. He straightened up, his face once again impassive, though his eyes still held that chilling silver sheen. 2 perfect, small puncture marks on my wrist welled with blood, mingling with a trace of his saliva. The wound burned with a supernatural fire. He looked at the mark he had made, his expression one of grim ownership. "It is done," he said, his voice returning to its normal, controlled baritone. "The contract is sealed. You are now bound to me and to this pack. You are the Luna of Valion." He released my wrist. My hand fell limply into my lap. I stared at the bite mark, at our mingled blood. It felt like a shackle. He turned away from me, walking back to his desk and pressing a hidden button on its surface. "Alara will show you to your new quarters. Your belongings from your apartment have already been moved. Your employment in the archives is terminated, effective immediately. Your new duties begin at dawn." He spoke as if he hadn't just branded me like cattle. as if he hadn't just ripped open my mind and soul. It was all business, a transaction completed. The obsidian doors of the elevator slid open, and the severe-looking woman from the phone, Elara, stood there, her expression as cold and polished as the marble floor. She looked at me, her eyes flicking down to the bite on my wrist, and a flicker of something, respect, fear, passed through her gaze before it was gone. "Miss Marin," she said, her voice crisp. "This way." I couldn't move. I was still reeling from the psychic shock, the fiery pain in my wrist, the terrifying reality of what I had just done. I looked back at Adrian Draven. He had turned to face the window again, presenting his back to me once more, a dark silhouette against the city he ruled. He had dismissed me. The deal was closed. I had come to this tower seeking anonymity, a place to hide. I had just bound myself to its very heart, to the one man from whom I could never run. The contract was signed. The seal was made. I could feel it, a humming alien connection in the back of my mind. A leash that stretched from the bleeding wound on my wrist directly to the soul of the Alpha. I had traded my freedom for a cage, and I was just beginning to understand the true price of its security. Chapter 3: The Assets of the Alpha. The elevator descended, but this time it wasn't the silent, obsidian box that had carried me to my fate. Elara led me to a different private elevator, one accessed by a keypad she operated with brisk, efficient taps. The interior was paneled in a warm, dark wood and lit by soft, recessed lighting. It felt less like a corporate lift and more like the entrance to a private residence. As we dropped, the sensation was not of falling, but of sinking, plunging deeper into the heart of the mountain of steel and glass. I was in shock. My mind felt numb, insulated by a layer of disbelief that kept the full, terrifying implications of the last hour at bay. My wrist throbbed with a dull, insistent ache, the 2 puncture marks a vivid crimson accusation against my skin. I could still feel the phantom pressure of his fangs, the searing heat of the bonds snapping into place. I cradled my arm against my chest, a futile gesture of protection. The brand was on my soul now. Hiding the physical mark was meaningless. Elara stood opposite me, her posture ramrod straight, her gaze fixed on the mahogany-paneled wall in front of her. She was a woman carved from ice, her dark hair pulled back in a severe chignon, her face a mask of professional neutrality. Yet I could feel her awareness of me. It was in the subtle tension in her shoulders, the way her scent, sharp, clean like winter air, seemed to intensify whenever my gaze drifted toward her. She was one of them. A wolf. Her rank was high, I could sense it now. A beta, perhaps. Loyal, disciplined, and utterly devoted to her alpha. The silence in the elevator was heavy, broken only by the whisper-soft hum of its descent. I wanted to ask 1,000 questions. Where are we going? What are my duties? What does it mean to be Luna to a pack that runs a Fortune 5 and company? But the words wouldn't form. My throat was tight with a knot of unshed tears and unspoken terror. The elevator slowed to a smooth stop. The doors slid open not into a hallway or a lobby, but directly into a living space. My breath caught. If Adrian Draven's office was a throne room of power and intimidation, this was its counterpart. A sanctuary of quiet, understated wealth. We were no longer in a corporate skyscraper. We were somewhere else entirely. The floor was made of wide planks of dark, hand-scraped wood, partially covered by a thick, cream-colored rug that looked sinfully soft. The walls were lined with books from floor to ceiling, the scent of old paper and leather a comforting balm to my frayed nerves. A fireplace, its hearth made of massive, uncut river stones, dominated one wall. Though it was unlit, I could almost imagine the crackle of flames, the warmth spreading through the room. And then I saw the windows. An entire wall was made of glass, just like the office above, but the view was different. We were lower now, perhaps halfway down the tower, but the perspective was still breathtaking. The city glittered below, a river of light and motion, but here it felt distant, muted. The thick glass seemed to soundproof the apartment from the endless hum, creating a pocket of profound silence high above the chaos. "These are your quarters," Ilara said, her voice echoing slightly in the large, quiet space. She gestured with a perfectly manicured hand. "The Alpha's residence is connected through that door." She indicated a heavy dark wood door set discreetly into the bookshelf-lined wall. It had no handle, only a subtle fingerprint scanner. "It will only open to his touch, or yours." My quarters, plural. I followed her gaze as she gave me a curt tour without moving her feet. The bedroom and master bath are through there. A private study, a full kitchen, which is kept stocked. A training room is on the level below, accessible by the private stairs. Your security detail is stationed outside in the main corridor. You will not be disturbed, and you are not to leave this level without the Alpha's express permission or my accompaniment. The last sentence landed like a steel bar dropping into place. This wasn't a home. It was a luxurious prison, a gilded cage, just as I'd thought. My eyes fell on a small stack of cardboard boxes sitting neatly by the fireplace. My boxes. My entire life, reduced to 3 pathetic containers. My few changes of clothes, a handful of worn paperbacks, a chipped mug, and a single framed photograph of 2 people who no longer existed. A fresh wave of dizziness hit me. He had emptied my apartment while I was being summoned. The efficiency was as terrifying as the act itself. He had erased Isolde Marin, the anonymous archive intern, with a few phone calls, absorbing her meager assets into his own vast portfolio. "The Alpha expects you to be ready by 100 hours, Ilara continued, her tone leaving no room for questions. "He holds a senior staff meeting every morning. As Luna, your presence is now required." "Required for what?" I finally found my voice. It sounded small and lost. "I don't know anything about mergers or balance sheets." Ilara turned to face me fully for the first time. Her eyes were a dark, intelligent brown, and they held a flicker of something that might have been pity, or perhaps just cold assessment. "Your role is not on the balance sheet, Miss Marin. You are not here to consult on financial strategy. You are here to listen, to observe, to sense." She took a step closer, and her scent sharpened. "A pack is a living entity. It has moods, currents of loyalty, dissent, ambition, fear. In a boardroom, these currents are hidden behind professional smiles and corporate jargon, but they are there. A wolf can smell a lie, an alpha can sense a challenge, and a Luna feels the heartbeat of the whole. Your duty is to be the Alpha's anchor, to be the calm center of the storm, to sense the discord he may be too busy to notice, to feel the tremors of betrayal before they become an earthquake." Her words painted a picture that was both mystical and terrifyingly pragmatic. I wasn't a glorified secretary. I was an emotional barometer, a living, breathing early warning system for a pack of corporate predators, and I had no idea how to do any of it. The part of me that was supposed to sense these things, the wolf, was a stunted, withered thing. How could I feel the heartbeat of a pack when I could barely feel my own? "I can't," I whispered, the confession torn from me. "I'm not strong enough. My wolf." I couldn't finish the sentence. I couldn't admit the full truth of my weakness, not to this powerful, controlled beta. Ilara's expression didn't change, but her gaze softened almost imperceptibly. "The Alpha does not make mistakes," she repeated, the words a mantra of her faith. "He chose you. The reason is his own. Your weakness or your strength is now his asset to manage. He will cultivate what he requires." Cultivate. The word sent a shiver down my spine. I wasn't a person. I was a resource. An undeveloped property to be renovated and repurposed to suit the needs of the corporation. "A car will be here at 05:45 to take us to the morning meeting location," she said, her tone shifting back to brisk efficiency. "Formal business attire is required. Your closet has been supplemented. I will be here to escort you." She glanced at the throbbing mark on my wrist. "I suggest you use the medical kit in the master bath. It contains a salve that will aid the healing and settling of the bond. The settling of the bond, as if it were a restless spirit to be placated. With a curt professional nod, she turned and walked back to the elevator. The doors slid open before she reached them. She stepped inside without a backward glance, and a moment later, she was gone. I stood alone in the center of the vast, silent apartment. The silence was absolute. It pressed in on me, amplifying the frantic thumping of my own heart. I was a ghost in a dead woman's rooms, or a new specimen in a pristine, luxurious enclosure. I walked slowly toward the boxes, my boxes, the last remnants of my former life. I ran a hand over the rough cardboard. It felt real, tangible, in this place of polished wood and cold glass. Inside, beneath a stack of faded sweaters, was the photograph. I pulled it out, my fingers tracing the smiling faces of my parents. They stood in front of a small, rustic cabin, mountains rising behind them, their arms around each other. My father, tall and strong, his eyes full of laughter. My mother, her face gentle, her hand resting on a small swell in her belly. Me. They were taken just before I was born, before a rival pack, greedy for territory, had swept through our lands like a forest fire, devouring everything in their path. I had no memories of them, only this faded image and the stories told to me by the old Omega, who had hidden me and smuggled me away before she too disappeared from my life. A hot tear splashed onto the glass of the frame. They had been part of a pack that lived in the wild, that honored the moon and the seasons. They would have been horrified to see their daughter bound to a pack that lived in a tower of steel, that measured its territory in stock points and market shares. The pain in my wrist flared, a sharp, angry pulse. It was a physical reminder of the bond, the leash. Following Alara's instructions, I found the master bathroom. It was larger than my entire previous apartment, a cavern of gray marble and chrome. A medical kit, as promised, sat on the vast countertop. Inside, nestled on black velvet, was a small alabaster jar. I opened it. The salve inside was a pearlescent cream that smelled of herbs I couldn't name, something like lavender, chamomile, and the faint, clean scent of crushed pine needles. My hands trembled as I dabbed a small amount onto the bite marks. The moment the salve touched my skin, a wave of soothing coolness spread through my wrist, dousing the fire, but it was followed by something else. As the salve absorbed, the humming connection in the back of my mind, the link to the alpha, seemed to clarify, to strengthen. It was no longer a vague alien presence. It was a clear, steady thrum, like a deep bass note playing just at the edge of my hearing. With it came a subtle but undeniable sense of his presence. He was still in his office, floors above me, but I could feel him. I could feel his focus, his immense, disciplined control. It was like feeling the gravitational pull of a planet, distant but absolute. The salve wasn't just for healing. It was an amplifier. It was designed to help me settle into the bond, to accept the shackle, to tune my senses to his. Panic flared in my chest again, sharp and acidic. I wanted to scrub it off, to sever the connection. But what good would it do? The brand was on my soul now. I was his. I stumbled out of the bathroom and into the bedroom. It was as vast and impersonal as the rest of the apartment. A king-size bed with a severe, dark wood frame dominated the room. One entire wall was a bank of closets. Curiosity, morbid and detached, pulled me toward them. I slid open one of the doors. My breath left me in a rush. It was filled with clothes, but not my clothes. These were designer suits in shades of black, gray, and navy, silk blouses, cashmere sweaters, a row of elegant, low-heeled leather shoes. It was a uniform. The uniform of the Luna of Valion. My own faded jeans and worn sweaters were nowhere to be seen. They had not just supplemented my wardrobe, they had erased it. They had erased me. Exhaustion, deep and profound, finally washed over me, a tidal wave that left me weak and trembling. I sank onto the edge of the enormous, unfamiliar bed. The mattress was firm, unforgiving. I looked out the massive window at the city below, at the endless stream of headlights, each one a life, a story, a person with choices and free will. I had made my choice. Or rather, I had accepted the illusion of one. I had signed the contract. I had accepted the seal. I was no longer an anonymous girl hiding from the world. I was an asset. And my new duties began at dawn. I didn't know if I would survive the night, let alone the morning. The quiet, broken wolf inside me had nowhere left to run. It was trapped here, in the heart of the predator's lair, chained to the alpha himself. And as I sat there feeling the steady, relentless pulse of his presence through the bond, a terrifying new thought surfaced. The cage was not just around me. It was inside me now, too, and I wasn't sure which one was more inescapable. Chapter 4. A hostile takeover of the senses. Sleep, when it finally came, was a shallow, restless thing, haunted by the phantom sensation of fangs and the low, constant hum of the bond in the back of my mind. I woke before the alarm, my body rigid with anxiety. The first slivers of dawn were slicing through the city's artificial twilight, painting the gray sky in shades of bruised purple and pale orange. The silence of the apartment was no longer a comfort. It was the suffocating stillness of a sealed tomb. My duty began at dawn. The words echoed in my head, a corporate mandate for a primal role I was utterly unprepared for. The closet was a monument to a woman I wasn't. I ran my hand over the row of dark suits, the fabric cool and impersonal. This was my new skin, my camouflage. I chose a simple black pantsuit, the material impossibly fine, and a silk blouse the color of steel. The clothes felt alien, a costume for a play I didn't know the lines to. As I dressed, my reflection in the vast floor-to-ceiling mirror was a stranger, pale, haunted, and dressed for a funeral. My own. I reapplied the salve to my wrist. The bite marks had faded from an angry red to a dark, ominous purple, like twin bruises on my soul. The bond immediately sharpened in my mind, a low, thrumming bass line that was becoming disturbingly familiar. Through it, I could feel a distant shift in the alpha's presence, a sharpening of focus, a gathering of energy. He was awake. He was preparing for the day. The thought sent a tremor of dread through me. At precisely 05:45, a soft chime sounded at the apartment door. Elara, punctual as a headsman, she stood in the doorway, a vision of severe efficiency in a charcoal gray dress. Her gaze swept over me, a quick, assessing glance that took in my borrowed clothes, the dark circles under my eyes, and the rigid set of my shoulders. She gave a curt, almost imperceptible nod of approval. I had chosen the correct uniform. "The vehicle is waiting," was all she said. We rode down in a different elevator this time, one that took us to a subterranean parking garage, a cavern of concrete and shadows. A sleek black town car, its windows tinted to an impenetrable black, idled silently by the elevator doors. A man in a dark suit, built like a reinforced concrete pillar, held the door open for us. He didn't speak, but his eyes, a flat, predatory yellow, met mine for a fraction of a second. I felt a low growl of assessment in his chest, more than I heard it. A primal vibration in the air. This was security. This was a pack member. He smelled of cold leather, gunpowder, and unwavering loyalty. The car moved with a silent, powerful grace, gliding through the pre-dawn emptiness of the city's financial district. The streets were deserted, a concrete canyon waiting for the daily flood of humanity. We were the only predators on the prowl. "The meeting is not in the tower," Elara said, breaking the heavy silence. She stared straight ahead, her profile etched against the flickering streetlights. "It is held at the old exchange building, Valiant's first headquarters. It is more secure, more private, more primal," I thought. A den. "Who will be there?" I asked, my voice a dry whisper. "The senior council, the heads of the major divisions." She listed them like assets on a spreadsheet. "Marcus Thorne, head of legal. He's our chief strategist. Cunning, patient, a tactician. Kalen Vance, head of global security, our enforcer. He oversees all pack security, internal and external. He is direct. The slight pause before the word direct was more telling than the word itself. It was a warning. And a few others, the alphas of our subsidiary packs, what you would call our regional VPs. I tried to absorb the information to build a mental map of the hierarchy. Lawyers, security chiefs, VPs, betas, enforcers, subordinate alphas. It was a corporate structure superimposed over a wolf pack. Each title a sanitized veneer for a much older, more brutal reality. What am I supposed to do? The question was a plea. Elara finally turned her head, her dark eyes meeting mine in the dim light of the car. Last night I told you to listen and to sense. Today I will give you a different piece of advice. Survive. Her expression was grim. You are an unknown quantity, introduced without precedent. The alpha's word is law, but the pack will test you. They must. It is their nature. They will sense your strength or your weakness. Do not show them weakness, not even for a second. Even if you feel it, do not show it. Your survival and the stability the alpha requires of you depends on it. The car slowed, turning into a narrow cobblestoned alley that was a relic of an older city. It ended before a pair of massive bronze doors, green with age, set into a facade of dark, soot-stained granite. This was the old exchange. It felt less like a building and more like a fortress, a place of old power and older secrets. Our driver got out and opened my door. The air here was different. It smelled of river damp, old stone, and the faint metallic tang of electricity from a nearby substation, and something else. Underneath it all, a thick, complex tapestry of scents that made the nascent wolf in me recoil. It was the scent of a pack, concentrated. 100 different threads of power, aggression, loyalty, and ambition, all woven together. My senses, dulled and suppressed for so long, were suddenly screaming. Elara led me through the bronze doors, into a lobby of dark marble and heavy, carved wood. The air was cool, still, and thick with the weight of history. There was no one here. The building seemed asleep, but I could feel the life thrumming within its stone walls. We walked down a long, echoing corridor toward another set of imposing doors, these made of oak banded with iron. As we approached, the sense grew stronger. It was a physical force, pressing in on me, a chaotic symphony my senses had no idea how to interpret. I could smell everything, the sharp ozonic scent of a brewing conflict, the deep, earthy scent of steadfast loyalty, the bitter, acidic tang of jealousy, the clean, cold scent of calculated ambition. It was a hostile takeover of my senses, a flood of raw, primal information that threatened to drown me. I felt a wave of nausea and stumbled, my hand flying to the cold stone wall to steady myself. Elara's hand was on my elbow, her grip firm, steadying. Breathe, she commanded in a low voice. Focus, filter it, find the alpha's scent. Anchor yourself to it. The alpha. Through the chaos, I searched for that one familiar scent. Pine, cold stone, dominance. It was there, a deep, steady anchor in the churning sea of other scents. I clung to it, using it to push back the overwhelming tide of the others. My breathing steadied. The nausea receded. Good, Elara murmured, removing her hand. Now stand up straight. You are the Luna. Walk in there as if you own the ground beneath your feet, even if you feel like it's about to swallow you whole. She pushed open the heavy oak doors. The room was a boardroom, but not like the ones in the tower. It was old, paneled in dark, almost black wood. A massive oval table, carved from a single piece of mahogany, dominated the space. Around it sat a dozen figures, all male, all dressed in the impeccable dark suits that were the uniform of their kind. They were all wolves. The combined force of their presence was a physical blow, a wall of power and predatory energy that made the air vibrate. And at the head of the table, in a high-backed chair that was more throne than office furniture, sat Adrian Draven. He was not looking at the door. His attention was on a tablet in front of him, but his stillness was absolute, commanding. He was the center of gravity in the room, and every other person was a planet held in his orbit. When the doors opened, a silence fell. Every head turned. Every pair of eyes, sharp, intelligent, and predatory, fixed on me. The sensory assault returned with a vengeance. I was being scented, assessed, judged by a dozen powerful predators. Their collective focus was a physical weight, pressing down on my shoulders. I felt my knees tremble, my instinct to cower, to make myself small, almost overwhelming me. Alara's words echoed in my mind. Do not show them weakness. I forced myself to lift my chin. I met their gazes, my heart hammering against my ribs like a trapped bird. I walked, one foot in front of the other, across the dark wood floor toward the single empty chair at the table, the one to Adrian's right. Every step felt like a mile. Adrian looked up as I approached. His gray eyes were like chips of ice. There was no welcome in them, no reassurance, only expectation. He did not rise. He simply gestured to the chair, in order. I sat. Gentlemen, Adrian's voice cut through the thick silence, as sharp and cold as a surgeon's scalpel. There has been a change in the executive structure. This is Isolde Marin. She has filled the position of Luna. The announcement was a stone dropped into a still, deep pond. The ripples were immediate and invisible. I didn't need to see them. I could feel them. A wave of shock, disbelief, and outright hostility washed over me. The sense in the room churned, souring with suspicion and aggression. A man to my left, with silvering hair and eyes as sharp and watchful as a hawk's, leaned forward slightly. His scent was like old leather and dry paper. Marcus Thorne, the lawyer, the tactician. He was assessing, not attacking. His was a calculated curiosity. But across the table, another man's reaction was far less controlled. He was huge, even sitting down, with a bull neck and shoulders that strained the fabric of his expensive suit jacket. His hair was cut brutally short, and a jagged scar ran from his temple down his jawline. His scent was raw, overpowering, ozone, blood, and sheer, unfiltered aggression. Kalen Vance, the enforcer. His eyes, a pale feral green, were locked on me. They were filled with contempt. He looked at me as if I were something he'd scraped off his shoe. With all due respect, Alpha. Kalen's voice was a low, gravelly rumble that vibrated with challenge. The Luna position requires a wolf of pure blood, of proven strength. This girl, she smells of nothing. She smells of fear. His words were a direct attack. A gauntlet thrown down on the polished mahogany table. He wasn't just challenging me. He was challenging his alpha's judgment. A tense, dangerous silence fell over the room. Everyone was watching, waiting to see how Adrian would respond. But Adrian didn't move. He didn't even look at Kalen. His gaze remained fixed on his tablet, as if the conversation were beneath his notice. He was letting it happen. He was testing me. This was my fight. Kalen took the alpha's silence as permission. He focused the full force of his presence on me. It was a psychic assault, a wave of raw, predatory intent designed to make me break. His scent of aggression intensified, a suffocating cloud. He let his own wolf look out through his eyes, a flash of pure primal dominance. You are weak. You are nothing. You do not belong here. The message was as clear as if he had shouted it. My human side screamed. My blood turned to ice water in my veins. Every instinct I had screamed at me to look away, to drop my gaze, to show my throat in submission. It was the only way to survive a challenge like this. But then something else stirred. Deep inside me, the thing I had starved and chained for so long, the broken, pathetic wolf, bristled. It was a flicker of defiance, so small I almost missed it. It was not a surge of power. It was not a roar of strength. It was the cornered animal's refusal to die. It was the stubborn, desperate will to endure that Adrian had scented in me. I held Kalen's gaze. My heart was a frantic drum. My palms were slick with sweat. My whole body was trembling, but I did not look away. I let him see the fear in my eyes. I had no strength to hide it. But I also let him see that I was still there, still meeting his challenge. I didn't try to project power. I didn't try to issue a challenge of my own. I simply endured. I became a stone in a river, letting the full force of his aggression wash over me, refusing to be moved. And through the bond, I felt a flicker from Adrian. It wasn't praise, it wasn't encouragement. It was a simple, cold acknowledgement. Hold, a command, and I drew on it. I drew on that thin steel thread of his will to bolster my own. Seconds stretched into an eternity. The pressure from Kaylin was immense, suffocating. My vision started to blur at the edges, but I didn't look away. A low growl finally broke the standoff, but it didn't come from me or from Kaylin. It came from the head of the table. It was not a loud sound, but it shook the very foundations of the room. It was a sound of pure, absolute authority, the sound of a mountain grinding to stone. Adrian Draven slowly lifted his head from his tablet, and his eyes, now a solid, luminous silver, pinned Kaylin Vance to his seat. The wave of dominance that rolled off him was a physical force, a crushing, silent weight that made the air crackle. It dwarfed Kaylin's aggressive posturing, reducing it to a child's tantrum. "Kaylin," Adrian said, his voice dangerously soft. "Your report on the security upgrades for the Tokyo branch. Now." The challenge was over. The Alpha had spoken. The test was done. Kaylin tore his gaze from mine, the feral green in his eyes receding. He visibly flinched under the full force of the Alpha's attention. A flush of angry red crept up his thick neck. He had lost. He had challenged, and his Alpha had not only shut him down, but had completely dismissed the challenge as an irrelevance. "Yes, Alpha," he gritted out, his voice tight with suppressed fury and forced submission. He picked up his own tablet, his knuckles white. The meeting resumed. Kaylin gave his report, his voice clipped and strained. The others followed suit. They talked of stock prices, hostile bids, and emerging markets. But the undercurrent of tension was still there, a low hum beneath the corporate jargon. I sat in silence, my body trembling with adrenaline and exhaustion. I had survived. Barely. I didn't understand most of what was being said, the complex language of high finance, but I focused on what Alara had told me to do. I listened to the undercurrents. I felt the currents of the pack. I could feel Kaylin's simmering rage. I could feel Marcus Thorne's cool, calculating curiosity directed at me. I could feel the wary respect from some, the deep-seated loyalty from others, and the steady, powerful anchor of Adrian's presence at the center of it all. For the first time in my life, I wasn't just hiding from my senses, I was using them. As the meeting drew to a close, I felt a new sensation through the bond, a subtle signal from Adrian. It wasn't a word, but an instruction. "Stay." The council members filed out, their dark suits whispering out of the room. None of them met my eye, except for Kaylin. He paused at the door, his glare a promise of future conflict. Then he was gone. Soon, only Adrian and I were left in the vast, silent room. He stood up and walked to a window overlooking the alley, the morning light casting his tall frame in silhouette. "You did not break," he stated, his back to me. It was not praise. It was a simple observation, an analysis of an asset's performance under stress. "He would have killed me if you hadn't stopped him," I whispered, my voice hoarse. "Kaylin is a blunt instrument. Effective for some tasks, useless for others," he said dismissively. His challenge was predictable, necessary. The pack needed to see you withstand the first blow. They will not be so direct next time. He turned to face me, his eyes back to their normal, piercing gray. "You have a flicker of steel in you, Isolde Marin. Buried deep, but it is there. I chose you for your resilience, not your strength. Strength can be broken. Resilience simply endures." He walked toward me, stopping before my chair. He looked down at me, his expression unreadable. "This is your life now, a permanent seat at this table, a constant series of tests. Do you understand?" I looked up into the face of my owner, my protector, my warden. I had survived my first day, and in the deepest, most terrified part of my soul, The part where the broken wolf lay chained, I felt something I hadn't felt in a very long time. It wasn't hope. It was a faint, dangerous flicker of life. The battle in the boardroom hadn't just terrified me. It had woken something up, and I was terrified to find out what it would do now that it was no longer sleeping. Chapter 5. Boardroom Growls and Shadowed Glances. The days that followed bled into a strange, disorienting routine, a life lived in two parallel worlds. By day, I was the silent, impeccably dressed shadow at Adrian Draven's right hand. I sat through endless meetings in the sterile, air-conditioned rooms of Valion Tower and the ancient stone-cold chambers of the Old Exchange. I listened to conversations about leveraged buyouts, risk mitigation, and emerging global markets, understanding little of the human language, but learning to read the primal one that flowed beneath it like a powerful, unseen river. I learned that a sudden, sharp intake of breath from Marcus Thorne, the lawyer, meant he had scented a lie in a competitor's proposal. I learned that a subtle tightening of the muscles around the eyes of a regional alpha from the European division signaled a coming territorial dispute, what they called a market correction. I learned to distinguish the scent of genuine loyalty from the cloying Swedish odor of sycophantic fear. The boardroom was a hunting ground, and every negotiation was a clash of predators, their teeth hidden behind polite smiles and their growls buried in corporate jargon. My senses, so long suppressed, were coming alive with a terrifying, painful rush. The salve Alara had given me, which I now applied every morning like a ritual sacrament, not only soothed the ache in my wrist, but seemed to peel back the layers of numbness I had wrapped around myself for years. The city was a sensory onslaught. The reek of exhaust fumes, the smell of street food, the thousands of individual human scents, desperation, joy, sickness, greed. It was all a chaotic, overwhelming noise. But in the controlled environment of the pack, my senses were beginning to find their focus. Anchored to Adrian through the bond, I was slowly learning to filter the chaos, to pick out the threads that mattered. The bond itself was a constant presence, a low thrum at the base of my skull. It was a leash, but it was also a lifeline. Through it, I felt the steady, immense pressure of his will, his unwavering control. I felt his approval, a cool, brief flicker of acknowledgement, when I subtly shifted in my seat to draw his attention to a junior executive whose scent had soured with deceit. I felt his displeasure, a sharp, cold spike of annoyance, when my focus wavered, overwhelmed by the sensory input. He never spoke to me during these meetings. He never explained. He simply expected me to learn, to adapt, to become the tool he required. My nights were spent in the gilded cage of my apartment. I would stand for hours at the vast window, watching the city breathe below me, a lonely god in an empty heaven. My old life, my 3 boxes of possessions, remained untouched by the fireplace. I couldn't bring myself to unpack them. To do so would be to accept that this was truly my home, to admit that the ghost of Isolde Marin was well and truly dead. I ate alone, the food appearing in the state-of-the-art kitchen as if by magic. I slept alone in the enormous cold bed. I was surrounded by the pack, yet utterly isolated within it. I was the Luna, a position of honor, but I was also a stranger, an outsider, an acquisition. They watched me with wary, assessing eyes. The women I occasionally passed in the halls of the tower, sleek and powerful she-wolves in tailored dresses, looked at me with a mixture of curiosity and contempt. I was not one of them. I had not earned my place through bloodline or trial. I had been appointed. A corporate hire for a sacred role. Kalen Vance, the enforcer, was a constant, menacing presence. He made no further overt challenges, but his hostility was a palpable force. He would appear silently in corridors, his feral green eyes pinning me with a look of pure loathing before he moved on. He scented me as weak, an impurity in the pack's bloodline, a fatal flaw in his alpha's judgment, and his contempt was an open wound in the pack's emotional landscape. I could feel it, a raw, festering source of discord that set my teeth on edge. Adrian, for his part, remained a distant, formidable enigma, Our interactions were minimal, clinical. He was the CEO, and I was his most peculiar new executive. He never joined me in my quarters. The door connecting our apartments remained shut. He never asked about my past, about the broken thing inside me. He seemed to have no interest in Isolde Marin, the person. He was only concerned with the performance of his asset, the Luna. One evening, about a week after my hiring, he summoned me. The soft chime of an intercom I didn't know I had echoed through the apartment. His voice, disembodied and devoid of warmth, instructed me to join him on the rooftop terrace. My heart began to pound a nervous, heavy rhythm. The rooftop. This was new. This was not the office, not the boardroom. It felt personal. I smoothed the lapels of the dark gray suit I wore, my daily uniform, and took a deep, steadying breath. Alara's advice echoed in my mind. Do not show weakness. The private elevator had another button, one I hadn't noticed before, marked with a simple R. It took me up, past the floor of his office, to the very pinnacle of the tower. The doors opened onto a small, glass-enclosed vestibule. Beyond it, a heavy glass door led outside. He was standing at the far edge of the terrace, looking out over the city. The wind up here was a living thing, a wild, keening voice that whipped my hair across my face and bit at my skin through the fine wool of my suit. The terrace was a stark, minimalist space, a floor of dark slate, a low glass wall for a parapet, and nothing else. It was a platform at the top of the world. He wore no suit jacket, just a crisp white shirt, the sleeves rolled up to his forearms, revealing strong, muscular arms dusted with fine, dark hair. The wind molded the fabric to his frame, outlining the powerful lines of his chest and back. He looked less like a CEO and more like some ancient king surveying his domain. He didn't turn as I approached, but I knew he was aware of my every footstep, every hitch in my breath. The bond between us was a tangible thing in the open air, a taut line connecting us across the windswept space. The air is cleaner up here, he said, his voice carried on the wind. Less contaminated by the scents of the city. You can almost smell the storm coming in from the east. I came to stand beside him, a respectable distance away, and looked out. He was right. The sky to the east was a bruised, turbulent purple, and I could smell it on the wind, the scent of ozone and wet earth, the promise of rain. My wolf, the restless prisoner in my blood, stirred at the smell, a faint, aching pulse of longing. Your senses are sharpening, he stated. It wasn't a question. They're overwhelming, I admitted, my voice thin against the wind. Everything is too loud, too bright. You have been deaf and blind for 24 years, Isolde. It will take time for you to learn to see again, he said, turning his head to look at me. His gray eyes were the color of the coming storm. The human world is a barrage of meaningless noise. You are learning to filter it, to find the signal in the static. He paused, his gaze intense, analytical. Kalen's hostility is a problem. It creates a fracture in the pack's unity. His loyalty to me is absolute, but his contempt for you is a discordant note that the others can hear. It must be resolved. A cold knot of fear tightened in my stomach. Resolved how? I pictured a brutal, bloody fight in some subterranean garage, a corporate termination of the most final kind. His loyalty is to the strength of the pack, Adrian explained, turning back to the view. He sees you as a weakness, therefore you must demonstrate that you are not. How? I cried, the wind snatching the word from my lips. I am not a fighter. I am not like him. I am not like any of you. I am aware of that, he said, his tone flat. Your value is not in your teeth or your claws. It is in your senses, in your instincts. I am bringing you to the hunt tonight. The world seemed to tilt beneath my feet. The hunt. The word struck a chord of primal terror deep within me. The last time I had been near a hunt was the night my family died. The night the air was filled with the sounds of snarling, tearing flesh, and screams. No, I whispered, shaking my head, taking an involuntary step back. I can't shift. The confession was torn from me, a shameful, ragged secret laid bare at the top of the world. Not properly, it's broken, it hurts, and it's never complete. I'm weak. Adrian turned to face me fully. The wind whipped his dark hair around his face, but his expression was utterly still, carved from granite. I know, he said, his voice quiet, but carrying an immense weight that cut through the wind's howl. I knew it the moment I first scented you in the lobby. I can smell the fracture in your bloodline, the genetic flaw that hinders your change. I know you are broken. His words were a physical blow. I flinched, shame and humiliation washing over me in a hot, sickening wave. He had known all along. He had chosen me, a damaged, defective wolf, for the most important female role in the pack. Why thought? Then why, I choked out, wrapping my arms around myself. Why choose me? There are 100 stronger females in this tower alone. Because their strength is a liability, he said, his gaze unwavering. A strong Luna, with her own ambitions and her own power base, would seek to challenge me, to influence me. She would be another player in the game, another politician in the boardroom. I do not require a partner in power, Isolde. I require an anchor, a true north. Your weakness, as you call it, is your greatest asset to me. You have no ambition beyond survival. You have no allegiance to any other pack or bloodline. You are mine. Your senses are tied to me, and only to me. You are a pure instrument. A pure instrument. Not a person, not a partner, a tool. The cold, brutal honesty of it was more shocking than any lie would have been. The hunt is not about killing, he continued, his voice taking on a different timbre, something deeper, more resonant. Not for us. It is about the chase, about the unity of the pack moving as one. It is the purest expression of who we are. It quiets the noise of the human world. It recalibrates us. It is our corporate retreat, our team-building exercise. He almost smiled then, a grim, fleeting twist of his lips. You will not run with us, but you will be there. You will watch, and you will feel. Terror warred with a strange, morbid curiosity. I had spent my entire life running from the hunt, from the beast. He was now forcing me to face it. Kaelin will be there, he added. He will see you. He will see you at the heart of our most sacred ritual, at my side. He will see that your place is not a matter for debate. It is a fact, and he will be forced to accept it, or he will be forced to leave. The finality in his tone left no room for argument. This was not a request. This was a command, a strategic move in the complex, brutal game of pack politics. And I was a pawn, the key piece in his gambit. What do I have to do? I asked. My voice barely a whisper. Nothing, he said, turning back to the stormy horizon. You just have to be there. And you have to endure. Endure. It was becoming the single defining word of my new existence. The storm broke as we descended back into the tower. Rain lashed against the glass, and distant thunder rumbled, a low growl that vibrated through the steel frame of the building. The hunt was set for midnight, at a private estate Adrian owned 2 hours north of the city, a vast tract of ancient forest preserved in the heart of encroaching suburbia. Alara brought me a change of clothes, not a suit this time, but practical, durable black cargo pants, a thermal shirt, and sturdy, soft-soled boots. There was also a heavy, dark green waxed canvas jacket. It was warm and smelled faintly of pine and damp earth, as if it had been worn on many such excursions. It smelled of him. Wearing it felt like a violation, an intimacy I hadn't agreed to. It was another brand, a mark of ownership. The drive north was silent, the black town car a bubble of quiet against the lashing rain. We left the city behind, the endless lights giving way to dark, winding roads through sleeping towns. Adrian sat beside me, but he was a world away. He stared out the window, his profile stark and unreadable, his presence a heavy weight in the confined space. I could feel the change in him. The corporate shell was peeling away, and the alpha, the primal predator, was rising to the surface. The air in the car grew thick, charged with a low-level static of anticipation. The bond thrummed, and my own blood began to race in my veins, a mixture of terror and a strange, unwelcome excitement. The wolf in me, so long dormant, could smell the wet forest on the air. It could taste the coming freedom of the run, even if it wasn't for me. It wanted out. We arrived at a set of imposing iron gates. They swung open without a sound, and we drove down a long gravel drive through a forest of towering pines. The estate was not a mansion, but a sprawling modern lodge built of dark wood and stone, its lights a warm golden glow against the rain-swept darkness. Other dark, expensive cars were already parked. The pack was gathering. Adrian led me inside. The great room was vast with a vaulted ceiling and a massive stone fireplace where a huge fire roared, casting dancing shadows on the walls. The senior council was there, Marcus, Kaelin, and the others. They were no longer in suits, but in similar, practical, dark clothing. They stood in small groups, talking in low voices, but a restless, kinetic energy filled the room. This was not a corporate meeting. This was the gathering of the hunt. When we entered, a silence fell. All eyes turned to me, then to the jacket I wore. It was his. The message was clear. I belonged to the Alpha. Kaelin's face was a thunderous mask of fury. His gaze flickered from the jacket to my face, his lip curling in a silent, contemptuous snarl. Adrian ignored them all. He led me to a chair near the fire, a heavy leather wingback. "You will wait here," he commanded softly. "Do not move from the spot until I return for you." Then he turned and walked to the center of the room. "The moon is high," he announced, his voice a low rumble that easily filled the space. "The storm is passing. It is time." A visible change went through the pack. The last vestiges of their human personas fell away. A feral light entered their eyes. Their bodies seemed to shift, to become looser, more powerful. They were shedding their skins. One by one, they began to strip off their jackets, their shirts, muscle coiled under taut skin. Old scars, silver lines from battles fought and won, crisscrossed backs and arms. And then the change began. I had never witnessed it up close, not in its true, powerful form. I had only ever known my own agonizing, incomplete transformations. What I saw now was a terrifying, beautiful miracle. It was not a grotesque Hollywood-style morphing. It was a fluid, primal unfolding. Bones lengthened and shifted with soft, grating sounds. Skin stretched and thick, healthy fur erupted, sprouting in shades of black, gray, and timber. Faces elongated into powerful muzzles, teeth sharpening into deadly fangs. It was swift, powerful, and utterly natural. Where a dozen of the city's most powerful executives had stood, there were now a dozen massive wolves. They were huge, larger than any natural wolf, their bodies sleek knots of muscle, their eyes glowing with an intelligent, feral light. Kaelin's wolf was a brute, a thick-furred charcoal gray beast with burning green eyes, his powerful jaws already open, panting with anticipation. Marcus Thorne was a leaner, silver-furred wolf, his intelligent eyes watchful and assessing even in this form. And then there was Adrian. His change was the last and the most profound. He seemed to draw the very shadows in the room to him. He grew, his form unfolding into that of a massive black wolf, larger and darker than any of the others. His fur was the color of a moonless midnight, and his eyes, in this form, were pure molten silver. He was magnificent. He was terrifying. He was the Alpha. He threw back his head and let out a howl. It was not a sound of savagery, but of pure, untamable freedom. It was a call, a command, a song of joy and power that shook the very foundations of the lodge and resonated deep in my soul. The broken wolf within me answered with a silent, aching cry of its own. One by one, the others joined in, their voices rising in a complex, beautiful, and terrifying chorus. It was the music of the pack. Then, as one, they turned and flowed out of the open doors into the rain-washed night, silent shadows disappearing into the dark, wet forest. And I was left alone in the vast room, the heat of the fire on my face, the echo of the hunt song in my bones. My heart pounding with a terrifying mix of fear and an emotion I could not name. It was the lonely, aching grief of the outcast, watching the pack run free. Chapter 6. Due Diligence on a Broken Past. The silence that descended upon the great room was heavier and more profound than any I had ever experienced. It was a vacuum left in the wake of immense, primal energy. The fire crackled in the massive hearth, its lonely sound accentuating the emptiness. The scent of the pack still hung in the air, a complex and heady perfume of rain-dampened fur, aroused instinct, and the unique individual musk of each wolf. It was the scent of power, of freedom, of belonging, and it was a scent that marked me, irrevocably, as other. I sat frozen in the leather wingback chair, Adrian's command, "Do not move from this spot," an invisible cage around me. My hands were clenched into fists in my lap, my knuckles white. I was trembling not from cold, but from a deep, cellular shock. Witnessing the change, the effortless and beautiful unfolding of their true natures, had been like a physical blow. It had held up a mirror to my own brokenness, my own pathetic, agonizing attempts at transformation. The memory of my last shift, a year ago, rose in my mind like bile. The feeling of bones refusing to set properly, of skin stretching and tearing, of my mind fracturing between human and wolf, lost in a red haze of pain and confusion. I had woken up naked, bleeding, and half-formed in a cold alley, no closer to a true wolf than I had been to a human. That was the secret I guarded above all others. Not just that I was a wolf, but that I was a failed one, a genetic dead end. And Adrian knew. "I can smell the fracture in your bloodline." His words echoed in my mind, stripping away my last defense. He had not only seen my weakness, he had named it, cataloged it, and then declared it an asset. The thought was a dizzying, terrifying paradox. My senses, raw and newly awakened, were stretched taut, following the pack as they moved through the forest. I couldn't see them, but I could feel them through the bond that connected me to their alpha. It was a strange disembodied sensation. I felt the springy, wet earth of the forest floor under paws that were not my own. I tasted the clean, rain-washed air, thick with the scent of pine, decaying leaves, and the rising panic of prey. I felt the collective exhilaration, the joy of the run, the perfect, unspoken coordination of a dozen predators moving as a single organism. And at the center of it all, a blazing sun of consciousness, was Adrian. His presence through the bond was immense, overwhelming. I could feel his senses, magnified 1,000 times. He was the nerve center of the hunt. He could feel the position of every member of his pack, smell the fear of a stag 2 miles away, hear the frantic heartbeat of a rabbit hiding in a briar patch. He was a god in his own domain, his mind a vast and complex map of the forest and every living thing within it. I felt his complete and utter command, his joy in his own power, a joy so pure and fierce it was almost terrifying. I was a spectator in my own body, a prisoner in this chair watching a drama unfold on the screen of my mind. It was an excruciating intimacy. I was closer to him, to them, than I had ever been to another living being, yet I was utterly separate. I was the anchor, as he had said. But an anchor is a dead weight, a thing that holds the ship fast but never feels the freedom of the open sea. A sudden spike of adrenaline shot through the bond, sharp and electric. Adrian's focus narrowed, zeroing in on a single point. He had found it, the quarry. A large, mature buck. It sent a wave of adrenaline and wild fear. I felt the pack's collective shift in intention. The joyous run was over. The true hunt had begun. They fanned out, their movements a silent, deadly ballet I could only feel. Marcus, the silver wolf, moved with calculating grace, cutting off a potential escape route to the east. Kalen, the massive charcoal brute, was a battering ram of power, crashing through the underbrush to drive the prey forward, toward the center. Others formed the closing walls of the trap. And Adrian flowed through the forest like a shadow, a river of black fur and silent paws, positioning himself for the final, decisive move. I felt the buck's terror as a frantic, hammering pulse in my own chest. I could smell its sweat, hear the crashing of its hooves through the wet leaves as it fled. It was a desperate, hopeless flight. I felt a surge of empathy, a pang of pity for the terrified creature. It was a fellow outcast, hunted and alone. And then I felt Adrian's response through the bond. It wasn't a thought, but a pure, cold wave of instinct. The hunt is an honor. The prey gives its life to feed the pack. Its death has meaning. This is the law. This is balance. The buck broke through a line of trees into a moonlit clearing. I saw it through Adrian's eyes. A magnificent creature, its antlers a crown against the stormy sky. Its sides heaving, its eyes wide with the certainty of its doom. The pack closed in, emerging from the shadows, a ring of silent, glowing eyes. There was no savagery, no bloodlust. There was only a profound, ritualistic stillness. The buck stood its ground, its last moments filled with a strange, defiant dignity. Adrian moved forward, his massive black form separating from the others. He approached the stag, not with a rush, but with a slow, deliberate grace. It was a sign of respect. Alpha to alpha, predator to prey. The final moment was a blur of motion, a surge of power so swift and precise, it was almost merciful. I felt it as a deep, shuddering finality through the bond, a life extinguished, a sacrifice made. And then, a wave of something new rolled through the pack. Satiation, triumph, a deep communal satisfaction that was both primal and deeply peaceful. I let out a breath I hadn't realized I was holding, my body trembling with the aftershocks of the experience. My face was wet with tears I hadn't been aware of shedding. I had just participated, in the most intimate way possible, in the very act that had haunted my nightmares for my entire life. And it had been nothing like my nightmares. It had been terrible, yes, but it had also been beautiful, necessary, and filled with a strange and brutal reverence. The return was slower, more relaxed. I could feel the easy camaraderie of the pack, the energy of the hunt dissipating into a contented exhaustion. I sat in the chair, my mind reeling, trying to process the flood of sensations, to reconcile the corporate predators with the primal pack, to understand the man who could sign a multi-billion-dollar deal in the morning and lead a blood ritual at midnight. When the wolves padded back into the great room, they were different. The restless energy was gone, replaced by a deep, calm centeredness. They were sleek with rain and exertion, their fur matted in places, their eyes glowing with the deep, satisfied light of sated predators. They ignored me, moving to the fire, shaking the water from their coats in great shimmering sprays, and lying down on the warm stone hearth. The room filled with the comfortable, musky scent of wolf. Adrian was the last to enter. He padded silently to the fire, his silver eyes finding mine across the room. There was a question in his gaze, an assessment. Did you endure? I met his gaze, unable to look away. I couldn't have formed a word if I'd tried. I could only give a small, almost imperceptible nod. He seemed satisfied. He lay down, a little apart from the others, his massive black head resting on his paws, his silver eyes never leaving me. The pack settled into sleep around the fire, a tangle of fur and quiet breathing. The alpha watched over them, and he watched over me. I stayed in the chair all night, a silent sentinel. I couldn't sleep. My mind was too alive, my senses too sharp. I was suspended in a strange, timeless space. The world of Valion Tower, of spreadsheets and beige cubicles, seemed like a dream from another life. This felt real. The fire, the rain outside, the scent of sleeping wolves, the weight of the alpha's gaze. As the first faint light of dawn began to filter through the tall windows, the pack began to stir. The change back was as quiet and natural as the first. The wolves unfolded back into men, stretching limbs that were once again human, their bodies lean and powerful. They dressed silently, their movements economical, their camaraderie expressed not in words but in shared glances and a common, relaxed energy. The corporate masks were settling back into place, but I could now see the wolf behind the eyes of each and every one of them. Adrian was the last to change, his transformation as controlled and powerful as everything else he did. He stood, now a man again, dressed in the dark, practical clothes he'd worn before. He walked over to me. I had to tilt my head back to look up at him. "You endured," he said, his voice a low rumble in the quiet room. "I watched," I whispered. "No," he corrected me, his gray eyes intense. "You participated. You were the anchor. Your presence kept the hunt clean, focused. It prevented the bloodlust from taking over. It reminded them of the heart of the pack, even in their most feral state. That is the Luna's purpose." I stared at him, uncomprehending. Me? My weak, broken presence had done that? It seemed impossible. I had felt nothing but terror and a strange, aching grief. "Kaelin felt it," Adrian continued, his gaze flicking toward the enforcer, who was watching us from across the room, his expression sullen and confused. "He does not understand it, but he felt the difference. The hunt was cleaner, more balanced. He knows it was because of you. He will not challenge you again. Not directly." He extended a hand to me. "Come, the sun is rising. The workday begins." His hand was large and warm. After a moment's hesitation, I placed my own in it. His fingers closed around mine, his grip firm and possessive. He pulled me to my feet. A jolt, a spark of pure energy shot up my arm at his touch. It was the first time he had touched me with anything other than clinical precision or primal dominance. This was something else, something I couldn't name. As he led me from the room, past the watchful eyes of his senior counsel, I felt a profound and terrifying shift inside me. The fear was still there, a cold, hard knot in my stomach. The grief of the outcast was still a fresh, open wound. But something new was taking root in the barren soil of my soul. He had forced me to face the beast, both his and my own. He had shown me the hunt not as a savage massacre, but as a sacred ritual of balance. He had taken my greatest shame, my brokenness, and declared it an asset. He was conducting his due diligence, not on a company to be acquired, but on me. He was stripping away my past, my fears, my carefully constructed human shell, to see what lay beneath. He was assessing the value of the asset he had claimed. And the most terrifying part was that, for the first time in my life, I wanted to prove him right. I wanted to be worth the price he had paid. The price, I was beginning to realize, was not my signature in blood. It was my soul. Chapter 7. A rival bid for the Luna's heart. The aftermath of the hunt settled over the pack like a profound, calming silence. Kaelin Vance no longer looked at me with open hostility. His gaze was now filled with a grudging, confused respect that was almost more unnerving. He had felt my influence, even if he didn't understand it, and it had shaken his black and white view of the world. The rest of the council treated me with a new, cautious deference. I was no longer just the Alpha's strange appointment. I was a proven, if mystifying, part of the pack's ecosystem. This newfound acceptance did little to ease the turmoil inside me. Adrian's words on the rooftop, "You are a pure instrument," had branded themselves on my mind. My life was no longer my own. It was a function, a role, a component in the vast corporate and primal machine that was Valion. I performed my duties with the detached efficiency I had once applied to filing archival documents. I sat in meetings, a silent barometer of the pack's emotional state. I learned to interpret the subtle shifts in scent and energy, passing my observations to Adrian not with words, but through the silent humming language of the bond. A flicker of anxiety for me when a junior partner's scent turned sour with greed, a wave of calm I would consciously project when negotiations grew tense. He would receive these signals with an equally silent flicker of acknowledgement, a cool wave of approval that was my only reward. We never spoke of the hunt again. We never spoke of anything personal. Our relationship was a sterile, functional symbiosis. He was the mind and I was the heart. A heart he had acquired and installed, but in which he showed no personal interest. The door between our apartments remained closed. My evenings remained solitary. The gilded cage was comfortable, secure, and suffocatingly lonely. It was Marcus Thorne, the silver-furred lawyer, who first breached the walls of my isolation. He approached me after a particularly grueling meeting concerning a hostile takeover bid from a rival corporation, a German firm called Nachtjager Industries. The name alone sent a shiver down my spine. Night Hunter. The tension in the boardroom had been thick enough to taste. A metallic, acrid scent of aggression and high-stakes fear. Adrian had been a monolith of cold, controlled power, dismantling their offer with brutal, surgical precision. But the threat lingered. As the room emptied, Marcus lingered, ostensibly gathering his papers. He was a man who seemed to be in his late 50s, with a patrician air, sharp, intelligent eyes, and a quiet, patient presence. His wolf form was a reflection of his human one, lean, cunning, and observant. "A difficult morning," he said, his voice a calm, smooth baritone. He wasn't looking at me, but his words were clearly for my ears alone. "I don't understand the details," I admitted quietly, still seated at the vast table, feeling drained by the emotional currents I had been swimming in for the past 3 hours. "Only the intent." "Intent is everything, my dear," Marcus said, finally turning to face me. He gave me a small, not unkind smile. "Financials are just the language we use to dress it up. You felt the predatory intent. That's more valuable than a dozen quarterly reports." His directness was surprising. Most of the pack, even after the hunt, still treated me with a wary distance. Marcus was engaging me as an equal, a colleague. "The alpha seems concerned," I ventured, testing the waters. I had felt it through the bond, a deep, cold undercurrent of something more than just business rivalry. It was an ancient, visceral animosity. Marcus's smile faded. "Nachtjager is an old problem," he said, his voice lowering. "Their alpha, Baron von Hess, is ambitious. They do not follow the same code of conduct we do. They are less a corporation and more a privateering fleet. They see our integration with the human world as a weakness. They believe in the old ways." His eyes held a flicker of grim memory. "They believe in strength above all else." He paused, his gaze thoughtful as he looked at me. "The Alpha's choice of Luna has undoubtedly sent a confusing message to them. They will interpret it as a sign of weakness. They will not understand his strategy." "His strategy?" I asked, a bitter taste in my mouth. "To use a broken instrument?" Marcus's eyebrows rose in surprise, not at my words, but at my candor. "An instrument, perhaps," he said gently. "But I do not believe he sees you as broken. I believe he sees you as pure, uncorrupted by the power plays and bloodline feuds that have poisoned our world for centuries. You are something new, and that makes you both a great asset and a great vulnerability." He gave me a respectful nod. "If you ever wish to understand the details, the history, my door is always open. The archives in the legal division are quite extensive. Aluna should be aware of the pack's history. It is, after all, now her history as well." It was an offer of alliance, a small cautious gesture of kindness in the cold, sterile world I now inhabited. It was the first time anyone had offered me anything without an ulterior motive I could immediately scent. I found myself giving him a small, genuine smile in return. "Thank you, Marcus." I took him up on his offer a few days later. The loneliness of my apartment had become a palpable weight, and the prospect of having a purpose, of learning something that might help me better perform my function, was a powerful lure. I sent a hesitant message to Alara, who, after a brief, silent consultation with an unseen authority, informed me that Mr. Thorne would be expecting me. The legal division was a hushed, cathedral-like space, smelling of old books, lemon polish, and the dry, papery scent of concentrated thought. Marcus's office was at its heart, a warm, wood-paneled room lined with ancient, leather-bound books. He greeted me with a warm smile and led me to a small private library off to the side. "The official Valion corporate history is on the public servers," he said, waving a hand at a row of sleek computer terminals. "But the PAC's history, that is kept on paper. It is less susceptible to electronic espionage." For the next few hours, he guided me through the complex, bloody history of the Draven Pack, a lineage that stretched back centuries, from the dark forests of the old world to the steel and glass canyons of the new. He showed me old maps of territorial disputes that were now framed as corporate acquisitions. He spoke of blood feuds that were now referred to as trademark litigations. He made the past come alive, and for the first time, I began to understand the sheer scale of what Adrian had built, and what he stood to lose. It was during our third such session, a week later, that my carefully ordered world was thrown into chaos. We were in his office, a heavy, leather-bound tome of pack law open between us, when his assistant announced a visitor. "Mr. Sterling is here to see you, Mr. Thorne. He says it's a personal matter." Marcus looked up, a flicker of surprise in his eyes. "Sterling, send him in." The man who walked into the office was the complete antithesis of Adrian Draven, where Adrian was dark, severe, and radiated an aura of immense controlled power. This man was filled with a light, easy grace. He was tall and lean, with hair the color of warm honey, and eyes a startling, vibrant shade of blue. He wore a soft, tailored tweed jacket and charcoal trousers, looking more like a university professor than a creature of the night. His smile was genuine and dazzling, and it was directed entirely at me. His scent hit me like a physical blow. It was nothing like the dark, pine and stone scent of Adrian's pack. This was the smell of open fields, of sun-warmed hay, of wild heather and clean running water. It was a scent of freedom, of a life lived under an open sky, and the wolf inside me, the poor starved prisoner, lifted its head and let out a silent, aching cry of recognition. It was the scent of home. "Forgive the intrusion, Marcus," the man said, his voice a warm, pleasant tenor. He extended a hand to me, his blue eyes crinkling at the corners as he smiled. "You must be Isolde. I'm Julian Sterling." I placed my hand in his, and his grip was warm and firm. A jolt, entirely different from the one I felt with Adrian, shot up my arm. It wasn't a jolt of power or dominance. It was a jolt of pure, unadulterated life. "Julian," Marcus said, his tone a mixture of surprise and caution. "What brings you to the city? It's been years." "Business of a sort," Julian said, his gaze still on me. "I heard a rumor on the wind, all the way out in my quiet corner of the world. A rumor that Adrian Draven had finally filled the Luna position. I had to see for myself." His words were light, but his blue eyes held a serious, searching intensity as they scanned my face. He was looking for something, and I had the strangest feeling he was finding it. "Isolde, this is Julian Sterling," Marcus made the formal introduction. "His pack holds the territories to the north in the open lands. They are an old, respected pack. Long-time allies." An ally. But his scent was so different. His energy so alien to this place of shadows and steel. "You smell of the city," Julian said to me, his voice soft, a hint of sadness in it, of recycled air and cold stone. "It doesn't suit you. You have the scent of the wildwood on you, buried deep." His words struck me with the force of a physical blow. No one had ever said that to me. No one had ever scented anything on me but weakness and fear. Adrian had scented my resilience, but Julian scented my soul. He scented the part of me that yearned for the green, wild places I had only ever known in dreams. At that moment, I felt a sharp, cold spike through the bond. Anger, possession, rage. It was Adrian. He was floors above us, in his office, but he had felt it. He had felt the intrusion. He had felt the presence of this other male, this rival scent, in his territory, near his Luna. The raw primal fury that flooded the bond was terrifying. It was the rage of an alpha whose claim was being threatened. Julian felt it too. He stiffened, the easy smile falling from his face. A flicker of his own power rose to meet the challenge, a steady, earthy strength, like an ancient oak tree, very different from Adrian's sharp, cutting power. The air in Marcus's quiet, book-lined office crackled with the silent, invisible clash of two powerful alphas. "It seems my old friend is displeased," Julian murmured, his blue eyes holding mine. "He keeps you on a very short leash, doesn't he?" The words were a direct hit on my pride, on the fragile peace I had begun to make with my situation. Leash. It was the perfect, brutal word for the bond. "I am where I need to be," I said, my voice coming out stronger than I expected. The surge of Adrian's possessiveness through the bond, as terrifying as it was, had also ignited a spark of defiance in me. Julian's smile returned, this time with a hint of admiration. "Of course you are. Forgive me. When I heard it was you, I had to come." You knew me?" I asked, confused. "I knew of you," he corrected gently. "Of your line. The Marin pack was known for its gentleness, for its deep connection to the green world, a rare thing even in the old days. My father always spoke of them with great respect. When I heard the last of that line had been taken by Draven, I was concerned." He was talking about my parents, about the life I never knew. A wave of dizziness and a deep, aching grief washed over me. He knew my history. He was a connection to my broken past. "My time is short," Julian said, his eyes flickering toward the ceiling, toward the source of the silent, raging pressure. "But my lands are always open, should you ever find the city air too suffocating. The north is a good place to breathe." It was an offer, a clear, unambiguous offer of sanctuary, an escape route, a rival bid. He bowed his head slightly to me, a gesture of respect that felt more genuine than any I had received in this tower. "It was an honor to finally meet you, Luna Marin." Then he turned to Marcus. "My apologies for the disruption, old friend. We'll talk soon." And with that he was gone, leaving a profound silence in his wake, and the lingering, achingly beautiful scent of sunshine and wild heather. I stood trembling in the center of the room, my mind reeling. Julian Sterling had just walked into my life and blown a hole through the carefully constructed walls of my cage. He had offered me a choice I didn't know I had. He had seen me, not as an asset, not as an instrument, but as a person, a legacy. The pressure from the bond intensified, a cold, crushing weight. It was no longer a vague sense of anger. It was a summons, a silent, furious command. Now. I have to go," I stammered to Marcus, who was watching me with a troubled, compassionate expression. "Be careful, Isolde," he said quietly. "Alphas at odds are like colliding tectonic plates. The ground beneath them is never stable." I fled, my heart pounding, my senses in chaos. The scent of Julian was still clinging to my clothes, a flagrant foreign scent in this territory. As I rode the elevator up to the top floor, up to face the silent, raging alpha, I felt a terrifying, exhilarating emotion I hadn't felt since I was a child, running for my life, hope. And I knew, with a certainty that chilled me to the bone, that it was the most dangerous thing I could possibly possess. Chapter 8. Negotiating Territorial Lines. The elevator's ascent to the top floor was a journey into the heart of a storm. With every passing level, the pressure of Adrian's fury intensified, a psychic tempest that beat against the fragile walls of my mind. It was a cold, silent rage, far more terrifying than any shouted threat. It was the absolute, possessive fury of a predator whose territory had been invaded, whose exclusive claim had been challenged. The bond, which had become a familiar, low hum in the background of my existence, was now a screaming, high-tension wire, vibrating with his anger and pulling me inexorably toward him. My own emotions were a chaotic, churning sea. The encounter with Julian Sterling had been a seismic shock. He had offered me a glimpse of a different world, a different life. a world of sunshine and open spaces that resonated with a part of my soul I thought had long since died. His scent still clung to me, a ghost of wild heather and warm earth, a stark and vibrant contrast to the sterile, cold stone scent of the tower that had become my entire world. It was the scent of a choice I never knew I had, and it was a terrifying, intoxicating poison. When the elevator doors hissed open, I stepped into his office, and the full force of his presence hit me like a physical blow. The air was thick, charged with a dangerous, static energy that made the fine hairs on my arms stand on end. He wasn't at his desk. He was standing before the vast, floor-to-ceiling window, a dark, imposing silhouette against the afternoon sun, just as he had been on that first night. But this was not the controlled, impassive alpha who had offered me a contract. This was a barely leashed predator. He didn't turn, he didn't speak. He simply stood there, radiating waves of cold, concentrated rage that seemed to warp the very air in the room. The silence was a weapon, designed to break me, to make me babble, confess, and beg. I remembered Alara's first piece of advice, survive, and her second, do not show them weakness. My heart was hammering against my ribs, a frantic, terrified bird. My legs felt weak, but I forced myself to stand straight. I would not cower. I would not apologize for a conversation I hadn't sought. I stood in the center of the vast, empty room, a small island of defiance in his sea of fury, and I waited. Finally, after a silence that stretched to the breaking point, he spoke, his voice a low, dangerous rumble that was barely audible but shook the room. He scented you. It was not a question. It was an accusation, heavy with disgust and a deep, visceral possessiveness that was terrifying in its intensity. He was not angry that I had spoken to a rival. He was enraged that another alpha had dared to breathe the air around me, to assess my scent, to intrude on what was his. He introduced himself, I said, my voice commendably steady, though my insides were quaking. His name is Julian Sterling. Adrian turned, his movements slow, deliberate, each motion coiled with a lethal grace. His face was a mask of cold, controlled fury. His eyes were not the cool gray of the CEO. They were the flat, silver ice color of the wolf, and they were fixed on me with an unnerving, predatory focus. I know who he is, he said, his voice dropping even lower, a gravelly undertone of a growl lacing the words. His pack are farmers. They chase sheep and howl at the moon while the real world turns, a world they are too weak and sentimental to compete in. They are relics. He took a step toward me, then another. He was a storm front rolling in, inescapable. And now one of their relics has wandered into my territory, into my tower, and has put his scent all over my property. His property. The word was a slap in the face. It stripped away any illusion that I was anything more than a possession, an asset he had acquired. The flicker of hope Julian had ignited in me flared into a spark of defiance. I am not a piece of property, Puck, I said, my voice rising slightly. I am not a chair or a desk you can claim. I am a person. A humorless, predatory smile touched his lips. You are a signatory to a contract, he countered, his voice like silk sliding over steel. A contract sealed in your blood and mine. You are the Luna of this pack. You are mine. Your allegiance, your presence, your very scent is mine. That is the reality you agreed to. He stopped just a few feet from me, close enough that I was enveloped in his overwhelming presence. The clean, cold scent of his anger was a stark contrast to the memory of Julian's warm, earthy one. So you will tell me, what did the relic want? I lifted my chin. He knew of my family, the Marin pack. He spoke of them with respect. The words were a shield, a way of reminding him, and myself, that I had a history, a lineage, that I wasn't just a blank slate he had found and branded. Adrian's eyes narrowed. Ah, yes, the Marins, a pack of dreamers who thought they could live in peace on a valuable piece of territory without the strength to defend it. Their sentimentality got them slaughtered. A cautionary tale. Their history is one of failure. A history I saved you from repeating. His dismissal of my heritage was a calculated cruelty, designed to remind me of my weakness, of my debt to him. He was re-establishing the lines of our relationship. He was the powerful protector, and I was the weak, broken survivor who owed him everything. He offered me sanctuary, I said, the words falling like stones into the charged silence between us. It was a reckless, foolish thing to say, a direct challenge to his absolute authority. But Julian's offer had given me a hand to play, however weak, and I would not let Adrian think I was a will-less pawn. The reaction was instantaneous and terrifying. The last vestiges of his human control vanished. A low, guttural growl ripped from his chest, a sound so primal and full of menace that the windows seemed to vibrate. His eyes blazed with pure silver light. The air around him shimmered, and for a terrifying second, I thought he was going to shift, right there in the office. "Sanctuary," he snarled, the word of perversion on his lips. "He offered you a cage made of straw to replace one of steel. He would have you running with his sheep, hiding in the dirt, waiting for a stronger predator to come and devour you all, just like your parents. There is no sanctuary in weakness, Isolde. There is only death. Here," he swept a hand around the vast office, at the city glittering below. "Here there is power. Here there is absolute security, a security you seem to have forgotten the value of." In 2 long, silent strides, he closed the distance between us. He didn't touch me, he didn't have to. His proximity was a physical force, his rage a palpable heat. I was forced to crane my neck to look up at him, my defiance melting into a new wave of pure, instinctual fear. This was the alpha, raw and untamed. This was the wolf who had led the hunt, the apex predator whose will was law. "I will make this clear," he said, his voice a low, lethal whisper that was more frightening than any shout. "You will not see him again. You will not speak to him again. If he contacts you, you will inform me. His scent will be cleansed from this tower, and if he dares set foot in my territory again, I will consider it a declaration of war. Do you understand the terms?" He was negotiating again. Not a corporate contract, but a primal one. He was laying down the territorial lines, and I was the territory. I should have been terrified into submission. A part of me, the part that had spent years learning to survive by being small and silent, was screaming at me to yield, to lower my gaze, to expose my throat. But another part, the part that had held Kaylin's gaze, the part that had endured the hunt, the part that Julian Sterling had reminded was a Marin, refused to break completely. "And what are my terms?" I whispered, my voice trembling but audacious. His silver eyes widened fractionally. He had expected fear, submission, a complete collapse of my will. He had not expected a counteroffer. "Your terms," he repeated, his voice dangerously soft, "were a lifetime of safety and a place in my pack. You have them. The negotiation is over." "No," I said, finding a sliver of courage I didn't know I possessed. "My signature bought your protection, but my loyalty is not a clause in a contract. It must be earned. I am your Luna. You said my purpose was to be the heart of this pack. Its anchor. A heart cannot function in a vacuum. An anchor cannot hold if it is isolated from the ship." I took a shaky breath, the words tumbling out before my fear could silence them. "You keep me here, a prisoner in a beautiful apartment. You parade me at meetings like a new acquisition. You command me through a psychic leash. You have bound my wolf, but you have not engaged my mind. You use my senses, but you do not ask for my thoughts. I am not an instrument, Adrian, and if you treat me like one, I will eventually break." I was half sobbing by the end, the emotional toll of the confrontation of the past few weeks, finally breaking through my carefully constructed composure. I stood before him, exposed and vulnerable, having laid my own terms on the table. I had demanded to be treated not as a possession, but as a person, as his Luna, in truth. I fully expected him to strike me, to crush my pathetic rebellion with a single word. Instead, an extraordinary thing happened. The raw, primal fury in his eyes receded. The silver softened, fading back to the familiar, cool gray. The crushing weight of his dominance lessened, allowing me to breathe again. He looked at me, truly looked at me, and for the first time, I saw something other than the alpha or the CEO. I saw a flicker of surprise, a hint of grudging respect, and something else, something so fleeting and deeply buried I almost missed it. A profound and ancient loneliness. He was silent for a long time, his gaze searching my face, assessing my tear-streaked cheeks, the defiant tilt of my chin, the terror and courage warring in my eyes. "The door between our apartments," he said finally, his voice devoid of its earlier menace, now holding a strange, rough-hewn quality. "It has been locked since my last Luna died there." The admission was a crack in his armor, a piece of his own history, offered up as a startling, unexpected concession. My breath caught in my throat. "She was not like you," he continued, his gaze drifting toward the window, toward the past. "She was a daughter of the von Hesse clan. Our union was a political merger, an attempt to quell the feud with Nachtjager. She was ambitious, strong. She saw the Luna position as a seat of power, a rival throne. She challenged me at every turn, not for the good of the pack, but for her own glory. Her weakness was not in her bloodline, but in her ambition. It made her reckless. It got her killed." He looked back at me, and his eyes were filled with a weary, ancient pain. I locked that door to protect the pack from the memory of that division, that internal war. I swore I would never again allow that kind of power to sit beside me. Now I understood. His choice of me, his broken Luna, was not just a strategy, it was a scar. He hadn't chosen me for my weakness. He had chosen me for my lack of the kind of strength he had come to associate with betrayal and destruction. "You are not like her," he stated, a simple fact. "Your defiance is not for personal gain. It is for your own soul. You are not seeking a throne. You are asking for a place to stand." He reached out, and for a heart-stopping moment, I thought he was going to touch my face. Instead, his fingers brushed against the sleeve of my blouse, where Julian Sterling's scent was strongest. His expression tightened for a second, a flicker of the possessive alpha returning. Then it was gone. "The terms of our arrangement have been amended," he said, his voice a low, formal declaration. "Your isolation is counterproductive to your function as Luna. You will dine with me in the evenings. You will have unrestricted access to the legal archives, under Marcus's supervision. Your counsel will be heard." He paused. "And the door will be unlocked." He took a step back, re-establishing a formal distance between us. The negotiation was over. I had won, or at least I had not lost. I had stood my ground in the heart of the storm, and he had not broken me. He had listened. "Go," he said, his voice once again the familiar, cool tone of the CEO. "Ilara will brief you on the security protocols for the archival access. I have a meeting." He turned his back on me then, dismissing me as he always did. But this time it felt different. It was not the dismissal of a master to a tool. It was the closing of a debate, an adjournment, a temporary cessation of a negotiation that was far from over. I walked out of his office, my legs trembling, my body weak with the aftershocks of the confrontation. The air in the elevator felt cool and clean on my flushed cheeks. I had come to the top floor expecting to be punished, to be crushed. Instead, I had negotiated new terms for my existence. I had shown him I was more than just a survivor. I had shown him I was a Marin. And he, in turn, had shown me a glimpse of the man behind the alpha, a man scarred by a history I was only just beginning to understand. The territorial lines had been redrawn, not on a map, but between our two souls. And as the elevator descended, I knew with a terrifying certainty that the true battle for my heart and my freedom had only just begun. Chapter 9. The Volatility of the Full Moon Market. Unlocking a door is a simple mechanical act. A key turns, a bolt retracts. But when the heavy, soundproof door between our apartments swung open that evening, unlocked by some silent, electronic command from Adrian, it felt like a continental plate shifting, a fundamental change in the landscape of my life. I stood in my living room, staring at the open portal to his, my heart a frantic, fluttering thing. It was an invitation, a concession, and a profound, terrifying escalation of our contract. For 3 days, the door remained open, a gaping, silent question between us. I did not cross the threshold. He did not cross into my space. It was a demilitarized zone, a newly established border that neither of us seemed to have the courage to navigate. But its presence changed everything. My apartment no longer felt like a cage. It felt like one half of a whole. The silence was different now, filled with the low-level hum of his presence. So close I could sometimes hear the faint whisper of him turning a page or the soft clink of ice in a glass. The bond between us, once a long, taut line, now felt like a short, humming chord. Thick with an unspoken, nervous energy, our dinners were a strange, stilted affair. He would have a table set in his vast, minimalist dining area, a space of dark wood and chrome that overlooked the glittering city. We sat at opposite ends of a table long enough for 12, the distance between us a chasm. The food was exquisite, prepared by a chef I never saw, but I barely tasted it. Our conversations were as sparse and formal as the decor. Marcus has compiled the preliminary risk analysis for the Nachtjager portfolio, he might say, his voice echoing slightly in the large room. I'm still reading the historical data on their last territorial dispute, I would reply, my voice small. The one they labeled the Alsace acquisition. We talked about pack business, about market fluctuations that were really territorial pressures, about corporate strategies that were thinly veiled plans for war. We never spoke of Julian Sterling. We never spoke of the unlocked door. We never spoke of the strange, electric tension that shimmered in the space between us. I was his Luna, his counsel, but the intimacy was one of strategy, not of soul. He was adhering to the letter of our new terms, but the spirit was absent. He had opened the door, but he had not invited me in. And all the while, the moon was waxing, growing from a silver sliver to a pregnant, heavy orb in the night sky. I had been so consumed by my new life, by the sensory overload and the precarious political landscape of the pack, that I hadn't been tracking it. But my body knew. A deep, restless ache began to settle in my bones. A familiar, low-grade fever hummed under my skin. My senses, already sharp, became painfully acute. The smell of the food at dinner was almost nauseatingly strong. The quiet hum of the tower's ventilation system was a roar in my ears. The wolf, the broken, chained thing inside me, was waking up. It was a feeling I knew with a deep, sickening dread. For years I had fought this. I had used iron-willed discipline, sedatives, sometimes even starvation to suppress the change, to keep the beast locked down during the full moon's peak. The pain of my failed shifts was a powerful deterrent. But here, in this tower, surrounded by the constant thrumming energy of a healthy, powerful pack, my own nature was being stimulated, called forth, whether I wanted it to be or not. The proximity to Adrian, the constant thrum of the bond, was like a powerful hormone, feeding the part of me I had tried so hard to kill. On the day of the full moon, I woke with a splitting headache and a tremor in my hands I couldn't control. The bond was a live wire, humming with an energy that was almost painful. Through it, I could feel the restlessness of the entire pack, a kinetic, coiled spring tension that permeated the entire tower. They called it market volatility in the morning briefing, a period of unpredictable fluctuations and aggressive trading. It was a perfect sanitized metaphor for the raw, primal energy that was about to be unleashed. Adrian was a thundercloud of controlled power. His presence at the morning meeting was immense, his self-control a tangible force of will that held the restless energy of his counsel in check. But I could feel the wolf pacing just beneath the surface of his skin, could see it in the luminous silver depths of his eyes. I barely made it through the day. Every scent, Every sound was a physical assault. By the time I returned to my apartment, I was shaking, my skin clammy with sweat. The ache in my bones had become a deep, grinding pain. The change was coming, and I was terrified. I had no sedatives here, no way to fight it. My only option was to lock myself in the vast marble bathroom and ride out the storm of my own failed biology, to endure the agonizing, half-formed shift in solitude. It was my shame, my secret, and I would not let the alpha see it. But as I stumbled toward the bathroom, a wave of dizziness washed over me, so intense my vision blacked out for a second. I fell against the wall, a strangled gasp escaping my lips. The pain in my spine was a searing, white-hot agony, as if my vertebrae were trying to realign themselves and failing. A sound came from the open doorway. His doorway. I looked up, my vision swimming, to see Adrian standing there. He had shed his suit jacket and tie. His white shirt was open at the collar, and his sleeves were rolled up. The controlled CEO was gone. In his place was the alpha, his eyes burning with a silver light, his body radiating a powerful, restless energy. He had felt my distress through the bond. "What is it?" he demanded, his voice a low, rough growl. "Nothing," I gasped, trying to push myself upright, to hide my weakness. "I'm tired." "You are a terrible liar, Isolde," he said. And in 2 long strides, he was across the room, in my territory, standing over me. His proximity was overwhelming, his power feeding the chaotic, painful energy that was tearing me apart. "It's the moon, the change is coming." "I can handle it," I gritted out, shame and fear making my voice sharp. "Leave me alone." "No," he said, his voice absolute. He knelt before me, his presence eclipsing the world. He reached out and placed a hand on my forehead. His skin was cool, a stark contrast to the fire raging through me. His touch was not gentle, but it was steady, anchoring. "You are burning with fever, your body is fighting itself. This is the fracture I scented." He looked into my eyes, and his gaze was no longer analytical. It was ancient, knowing. "You have been suppressing it, starving it. For how long?" "Years," I whispered, the confession torn from me. "It's wrong. It hurts. It doesn't work." A wave of agony, sharper than the last, seized me. My back arched, and a cry of pure animal pain was ripped from my throat. I collapsed, my body convulsing. Adrian swore, a low guttural curse, and then his arms were around me. He lifted me from the floor as if I weighed nothing. It was not a gentle, romantic gesture. It was a swift, efficient acquisition of a failing asset. He carried me not to my bed, not back to his apartment, but toward the private elevator in my living room. Where are we going?" I stammered, my head spinning, my body a crucible of pain. "The one place in this tower built for this," he growled. "The one place where the wild is allowed inside." The elevator took us down, deep into the foundations of the building. The air grew cooler, damper, smelling of earth and stone and deep underground water. The doors opened into a place I couldn't have imagined. It was a vast, subterranean cavern. The ceiling was rough-hewn rock, dozens of feet high. The floor was covered in soft, dark earth. A waterfall cascaded down one wall, feeding a deep, clear pool that glimmered in the soft, ambient light. Trees, real trees, whose tops disappeared into the darkness above, grew from the earth. The air was cool and clean and smelled of wet stone and living green. It was a piece of the ancient forest, captured and contained 100 floors beneath the city. In the center of the cavern, a section of the rock ceiling was gone, replaced by a massive, thick pane of reinforced glass. And through it, impossibly, the full moon shone down, a perfect luminous circle of white light, its beams cutting through the darkness to pool on the earthen floor. This was their den, their place of transformation. Adrian carried me to the center of the cavern and set me down gently on the soft earth, directly in the pool of moonlight. The cool, damp soil was a shock of relief against my feverish skin. "The change is a release, not a battle," he said, his voice a low rumble. He stood over me, his form a dark silhouette against the moon. "You have been fighting it, turning its power inward, against yourself. That is why it breaks you. You must let it go. You must yield." "I can't," I cried, another wave of pain making me arch my back. "I don't know how." "Yes, you do," he said, his voice dropping, becoming a hypnotic, resonant growl. "The wolf knows. You have just never trusted it." He began to unbutton his shirt. "I will not let you go through this alone. I will anchor you." He stripped off his shirt, his pants, with an unself-conscious, primal grace. In the moonlight, his body was a marvel of controlled power, all lean muscle and corded strength. His skin pale, crisscrossed with the faint silver lines of old scars. He was the most beautiful and terrifying thing I had ever seen. The change took him then. It was not like in the lodge. There was no pack here, only him and me and the moon. This was a personal, almost sacred act. He closed his eyes, his head tilting back as the moonlight bathed him. His bones shifted with a sound like the earth settling. Dark, midnight fur sprouted, covering his pale skin. His form flowed, lengthened, became the massive black wolf, his silver eyes blazing with the moon's captured light. He was no longer Adrian Draven, CEO. He was the Alpha, in all his primal glory. He padded silently to me and lay down on the earth beside me, his huge, warm body a solid living wall against my trembling form. He didn't touch me, but his presence was a tangible thing, a vast, calming ocean of power. Through the bond, he sent not a command, but a feeling: trust, release, yield. "I am here. You are not alone." The pain was still immense, a fire in my bones, but for the first time, it was not accompanied by the stark, absolute terror of being alone. He was here. His strength was a shield around me. He was lending me his control, his perfect mastery of the change. I closed my eyes and focused on his presence through the bond. I stopped fighting. I stopped trying to hold the beast back. For the first time in my life, I yielded. I let go, the agony intensified for a moment, a final, tearing paroxysm. I screamed. A raw, ragged sound that was half human, half animal. And then something broke. A dam inside me that had been holding back a lifetime of pain and fear shattered. The energy that had been turning inward, breaking my own bones, rushed outward. It was still a flawed, broken thing. My bones shifted with a grating, painful sound. Fur sprouted, but it was patchy, the wrong color, a pale, sickly gray instead of the rich brown of my mother's line. My mind fractured, but instead of red-hazed chaos, I found myself anchored to the calm, steady consciousness of the Alpha beside me. I was a ship breaking apart in a storm, but I was tied fast to a mountain. The change, when it was over, was not complete. It never was. I was not a sleek, powerful wolf. I was a pathetic, half-formed creature, too large for a wolf, too feral for a human, a monster of half measures. My body was a roadmap of my own broken lineage. Shame, hot and absolute, washed over me. I lay on the cool earth, a whimpering, hideous thing, exposed in the moonlight in front of him. I had shown him my deepest, most shameful secret. I was a failure, a genetic flaw. I waited for the disgust, the contempt, the rejection. I waited for him to see the faulty asset for what it was and discard it. Instead, the great black wolf beside me moved. He nudged my misshapen head with his own powerful one. It was a gentle, hesitant gesture. And then he did something that shattered my entire understanding of him. He began to groom me. His long, warm tongue swept over my patchy fur, cleaning away the sweat and dirt of the agonizing transformation. The gesture was slow, deliberate, and unbelievably tender. It was not the act of a CEO managing an asset. It was the act of a wolf comforting its mate, a gesture of pure, instinctual care and acceptance. Through the bond, I felt a wave of emotion from him, so complex and profound it made me ache. It was not pity, It was a deep, resonant sadness for my pain, an ancient empathy, and beneath that, something else, mine. The word was not a declaration of ownership this time. It was a statement of fact, of responsibility, of belonging, mine to protect, mine to heal. Tears, hot and animal, leaked from my eyes. I lay there, a broken, monstrous thing, and let the great alpha of Valian Tower groom me as if I were precious, as if I were whole. He licked away my tears, his presence a warm, solid certainty in the cool, moonlit cavern. In the heart of the corporate machine, in a secret den of earth and stone, chained by a blood contract and a psychic bond, I was more vulnerable than I had ever been in my life. And for the first time since I was a child, I was not afraid. The market had crashed. My defenses were liquidated, but in the ruins, I had found the one thing I had never expected from Adrian Draven. Not protection, not security, but a strange, terrifying, and profoundly gentle form of grace. Chapter 10. Breaching the Confidentiality Clause. The dawn that followed the full moon was a fragile, tentative thing, both in the sky and in the spaces between us. We changed back in the subterranean cavern, the first gray light filtering down through the glass ceiling, diluting the moon's power. The transformation back was as agonizing for me as the one before, my body fighting the return to its human cage. But this time, Adrian's presence was a constant, steadying force. He lay beside me, a great black shadow, and through the bond, he lent me his strength, his calm, creating an anchor in the storm of my own biology. When it was over, I lay naked and trembling on the cool earth, exhausted but whole. The familiar human aches replacing the sharp, tearing pains of the shift. Adrian, now a man again, stood and dressed in silence, his back to me. The intimacy of the night, the shocking tenderness of his actions, had vanished with the moon, replaced by his usual severe, controlled demeanor. It was as if a confidentiality clause had been invoked, sealing the events of the night away in some deep, inaccessible vault. He brought me my clothes and a bottle of water, his movements efficient, impersonal. But as I took them, my fingers brushed his, and a jolt of static electricity, sharp and startling, passed between us. His eyes met mine, and for a fraction of a second, I saw a flicker of something in their gray depths. A memory of the night, a question, before the mask of the CEO slammed back into place. "We have a 7 a.m. meeting with the board," was all he said, his voice rough. The days that followed were a study in contradiction. Outwardly, nothing had changed. We were the Alpha and his silent, observant Luna, a formidable and enigmatic team at the head of the corporate pack. Our dinners were still formal, our conversations still centered on business. But the unlocked door between our apartments was no longer a symbol of a truce. It was a conduit. A low-level hum of awareness now passed between our spaces, a constant subliminal acknowledgement of the other's presence. And something fundamental within me had shifted. The shame I had carried for a lifetime, the secret of my brokenness, had been witnessed, and I had not been rejected. My deepest vulnerability had been met not with contempt, but with a strange gruff tenderness that had unsettled me more than any act of dominance. The bond between us had changed. It was no longer just a leash. It was a complex living thing, a conduit for more than just commands and strategic signals. Sometimes, late at night, when I knew he was working in his study, I would feel a wave of profound weariness from him, the immense crushing weight of the empire he carried on his shoulders. And once, when I had cut my finger while preparing a small snack in my kitchen, I had felt a sharp, startling spike of his concern, a protective surge so fierce it had made me drop the knife. He was aware of me in a way he hadn't been before, and I, in turn, was beginning to see past the predator and the CEO to the man beneath, a man who was more complex, more scarred, and more isolated than I could ever have imagined. My studies with Marcus Thorne continued, providing a welcome intellectual anchor in the swirling emotional currents of my new life. The legal archives were a treasure trove, a secret history of the shifter world, written in the dry, precise language of contracts and depositions. I was piecing together the long, bloody narrative of the feud with Nachtjager Industries, a rivalry that was less about market share and more about a fundamental philosophical war. Nachtjager, under the ruthless leadership of Baron von Hesse, believed in a brutal form of shifter supremacy. They saw humans as cattle, a resource to be exploited and controlled, not integrated with. They viewed Adrian's corporate model, his pack's careful, secret assimilation into the human world of power and finance, as a disgusting perversion of their true nature, a weakening of the wolf. They are purists, Marcus explained one afternoon, as we reviewed a file detailing a violent corporate raid. In reality, a bloody territorial skirmish from the 1980s. They believe we have forgotten the blood in the soil. They see Adrian as a traitor to his own kind. And Adrian's first Luna, she was one of them? I asked quietly. Marcus's expression grew grim. Katja von Hesse, the Baron's niece. The marriage was a political maneuver, an attempt to merge the two ideologies, to create a lasting peace. It was a catastrophic failure. He sighed, the sound heavy with memory. Katja was her uncle's creature through and through. She saw our ways as a weakness to be exploited from within. She was constantly undermining the alpha, sowing dissent among the pack, pushing for more aggressive, more violent solutions. She believed the only way to ensure our survival was through dominance, not secrecy. He looked at me, his eyes full of a somber understanding. Her death was ruled an accident, a car crash on a mountain road. But few on the council believe that. She had made too many enemies, both within our pack and outside of it. The Baron has always held Adrian responsible. He sees her death not as a tragedy, but as an assassination, a final rejection of his philosophy. Her death wasn't the end of the war. It was the beginning of a long, cold one. The pieces clicked into place. Adrian's coldness, his obsessive control, his rejection of a traditional Luna in favor of me, it was all a reaction to Katja. She had been his opposite in every way, strong where I was weak, ambitious where I was compliant, a purist where I was a hybrid of two worlds. He hadn't just been betrayed by a mate, he had been betrayed by an entire ideology. That evening, as Adrian and I sat at opposite ends of the long dining table, the silence between us felt different. It was no longer just empty space. It was filled with the ghosts of the past, with the unspoken history that defined him. I looked at his face, at the severe, handsome lines that rarely softened, at the ancient weariness in his eyes, and I saw him not just as my captor, but as a fellow survivor. I was in the archives with Marcus today, I said, my voice soft, breaking our unspoken rule of keeping the conversation strictly to present business. We were reviewing the files on Katja von Hesse. Adrian went utterly still. The fork in his hand paused halfway to his mouth. His face became a mask of ice, his gray eyes turning hard and cold as frozen steel. The temperature in the room seemed to drop 10 degrees. "That is a closed file," he said, his voice dangerously quiet. "It is not relevant to current operations." "I think it is," I countered, my heart beginning to pound. This was a breach, a direct violation of the invisible boundaries he had set. To understand the threat from Nachtjager, I need to understand the history. To be an effective anchor, I need to understand the storms you've already weathered. He placed his fork down with a quiet, deliberate click. You need to understand your function, Isolde. Your function is to feel the present, not to excavate the past. My history is not part of our contract. Isn't it? I pressed, emboldened by a strange new courage. You know my history. You know about the fracture in my bloodline, about my parents. You have access to my entire life. Is our partnership so one-sided that I am not allowed to know yours? The word hung in the air between us. Partnership. It was a word I had never dared to use, a word that redefined our entire arrangement. He stared at me, his expression unreadable, but the fury I expected did not come. Instead, a deep, profound weariness seemed to settle over him. He leaned back in his chair, running a hand over his face. It was the most unguarded gesture I had ever seen him make. Her ghost is a poison in this pack, he said, his voice low and rough, as if the words were being torn from him. For 5 years I have worked to purge it. Bringing it up is unwise. Secrets are a poison too, I whispered. You of all people should know that. Your entire empire is built on a secret, but a secret kept from your own pack, from your own Luna, it becomes a weakness, a vulnerability. Baron von Hesse uses her memory as a weapon against you. He uses your silence. Don't you think it's time to disarm him? He looked at me for a long, silent moment, and I felt as if he were seeing me for the first time, not as the timid intern, not as the broken wolf, not as a strategic asset, but as an equal, as counsel. The night she died, he began, his voice barely a whisper, his gaze fixed on some point in the distant past. We were at the lodge, the one where we held the hunt. There was a meeting of the council. She had just returned from a visit to her uncle in Germany. She was agitated, feral. She was pushing for a direct, violent confrontation with a human corporation that was encroaching on our territory. A simple matter that could have been handled with litigation and a hostile stock purchase. She wanted blood. He paused, the memory clearly painful. I refused. I told her the old ways were dead, that our strength was in our subtlety, our control. We argued. It was not the first time, but this was different. She looked at me with a hatred that was pure. She accused me of being a half-breed, a human sympathizer, a wolf who had forgotten his own teeth. His hands clenched into fists on the table. She stormed out, said she was going back to the city. I told her not to drive, that she was too emotional, that a storm was coming in over the mountains. She laughed at me. She said I was afraid of a little rain. She said she was a wolf, not a house pet. Those were her last words to me. He fell silent. The story hung in the air, stark and tragic. The official report said it was an accident, but I could feel the truth in the spaces between his words. You think she crashed the car on purpose, I breathed, the realization a cold shock. He finally met my gaze, and his eyes were filled with a bleak, haunted darkness. I think, he said slowly, that she saw only 2 outcomes, victory or martyrdom. If she could not rule by my side, she would become a martyr for her uncle's cause, her death a permanent stain on my reign, a rallying cry for the purists. She drove into that storm, knowing she would either emerge a legend or die a symbol. In her own way, she won. The confession was a breach of a confidentiality clause that had been sealed for 5 years. He had shared the deepest source of his pain, his failure, his guilt, with me. He had treated me not as an instrument, but as a confessor. I didn't know what to say. There were no words for a tragedy of that magnitude, so I did the only thing I could think of. I stood up, my chair scraping softly against the polished floor. I walked the long distance between us, around the vast, empty table, until I stood beside his chair. He watched my approach, his face a mask of wary surprise. He was not a man who was used to being approached, to comfort. I placed a hand on his shoulder. He flinched, his entire body going rigid at the unexpected contact. His shoulder was hard as stone beneath my palm, a knot of coiled, tense muscle. I didn't pull away. I just stood there, my hand resting on him. A silent, simple gesture of shared presence. I was his anchor, and for the first time, I was offering not just my senses, but my solace, slowly, almost imperceptibly. I felt the tension begin to seep out of him. The rigid line of his shoulders softened. He let out a long, slow breath he seemed to have been holding for 5 years. He didn't speak. He didn't look at me, but he didn't pull away. He leaned into my touch, just a fraction of an inch, a silent, stunning admission of his own need. We stood like that for a long time, in the silent, glass-walled dining room high above the sleeping city, the ghosts of the past swirling around us, the Alpha and his broken Luna, 2 survivors, scarred by different battles, bound by a contract, and now, for the first time, connected by the shared, fragile weight of a secret. The door between us had been unlocked, and now, finally, one of us had dared to step across the threshold. Chapter 11. The Scent of Betrayal in the Vents. The confession, the shared moment of fragile connection, did not magically transform our relationship. Adrian did not become a warm, open man overnight. The walls he had built around himself were ancient and deeply rooted, but a hairline crack had appeared in the fortress. Our dinners became less of a formal observance and more of a true counsel. He began to solicit my opinion, not just my instinctual reactions. He would lay out the complexities of a deal, the tangled genealogies of a rival pack, and ask, "What do you feel?" He was teaching me. He was sharpening his instrument, honing me into a more effective tool, but it felt like more than that. He was sharing the immense burden of his alpha ship, allowing me to carry a small corner of its weight. The loneliness that had clung to him like a shroud began, ever so slightly, to recede. And in sharing his burden, I found a sense of purpose that went beyond mere survival. I was no longer just the Luna in title. I was beginning to perform the function, to be the living, feeling heart that the corporate and steel body of the pack so desperately needed. The threat of Nacht Jager Industries continued to simmer, a cold war fought in the stock market and through proxies. Their takeover bid had failed, but they were now engaged in a campaign of subtle sabotage. A key Valion shipping route would be inexplicably delayed. A potential client would suddenly back out of a lucrative deal. These were small, irritating blows, the equivalent of wolves nipping at the heels of a much larger predator. They were designed to test our defenses, to find a weakness. "They are looking for an opening," Marcus Thorne said, during one of our sessions in the archives. His face was grim. "The Baron is not a man who accepts defeat. He is searching for a vulnerability inside our walls, a disgruntled employee, a security flaw, a secret he can exploit." His words sent a chill down my spine. The greatest strength of the Valion pack was its secrecy, its perfect camouflage within the human world. Exposure would be catastrophic. It was my heightened senses, the ones Adrian had gambled on, that found the first real clue. It started as a scent, a faint, discordant note in the carefully filtered air of Valion Tower. For days, I caught whiffs of it in the corridors, in the elevators, even faintly, in my own apartment. It was a strange chemical odor, sharp and acrid, with a bitter, metallic undertone. It reminded me of something from my past, a memory I couldn't quite place. It was the smell of sickness, of something unnatural. I tried to ignore it at first. The tower was a complex mechanical organism, full of strange smells from the HVAC systems, the cleaning crews, the cafeterias. But this scent was different. It was furtive. It clung to the edges of things, hiding in the vents, and it set my teeth on edge. It was the scent of a lie. I mentioned it to Adrian during dinner. "There's a strange smell in the building," I said, trying to describe it. "It's like burnt chemicals and something else, something bitter." He paused, a glass of water halfway to his lips. His focus sharpened, his gray eyes narrowing. He trusted my senses implicitly now. "Where have you scented it?" "Everywhere, but it's strongest in the lower levels, the administrative floors, the mailroom." "Alara will have engineering run a full diagnostic on the HVAC system," he said, his tone all business. But through the bond, I felt a flicker of disquiet. He knew this wasn't a simple maintenance issue. The engineers found nothing. The diagnostics came back clean. The official explanation was that a cleaning solvent used by the night crew had caused the odor, but the scent remained. A persistent, ghostly presence that only I seemed to be able to detect. And it was getting stronger. The memory it triggered finally surfaced one afternoon as I was walking through the 40th floor, the domain of the aggressive, high-stakes traders. The scent was thick here, a sickly sweet undercurrent beneath the usual smells of ambition and stale coffee. I stopped, my head suddenly pounding, a wave of nausea washing over me. The smell. I remembered it now. It was the smell of wolfsbane, not the fresh green plant, but a refined, concentrated, weaponized form of it. Years ago, in one of the grim temporary towns I had hidden in, a hunter had passed through. He had used darts coated in a silver and wolfsbane compound. The wolf who had been hit, a young, reckless stray, hadn't died immediately. He had sickened, his transformation mechanism shattered, his body racked with a fever that burned from the inside out. He had staggered through the woods for 2 days, leaving a trail that smelled exactly like this, a bitter chemical taint of poison and dying wolf. My blood ran cold. Wolfsbane. Here, inside Valion Tower. It wasn't just a scent. It was a weapon. Someone was being systematically poisoned. I fled to the top floor. I didn't wait for the elevator to be summoned. I slammed my hand on the call button, my panic a rising tide. I burst into Adrian's office without waiting to be announced. He was on a conference call, his voice a low, commanding baritone. He looked up, his eyes flashing with annoyance at the interruption. But then he saw my face, my pallor, the terror in my eyes. "We'll continue this later," he said into his headset, cutting the connection without another word. He stood up. "Isolde? What is it?" "Wolfsbane," I gasped, the word tasting like poison on my tongue. "The smell, it's wolfsbane. Someone in the building is being poisoned with it." The change in him was instantaneous. The calm, controlled CEO vanished, and the alpha stood in his place, his face a mask of cold, lethal fury. The air in the room crackled with his power. "Who?" he growled. "I don't know. The scent is everywhere, but it's diffuse, carried on the vents. It's strongest on the trading floor. The traders," he muscled, his mind working with terrifying speed. "The most aggressive, the most volatile. The ones who would be most destabilized by a slow-acting poison that attacks the change. It would cause erratic behavior, poor judgment, financial losses. Nachtjager is not trying to kill us. They are trying to cripple us from within." He strode to his desk, his movements swift and precise. He hit a button on his intercom. "Kaylin, Thorne, my office now." Within minutes, the enforcer and the lawyer were there, their faces grim. They had felt the alpha's silent, furious summons. Adrian laid out the situation with brutal efficiency. "The Luna has scented wolfsbane in the HVAC system, concentrated around the 40th floor. It's a low-dose, aerosolized compound. Poison, an act of war by Nachtjager." Kaylin's face was a thundercloud of rage. "We sweep the building. We find the device. We find the traitor who planted it." "No," Marcus said, his voice a calm counterpoint to Kaylin's fury. "A sweep would cause a panic, and the traitor would be forewarned. We need to be surgical. We need to know who the target is, and who the agent is." "The agent has to be human," Adrian said, his gaze distant, calculating. "No wolf would poison his own den, not even a traitor. The scent of the poison would be too strong. It would sicken them as well. They used a human employee, someone with access to the HVAC maintenance shafts, someone invisible." My blood turned to ice. A human employee, invisible. The words describe my former life perfectly. "Isolde," Adrian said, his gray eyes locking onto mine. His voice was not accusatory, but it was intense, demanding. "You can track this. Your senses are the only weapon we have that they won't anticipate. The trail in the vents is diffuse, but the traitor must carry a trace of it on them. The human who planted the device, find them." It was the most terrifying command he had ever given me. He was asking me to hunt, not for deer in a forest, but for a traitor in a building of thousands. He was asking me to use the most primal part of my nature to navigate a human world of secrets and lies. I don't know if I can," I whispered. "To track one scent among so many." "You can," Adrian said, his voice leaving no room for doubt. "You are a Marin. Your line was known for its tracking abilities, for its connection to the subtle currents. It is in your blood. Trust it." He was invoking my lineage again, not as a weakness, but as a strength. He was showing more faith in my broken abilities than I had ever had myself. For the next 2 days, I became a ghost in the machine. With Alara as a silent, watchful escort, I moved through the tower. I told myself I was conducting a corporate efficiency audit, a plausible cover story that gave me access to every floor, every department. But my real work was done with my nose, my ears, my instincts. I walked the corridors, my head held high, my expression a mask of calm professionalism, while inside, my senses were screaming, sifting through a chaotic storm of information. I started on the trading floor. The wolfsbane contamination was a sickening miasma here, and the effects were visible. The traders, normally sharp and predatory, were on edge. Their movements were jerky. Their eyes held a feverish, paranoid light. Their scents were sour with stress and a low-grade, constant nausea. A few were sweating heavily, their skin pale. They were all being slowly, systematically sickened, their primal instincts thrown into chaos by the poison. But the source, the trader, was not among them. I spent hours there, moving from desk to desk, analyzing, sniffing, feeling. The scent of the poison clung to them, but it was a passive contamination. None of them carried the active primary scent of the source. I moved through the other departments, accounting, marketing, human resources. With every floor, the task felt more impossible. The tower was a city unto itself, with thousands of employees, thousands of scents. How could I find one single tainted thread in such a complex tapestry? I was beginning to lose hope, my senses growing dull with fatigue, my head pounding from the constant effort. The trader was too careful. The scent was too diffuse. Then on the third day I found it. I was in the basement levels, in the vast, humming server rooms that were the electronic brain of the Valion Empire. The air here was chilled, the noise of the cooling fans a constant roar. And beneath it all, I smelled it, a faint but distinct trail of the wolfsbane. It was stronger here, less diffuse. I followed it, my heart beginning to pound a slow, heavy drumbeat. The trail led me away from the server rooms, into a labyrinth of concrete maintenance corridors, a world of exposed pipes and electrical conduits that formed the guts of the tower. This was the unseen world, the places the executives never went. And here, the trail grew stronger, fresher. I followed it to a small, cluttered office tucked away in a forgotten corner of the basement. The sign on the door read, Janitorial Supply, Night Shift Supervisor. A name was stenciled beneath it. Brenda Kowalski, Brenda, the woman from the cubicle near mine in the archives, the woman with the cloying floral air freshener, the woman who had always been quiet, mousy, utterly invisible, just like me. I stood before the closed door, my blood like ice in my veins. The scent was coming from inside. The bitter chemical tang of wolfsbane, mingling with the cheap, suffocatingly sweet scent of fake gardenias. Her air freshener wasn't just a preference. It was camouflage. She was using it to mask the scent of the poison she was working with. My mind reeled. Why? Why would a quiet, middle-aged human janitorial supervisor betray the most powerful corporation in the city? What could Nachtjager have offered her? Money? Threats against her family? I knew I should go back, report to Adrian, let Kalen and his security team handle it. That was the logical, safe thing to do. But as I stood there, another scent reached me from under the door. A scent that made the hair on the back of my neck stand up. It was the smell of fear, stark, animal terror, and it was fresh. Brenda was in there, and she was terrified. Before I could think, before I could weigh the risks, I opened the door. The small office was a mess of cleaning supplies, stacked boxes, and dusty paperwork. Brenda was sitting at her small metal desk, her back to me. She was hunched over, her shoulders shaking with silent sobs. A small, industrial-looking atomizer sat on the desk in front of her, a faint, acrid mist still clinging to its nozzle, the source of the poison. "Brenda?" I said softly. She flinched violently, whirling around in her chair. Her face was pale, her eyes wide with a desperate, hunted fear. She was a small woman, with faded, mousy hair and a perpetually worried expression. She looked harmless, but the evidence of her treason sat on the desk between us. When she saw me, her expression crumpled from fear. into a strange, heartbreaking relief. "Oh, thank God," she whispered, tears streaming down her face. They told me if I was found out, one of them would come for me. One of the wolves." She looked at me, at my expensive suit, my composed demeanor. "But it's you. You're just human." I didn't answer. I just looked at her, at the atomizer, at the terror in her eyes. And I understood. This wasn't a simple case of a traitor selling secrets for money. This was something far more complex and far more tragic. Brenda wasn't a villain, she was a victim. Nachtjager hadn't bought her loyalty. They had coerced it, and she was trapped, terrified of both the monsters who were forcing her to act and the monsters she was betraying. My function was to find the traitor. My duty was to report to my alpha. But looking at the weeping, terrified human woman in front of me, I felt another, older instinct rise up. The instinct of the anchor, the instinct of the heart. My name is Isolde Marin, and my duty, first and foremost, was to protect the innocent. This situation required more than just a predator. It required a Luna, and I was about to breach every confidentiality clause in my contract. Chapter 12. Liquidating an Ancient Enemy. "Tell me everything, Brenda," I said, my voice soft but firm. I closed the office door behind me, the soft click echoing in the small, cluttered space. The air was thick with the cloying scent of gardenias and the sharp, bitter tang of the wolfsbane atomizer, a nauseating combination of deceit and desperation. Brenda flinched at the sound of the door closing, her eyes darting around the room as if looking for an escape route where none existed. She was a cornered animal, trembling on the verge of collapse. My presence, while not the hulking, fanged monster she had been expecting, was still a symbol of the power she had betrayed. She saw me as part of the machine, a cog in the Valion Empire. She couldn't know that I understood her fear, her invisibility, better than anyone. "They'll kill me," she whispered, her voice a ragged, broken thing. "If I talk, they'll kill me. They'll kill my son." The words hung in the air, heavy and absolute, my son. The explanation was as simple and as powerful as that. This wasn't about corporate espionage or greed. This was about a mother's love, twisted and weaponized against her. "Who are they?" I asked, keeping my voice level, calm. I pulled up a rickety metal stool, the only other piece of furniture in the room, and sat down, placing myself on her level. I did not loom over her. I did not intimidate. I offered her a space to speak. She looked at me, her tear-filled eyes searching my face for some sign of a threat, or perhaps of hope. I don't know their names," she stammered, wringing her hands in her lap. "A man. He approached me a month ago outside my apartment building. He was handsome, charming. He knew my name. He knew that my son Michael has a rare blood disorder. He knew how much the treatments cost, that my insurance from Valeon doesn't cover all of it. He knew everything." Her story tumbled out in a torrent of fear and shame. The charming man had offered her a deal. He would pay for all of Michael's medical care, in cash, no questions asked. All she had to do was a simple, routine task. Once a week, she was to take a small, pre-filled canister, the atomizer on her desk, and attach it to a specific intake valve in the HVAC system that serviced the 40th floor. She was told it was a harmless, odorless chemical, an industrial air freshener designed to create a subliminal feeling of anxiety in the traders, a bit of corporate sabotage to give a rival an edge. A dirty trick, but not a dangerous one. "I knew it was wrong," she sobbed, her face crumpling. "But Michael, he was getting worse. The debt was piling up. I was going to lose our apartment. I thought it was just a harmless prank. I never would have, if I had known it was poison." 2 weeks ago, the charming man had been replaced by another, one who did not bother with charm. This one was cold, brutal, his eyes like chips of ice. He had shown her photographs of her son, at school, at the park, in the hospital. He had explained in calm, chilling detail. what the chemical she was planting really was, and what would happen to her and to Michael if she stopped or if she paused. She had been trapped, forced to continue planting the poison, knowing she was hurting people, her guilt a living, eating thing inside her. "He called me this morning," Brenda whispered, her gaze fixed on the atomizer as if it were a venomous snake. He said there was a problem, that people were getting suspicious. He said the dosage needed to be increased. He told me to use this new canister tonight. He said it was much stronger. He said if I didn't, Michael would have... An accident! My blood ran cold. Nachtjager was escalating. They had sensed their subtle attack was not having the desired effect, or perhaps they had learned of my investigation. They were moving from sabotage to outright murder. This stronger dose wasn't designed to destabilize. It was designed to kill. And Brenda was the delivery system, a pawn to be sacrificed. The moment she planted that final lethal dose, she would become a liability. Baron von Hess would not hesitate to silence her and her son, to cover his tracks. "The man who gave you the canister," I said, my voice sharp with urgency. "When and where are you supposed to meet him to get your payment, to be told what to do next?" "Tonight," she choked out. "At a warehouse by the docks, Pier 4, at 11 p.m., he said to come alone." It was a trap. Not for Brenda, but for us. Nachtjager knew we were closing in. They had likely been observing me, seeing the Luna of Valion, who never left the executive floors, suddenly auditing the janitorial archives. They were setting a trap, using Brenda as the bait, hoping to lure one of Adrian's lieutenants into an ambush. It was a classic, aggressive move, straight from the Von Hess playbook. My mind raced, weighing the options. The logical, pack-oriented response was clear. I retreat, I report to Adrian. Kalen and his security team, a dozen heavily armed and highly trained wolves, would descend on that warehouse and liquidate the threat with brutal efficiency. Brenda and her son would be taken into protective custody, becoming wards of the pack, their lives forever entangled in our secret war. It was the safe, correct, strategic move. But as I looked at Brenda's terrified face, I saw another path. Kalen's approach would be a hammer blow. It would be loud. It would be bloody. It would confirm to Nachtjager that their infiltration had been discovered, triggering an all-out war. Adrian would win that war, I had no doubt, but the cost would be immense. Exposure was the greatest risk, and a bloody battle on the city docks was a huge risk. And what of Brenda? She would be safe, yes, but she would be a prisoner of the gratitude she owed us. Her life defined forever by her mistake. She and her son would live in a gilded cage, just as I did. I thought of what Julian Sterling had said, of my Marin lineage, a deep connection to the green world. My ancestors had not been warriors and CEOs, they had been tenders, guardians, solvers of puzzles. They had been known for their cunning, not just their claws. Adrian had told me to find the traitor. He had given me a direct command. But he had also, in our silent, evolving partnership, given me his trust. He trusted my senses. Perhaps it was time he trusted my strategy. I was the Luna. My role was to provide balance, to find a different path than the straightforward, predatory one. "Brenda," I said, my voice calm and decisive, I had made a choice. A reckless, dangerous, and utterly insane choice. Tonight, you are going to go to that meeting. And I am going with you. Her eyes widened in terror. "No, you can't. He'll kill you. He'll kill us both." "He won't see me," I said. "You will do exactly as he says. You will take the payment. You will accept his next instructions. You will act the part of the terrified, compliant pawn. And then you will leave. I will handle the rest." It was a breach of every protocol. It was a direct contravention of the pack's entire security doctrine. It was me, the broken wolf, the weak Luna, deciding to walk into the heart of the enemy's trap, alone. But it was the only way I could see to resolve this cleanly, to cut the head off the snake without setting the entire forest on fire. I would not allow this to escalate into a war that would endanger the entire pack. I would liquidate this single, ancient enemy myself. The next few hours were a blur of calculated risk. I did not contact Adrian. To do so would be to cede control, to allow the hammer to fall. Instead, I made one single call. To Marcus Thorne. I didn't tell him my plan, not in its entirety. That would be forcing him to choose between his loyalty to his alpha and his trust in me. Marcus, I said, my voice low and steady, I have identified the human agent. She is a victim, not a traitor. She is being coerced. There is a meeting tonight where the next phase of Nachtjager's attack will be initiated. I believe I can neutralize the threat without escalating the conflict. But I need two things from you. There was a long pause on the other end of the line. I could hear the silent calculation in his mind, the weighing of risks. This sounds irregular, Isolde, he said, his voice cautious. The Alpha chose me because I am not like Katja von Hesse, I said, using the one argument I knew would resonate with him. Because I offer a different perspective. Please, Marcus, trust me. Trust the Alpha's choice. Another pause, then a soft sigh. What do you need? First, I need you to arrange for the immediate, anonymous payment of a private medical fund for a boy named Michael Kowalski, cover everything for life, and arrange for his transfer to the best pediatric hematology clinic in the country. It must be untraceable. Second, I took a deep breath. I need you to run interference. Keep the Alpha occupied between 10 p.m. and midnight. A sudden urgent legal crisis, a server crash, anything. Just keep him from noticing that I am not where I am supposed to be. Can you do that? You are asking me to lie to my Alpha, he said, his voice heavy. I am asking you to help me protect him and this pack from a war we don't need to fight, I countered. This is the Luna's gambit, Marcus, not the Warriors. The silence stretched, thick with the weight of his decision. Finally he spoke, his voice grim. The new acquisition in the Singapore market has just run into a significant regulatory hurdle that requires the Alpha's immediate personal attention. I will do my best to ensure the call is protracted. Be careful, Isolde. The Baron's wolves do not play by any rules. The line went dead. The die was cast. That night, I did not dress in the Luna's uniform of a corporate suit. I dressed in my old clothes, the ones from the cardboard boxes that still sat by my fireplace. Faded black jeans, a soft dark gray sweater, and my worn, soft-soled boots. I became a ghost of my former self, a creature of the shadows. Brenda and I took a taxi to the docks, a part of the city that was all rust, salt, and decay. The warehouse on Pier 4 was a vast skeletal structure, its corrugated metal walls groaning in the damp, salty wind. Brenda was shaking so badly I was afraid she would collapse. Just remember what I told you, I whispered to her as we stopped a block away. You are scared, but you are obedient. You want to protect your son. Take the money, take the new device, agree to everything, then walk away and don't look back. Do you understand? She nodded, her face a pale, ghostly oval in the darkness. Go, I said. I watched her walk toward the warehouse, a small, lonely figure heading toward her fate. And then I melted into the shadows. My senses, honed by weeks of constant, painful use, were on fire. I moved with a silence and a stealth I hadn't used in years, a relic of a life spent hiding. The damp air was thick with scents, the rot of old pilings, the brine of the sea, the diesel fumes from a distant ship, and underneath it all, a foreign predatory scent. Wolf. But not of my pack. This scent was sharper, muskier, with a coppery, blood-like undertone, the scent of Nachtjager. I found a way into the warehouse through a broken window high on one wall, scaling a stack of rotting crates with a silent, fluid grace that surprised me. I moved across the high rafters like a cat, my soft-soled boots making no sound on the dusty steel beams. Below me, the vast, cavernous space was lit by a single bare bulb, casting long, distorted shadows. Brenda stood in the center of the floor, clutching her purse. A man stepped out of the shadows to meet her. He was tall, dressed in a long, dark coat, his face handsome in a sharp, cruel way. It was not the charming man, nor was it the brute. This was someone new, an operative. I focused my senses, filtering the air. There was only one other scent, one other wolf. He was hidden somewhere in the deep shadows at the far end of the warehouse. This was the trap. One wolf to conduct the business, one hidden as an enforcer. They were expecting a lieutenant from Valion to come crashing in. They were not expecting a ghost in the rafters. The man below handed Brenda a thick envelope of cash and a new atomizer. This one larger, its contents a viscous, oily black. "The final dose," he said, his voice a cold, flat monotone. "Place it in the main ventilation trunk line, in the sub-basement. Not the floor intake, the trunk line. It will flood the entire building within an hour. Do it tomorrow night. After that, you and your son will disappear. We have new lives arranged for you." A lie. They were arranging their deaths. Brenda took the device, her hands trembling. She played her part perfectly, nodding, whispering her assent, her fear genuine and palpable. She turned and walked away, out the main door, just as I had instructed. The man in the coat watched her go. Then he turned to the shadows. "She is clear. Our friend did not take the bait. It seems Draven's Luna is as useless as we thought." A second figure emerged from the darkness. He was larger, more brutish. The enforcer. He was holding a small silver canister. Not wolfsbane, something else. "We proceed with Plan B," the first man said. "We release the gas into the city's water intake pipe. It's slower, less direct, but it will contaminate their private water supply in the tower. It will sicken the entire pack within a week. The Baron will be pleased." My breath caught. This was worse than I thought. It wasn't just an assassination attempt. It was an act of biological warfare. They walked toward a large grate in the concrete floor, the access point for the city's water mains. They were confident, arrogant. They had scanned the area. They had scented no other wolves. They had not accounted for me. Adrian had said I was not a fighter, and he was right. I had no strength, no killer instinct, but I was a Marin, and I was a survivor, and I had spent a lifetime learning how to use my environment, how to be smarter than my enemies. As they bent to open the heavy iron grate, I moved. I didn't descend. I moved along the rafters to a point directly above a massive, precariously balanced stack of heavy, waterlogged wooden pallets, held in place by a single fraying rope. It was a stupid, dangerous piece of industrial negligence. It was my only weapon. I took out the small, sharp pocket knife I had retrieved from my old belongings, a tool my father had given my mother, the only thing I had left of them. With a single silent prayer to the ancestors I had never known, I sawed through the rope. It happened in an instant. The rope snapped, and a ton of sodden, rotting wood crashed down onto the two wolves below. It wasn't a clean surgical strike. It was a messy, brutal, chaotic avalanche. There was a sickening crunch of bone, a startled, cut-off snarl of pain and surprise. One of them, the enforcer, was crushed instantly. His spine snapped. The other, the man in the coat, was pinned, one leg trapped and horribly broken, the silver canister of poison rolling away from his outstretched hand. He looked up, his eyes wide with shock and agony, and saw me for the first time. A small, dark figure, perched in the rafters, my face pale in the gloom. He didn't see a warrior, he saw a ghost. A quiet, unassuming woman who had just brought a mountain down on his head. I didn't stay to watch. I dropped down from the other side of the warehouse and slipped out into the night, my heart pounding, the adrenaline making my vision sharp and clear. I had not engaged in a battle. I had not fought like a wolf. I had set a trap. I had used my wits. I had liquidated the threat. As I walked away from the docks, back toward the glittering, distant lights of the city, I sent a single anonymous text from a burner phone I had instructed Brenda to buy. It was to Kaylin Vance's private number, a number Marcus had provided. The text was simple, Pier 4, warehouse. 2 of Nachtjager's operatives, 1 dead, 1 injured. They were attempting to poison the city water supply. Clean up your mess. Then I threw the phone into the dark, churning water of the harbor. My work was done. I had protected the pack. I had saved Brenda, and I had done it my way. I had acted not as the Alpha's property, but as his partner. And now I had to go back and face him, knowing I had breached every clause of our contract, and hope that my victory would be worth more to him than my disobedience. Chapter 13. An Unforeseen Liability. The journey back to Valion Tower was a slow, deliberate retreat from the primal chaos of the docks into the sterile order of Adrian's world. Each step I took, each block I walked, felt like I was crossing a border, leaving the wild, dangerous territory of my own instincts and re-entering the rigidly defined confines of my role. My old, worn clothes felt like a costume I was desperate to shed. The lingering scent of sea salt and fear, a telltale sign of my transgression. My heart, which had been a frantic drum during the confrontation, had settled into a slow, heavy, apprehensive rhythm. I had won, but I had disobeyed. In a pack, disobedience to the Alpha was a cardinal sin, often punishable by exile or death. I let myself into the tower through a service entrance, using the all-access keycard Alara had provided, and rode a deserted maintenance elevator up to my floor. The silence was absolute, a stark contrast to the groaning metal and crashing waves of the pier. When I stepped into my apartment, the quiet felt accusatory. The unlocked door to Adrian's residence was a dark, yawning maw, an open portal to my judgment. He was there. He wasn't in his living room or his study. He was in mine. He stood in the center of my space, a tall, dark monolith of controlled fury, his arms crossed over his chest. He had been waiting. Marcus's diversion had clearly ended. The bond between us was a vibrating, high-tension wire, stretched to the breaking point. It hummed with his anger, his anxiety, and a sharp, metallic spike of fear that was not his own, but a reflection of what he had felt from me. He watched me as I walked in, his gray eyes sweeping over me, cataloging my disheveled state. The worn jeans, the faint scent of the docks clinging to me like a shroud, the tremor I couldn't hide in my hands. His gaze was cold, analytical, and utterly terrifying. He was the Alpha, his territory breached, his Luna having gone rogue. "Report," he commanded. The word was a chip of ice. It was not a request for an explanation. It was a demand for data. I took a deep breath, the sterile, recycled air of the tower feeling foreign and thin after the raw, salty air of the docks. "The threat has been neutralized," I said, my voice quiet but steady. I would not cower. I had made my choice, and I would stand by it. The human agent, Brenda Kowalski, was being coerced through threats against her son. Nachtjager's operatives were using her to plant the wolfsbane. They escalated their attack tonight. The final dose was lethal and intended for the building's main ventilation trunk line. His eyes narrowed, a flicker of silver in their gray depths. "And?" "It was a trap," I continued, laying out the facts with the clinical precision I had learned in his boardrooms. "They were using her as bait, expecting a response from our security team. When no one appeared, they proceeded to their secondary objective, poisoning the city water main that feeds the tower. I intervened. One operative is dead. The other is incapacitated. I have sent an anonymous communication to Kalen. He is handling the cleanup and the prisoner." I finished my report and stood in the center of the room, awaiting my sentence. I had presented the facts of my victory, but I had not explained the most egregious part of my actions, my blatant, calculated disobedience. He was silent for a long, torturous moment, his jaw tight, a muscle feathering in his cheek. He was processing, analyzing, weighing my insubordination against my success. The rage was still there, a cold, burning fire just beneath the surface, but it was warring with something else, a grudging, shocked respect. "You went alone," he stated, his voice a low, dangerous rumble. It was the crux of the matter. It was the one fact that was in his mind, unforgivable. You, a non-combatant, a protected asset, walked into a trap set by our most ancient and ruthless enemy, alone. I was not alone, I countered softly. I had the element of surprise. And I had the terrain. They were warriors looking for a fight. They were not expecting a whisper in the rafters. They were looking for a wolf, so they never saw the woman. You could have been killed, he snarled, taking a step toward me. The control was finally breaking. The raw, possessive fury of the alpha overwhelming the logic of the CEO. Your life is not your own to risk, Isolde. It is an asset of this pack. It is my asset. Your death would have been a catastrophic blow to our stability, to our morale. It would have been a victory for von Hess, more significant than poisoning 100 of my men. And a war on the docks would not have been, I shot back, my own fear transmuting into a strange, reckless fire. Kalen's methods are brutal and effective, but they are not subtle. There would have been a battle, gunfire, bodies, a massive risk of exposure. Nachtjager would have had the fight they wanted, and the chaos they thrive on. My way, there was only an industrial accident, a quiet internal cleanup. No war, no exposure. The board would approve of my methods, even if the alpha does not. I mitigated the risk and neutralized the threat with minimal collateral damage. I was using his language, his cold corporate logic, to defend my wildly impulsive, instinct-driven actions. The irony was not lost on me. He stopped, his eyes blazing. He looked as if he wanted to tear me apart, to shake me until my teeth rattled, to roar his fury into my face. But my words, my logic, had struck home. I had outmaneuvered him, not with strength, but with strategy, his own strategy. You lied to me, he said, his voice dropping to a lethal whisper, seizing on the one irrefutable truth. You conspired with my second-in-command to deceive me. I did not lie, I said, meeting his furious gaze. I withheld information to ensure the success of the operation, a judgment call. As Luna, it is my role to provide balance. Your way is the hammer, I offered the scalpel. You have told me my counsel is to be heard. I gave my counsel in the form of action, not words, because I knew your instincts would not have allowed you to listen. The sheer audacity of my words hung in the air between us. I had not only disobeyed him, I was now lecturing him on strategy and leadership. He stared at me, and in that moment, the bond between us was a torrent of conflicting emotions. His fury was a raging inferno, but beneath it, there was a current of grudging admiration, a deep, resonant shock, and something else, something so profound it made my breath catch in my throat. A wave of raw, gut-wrenching terror. He had been terrified. While I was at the docks hunting his enemies, he had been here, feeling my fear, my danger, through the bond, and had been utterly powerless to intervene. Marcus's diversion had chained him to his desk, while his Luna, his mate, walked into the fire. The realization shattered my anger, my defiance. I had seen my actions as a strategic victory. He had experienced them as an agonizing emotional torment. I had protected his pack, but I had wounded him in a way no enemy ever could. Adrian, I whispered, my voice breaking, the fight going out of me. He closed the distance between us in a single fluid motion. His hands came up, and for a heart-stopping second, I thought he was going to wrap them around my throat. Instead, he framed my face, his grip hard, almost painful, his thumbs brushing against my cheekbones, his eyes, burning with 1,000 complex emotions, bored into mine. Never, he growled, his voice a raw, ragged thing I had never heard before. Never do that to me again. Do you understand? I could only nod, my throat tight, my eyes wide. He stared at me for another long, silent moment, his gaze tracing every line of my face, as if to reassure himself I was real, that I was unharmed. The fury was draining away, leaving behind a raw, aching vulnerability that was more intimate than any touch, more shocking than any confession. He had been afraid of losing me, not the asset, not the Luna, me. And then he kissed me. It was not a gentle kiss. It was a brutal, possessive claiming, a desperate affirmation of life and ownership, and 1,000 emotions that had no aim. It was the culmination of everything that had passed between us: the contract, the hunt, the full moon, the confession, the fear. His mouth crashed down on mine, rough and demanding, his lips hard, tasting of expensive whiskey and the faint metallic tang of his own adrenaline. It was a kiss that should have terrified me. It was an act of pure primal dominance, an alpha branding his property. But it was not that. Because beneath the desperate, savage claiming, there was a tremor, a deep, shuddering vulnerability. He was not just taking, he was searching, seeking an anchor in the storm of his own emotions, and my body, my soul, my broken wolf, answered him. I did not just yield, I participated. I kissed him back with all the pent-up fear and loneliness and desperate, aching need of a lifetime. My hands came up to grip his arms, holding on as if he were the only solid thing in a collapsing world. It was a collision, a violent, desperate crash of two solitary souls who had found their counterpart in the most unlikely of circumstances. It was not gentle or sweet or romantic. It was raw and real and utterly consuming. He deepened the kiss, one hand sliding from my face to the back of my neck, his fingers tangling in my hair, pulling my head back, giving him greater access. His other arms snaked around my waist, pulling me hard against him until there was no space, no air between our bodies. I could feel the hard, powerful lines of his chest, the frantic, heavy beat of his heart against my own. I was drowning in him, in his scent, in the sheer, overwhelming force of his presence. This was not a negotiation. It was a surrender, a mutual, unconditional surrender. When he finally broke the kiss, we were both breathless, shaking. He rested his forehead against mine, his eyes closed, his breathing harsh and ragged. The bond between us was a roaring, blazing fire, a chaotic and beautiful inferno of shared sensation. Mine, he whispered, the word not a command this time, but a raw, ragged prayer. But even as the word was spoken, a new sensation trickled into the bond. It was faint, a cold, sharp needle prick in the heart of the inferno. It came from him, a sudden jarring note of something, dissonance. A flicker of cold, calculating thought intruding on the raw emotion. He stiffened, pulling back slightly. He opened his eyes, and the raw, vulnerable connection was gone, replaced by something guarded, analytical. He looked down at me, his expression shuddering, the walls of the alpha, of the CEO, slamming back into place. "This," he said, his voice once again controlled, clipped, though a rough edge of his previous emotion still clung to it, "is an unforeseen liability." The words were a bucket of ice water, dousing the fire, leaving me cold and exposed. A liability, our connection, the raw, undeniable truth that had just exploded between us, was not a victory, not a consummation. It was a problem, a complication in his perfectly ordered world. He released me, stepping back, putting a careful, calculated distance between us. The air grew cold. "Your actions tonight, while successful, were reckless and insubordinate," he said, his voice the flat, toneless instrument of a corporate debriefing. "Your emotional state is a vulnerability, and this physical response, it cannot happen again. It compromises my judgment. It compromises your function." He was shutting it down. He was taking the beautiful, terrifying, real thing that had just happened and locking it away, filing it under risk. He was reestablishing the terms of our contract, erasing the amendment we had just written with our bodies, with our souls. I stood there, my lips still tingling from the force of his kiss, my body still humming with the connection, and felt a cold, desolate emptiness wash over me. I had won the battle at the docks. I had won the argument in his office, but I had just lost a war I hadn't even known I was fighting. I had offered him my courage, my strategy, my heart. And he had looked at it, assessed it, and declared it a liability. The door between us was open, but the one to his heart had just been slammed shut, bolted and sealed. And I was left on the outside, colder and more alone than I had ever been before. Chapter 14. The Red Ink of a Blood Debt. The aftermath of the kiss was a silence colder and more profound than any that had come before. Adrian retreated behind his walls of ice, and the door between our apartments, while still physically open, became an impassable frontier. He was a ghost in his own home, a presence I felt through the bond but rarely saw. Our dinners ceased. Reports were now left for me on a console in my living room, my feedback expected to be delivered electronically. He was quarantining himself from the liability. From me! The bond, once a source of burgeoning connection, was now an instrument of torture. It transmitted the raw, undeniable truth his words tried to deny. I felt the constant low-grade hum of his awareness of me, his physical proximity a torment to his iron will. I felt the flashes of raw, possessive anger whenever my thoughts drifted to Julian Sterling, a name that was now a permanent brand on my consciousness. And late at night, when the tower was silent and his defenses were at their lowest, I felt the crushing weight of his loneliness, a solitude so vast and absolute it threatened to swallow me whole. He wanted me. The man, the wolf, wanted his mate. But the alpha, the CEO, the scarred and cynical strategist, had deemed that want a fatal flaw in his system. And Adrian Draven did not tolerate flaws. I, in turn, retreated into myself. The brave, defiant Luna who had faced down assassins and her own alpha seemed to vanish, replaced by the ghost of the girl who had survived by being invisible. I threw myself into my work with Marcus, using the endless dry legal texts as a shield against my own aching heart. I learned about pack law, about ancient treaties and blood debts, trying to understand the world that had claimed me, even as its master rejected me. Kalen Vance returned from the docks a changed man. He brought with him the captured Nachtjager operative, a wolf broken in body and spirit. The cleanup had been perfect. The official story was a gang-related dispute. No one looked too closely at violence in that part of the city. But Kalen had seen the truth. He had seen the site of the industrial accident, had understood the impossible, elegant brutality of it. He had seen the report on the operative's injuries, crushed, not clawed. He sought me out in the archives, a place he had never before set foot. He stood awkwardly amongst the tall shelves, the scent of his raw power a stark contrast to the dry, papery smell of old documents. "The prisoner," he said, his voice a low, gravelly rumble, devoid of its usual contempt. He talked. After some persuasion, he confirmed everything: the poison, the coercion of the human woman, the plan to contaminate the water supply. He also confirmed that they knew you were investigating, but they classified you as a non-threat, an observer, a pet. He looked at me, his feral green eyes holding a new, reluctant respect. They were wrong. What you did, it was not the work of a warrior. It was the work of a hunter. Cunning, precise. You saved many lives. My life's work is to protect this pack. You did my job for me. For that, you have my allegiance. It was not an apology. Men like Kalen did not apologize. But it was something more. It was a pledge, a warrior acknowledging the strength of a strategist. He had seen me not as a weak female, but as a different kind of predator. And in the rigid, hierarchical world of the pack, his pledge was a powerful political statement. I now had the loyalty of the enforcer. The victory felt hollow. What good was the allegiance of the pack when its alpha kept me at arm's length? The prisoner, whose name was Rolf, became a source of vital intelligence. Under Kalen's interrogation, he began to unravel the complex web of Nachtjager's operations, their shell corporations, their network of human agents. But on one subject, he remained silent. He refused to identify the primary agent within Valion, the high-level source who was feeding them information about our security protocols and vulnerabilities. There was a traitor, not just a coerced janitor, but someone higher up, someone with access. And Rolf was more terrified of this traitor than he was of Kalen. There is a whisper network. Marcus explained to me, his face grim. A faction within our own world that sympathizes with the Baron's philosophy. They call themselves the Purists. They believe Adrian's way is a corruption, a path to our extinction. They would see him fall to be replaced by a more traditional alpha. The thought of a traitor on the senior council, one of the men I sat with every day, was sickening. The carefully ordered world of the boardroom was suddenly a snake pit. Every polite smile a potential mask for betrayal. My senses, which had been dulled by my own emotional misery, sharpened again with this new threat. I began to watch, to listen, to scent the air in the meetings with a renewed, desperate focus. I was looking for the discordant note, the sour scent of a lie that Kaelin's fists could not uncover. The break came from the most unexpected of sources. From the past. Marcus and I were deep in the archives, reviewing the financial records from 5 years ago, from the time of Katja von Hesse's death. We were looking for any patterns, any old connections that might point to the current conspiracy. "It's strange," Marcus murmured, frowning at a ledger on his screen. After Katja died, a significant block of her personal Valion shares, held in a private trust, were not inherited by the von Hesse family as stipulated in the marriage contract. They were liquidated. Quietly. The funds were transferred to an untraceable account in the Cayman Islands. Could Adrian have done it, I asked, to keep the shares out of the Baron's hands? It would have been a breach of the treaty, Marcus said. A direct provocation. He wouldn't have taken that risk. No, the transfer was authorized. Look at this. By the secondary trustee. He pointed to a name on the screen, a signature on a digital line. My blood ran cold. The secondary trustee on Katja von Hesse's private account, the man who had secretly diverted millions of dollars from her estate, was Marcus Thorne himself. I looked from the screen to the man beside me, the kind, patient mentor, the silver-furred wolf who had offered me his alliance, the one who had conspired with me to deceive our alpha. His scent was calm, his expression thoughtful. There was no hint of deceit, no spike of fear, but the evidence was right there, in the cold, hard data of the ledger. "Marcus?" I whispered, my voice trembling. He looked at me, saw the direction of my gaze, and a sad, weary smile touched his lips. He didn't seem surprised. He seemed resigned. "Ah," he said softly, "you found it. I always knew this day would come, cunning and thorough. The Alpha chose his Luna well." My mind reeled. It couldn't be. Not him. He was the pack's strategist, its memory, the calm center of reason. Why? Was the only word I could manage. "Because some debts can only be paid in blood," he said, his voice heavy with a grief that was ancient. He leaned back in his chair, the story ready, as if he had been waiting years to tell it. "Long before you were born, Isolde, before Valion was a tower of steel, when we were a pack that still knew the feel of mud and blood. My family and the Draven family were allies. My father was the beta to Adrian's grandfather. During a brutal territorial war, my father made a mistake, a tactical error. It cost the pack dearly. Adrian's grandfather was killed in the ambush my father failed to foresee." He stared at the far wall, his eyes seeing a past I could only imagine. There was no trial. Pack law was simpler then. The debt of a life for a life. Adrian's father, a hard and unforgiving alpha, invoked the old law. He killed my father. An execution for the good of the pack, to show that failure had consequences. I listened in stunned silence, the casual, brutal violence of his story, a stark reminder of the world that lay just beneath the corporate veneer. "I was just a boy," Marcus continued. "I watched it happen, and I hated the Dravens for it. I hated their cold, hard justice. When Adrian took over, I stayed on. I served him loyally. He is a better alpha than his father, more just, more strategic. But the debt, the blood debt was never settled in my heart. My father's life for a tactical error, it was not justice. It was a crime." He looked back at the screen. "When Katja came, I saw an opportunity. She was a cancer in this pack. She was driving Adrian toward the same kind of brutal, unforgiving philosophy that had killed my father. I saw her as a chance to rebalance the scales. I aided her. I fed her information. I encouraged her paranoia, her ambition. I was the whisper in her ear, pushing her toward the confrontation I knew would destroy her. The confession was devastating. He was the traitor. He had been all along. I helped her steal from the pack, setting up the offshore accounts she thought were for her own use, he said, his voice flat, devoid of emotion. And when she died, I took the money, not for myself, for my family, as restitution. The price of my father's life. A blood debt, paid in red ink on a balance sheet. So you're a purist, I whispered, my heart aching with the sense of betrayal. No, he said, shaking his head. I despise the purists. They are savages. I used their philosophy, their agent, to achieve my own ends. I helped Katja not to help the Baron, but to destroy her, to remove her poison from this pack, and in doing so, to settle my family's account. It was a complex and ugly piece of business. And now, I asked, my mind struggling to process the layers of deceit. Rolf, the prisoner, the traitor he's protecting, it's you. Yes, Marcus admitted. He is one of my old contacts from that time, loyal to me, not to the Baron. He will die before he gives my name. My part in this war is over, Isolde. I settled my debt 5 years ago. I have served Adrian loyally ever since. My only crime was in not confessing to him after Katja's death. He turned to face me, and his eyes were filled with a profound, weary sadness. And now, you are my judge. You have 2 choices. You can go to the Alpha. You can tell him everything. He is his father's son, for all his control. He will see this as the ultimate betrayal. He will kill me. Kaelin will hold my arms, and Adrian will pass his judgment, and my life will be forfeit. The pack will be torn apart by the revelation that its most trusted council member was a traitor. It will create a schism that Von Hess will exploit, and a war will follow that will destroy everything Adrian has built. He paused, letting the weight of his words sink in. Or, he said, his voice dropping to a whisper, you can make a different choice. You can be the Luna you were chosen to be, the one who provides balance. You can see this not as a betrayal in the present, but as a closed account from the past, a blood debt that has been paid. You can keep this secret. You can allow me to continue to serve the pack, to use my knowledge to protect it from the outside, while you protect it from the inside. The 2 of us together, we can be the shield this pack needs. He was offering me the most impossible choice of my life. My duty to my Alpha, to the bond, demanded I reveal the truth. To hide this would be a betrayal of the fragile trust we had built. It would be a lie at the very heart of our relationship. But he was right. The truth would destroy the pack. Adrian's justice would be swift, absolute, and brutal. He would see this as a personal wound, an echo of Katja's betrayal, and he would cauterize it with fire, no matter the cost. The pack would fracture, the council would be thrown into chaos, and the wolves would be at each other's throats. Baron von Hess would not even have to invade. He could simply walk in and claim the smoking ruins. To save the pack, I had to lie to its Alpha, to protect the man I was coming to love. I had to betray him in the most profound way imaginable. I looked at Marcus, at the deep lines of grief and regret etched on his face. He was not a monster. He was a son who had sought his own twisted form of justice for a crime committed a generation ago. His methods were abhorrent, his deceit unforgivable, but his assessment of the consequences was brutally, undeniably correct. The choice was between Adrian's personal justice and the survival of the pack, between the Alpha's heart and the pack's soul. It was Aluna's choice. Rolf, I said, my voice feeling like a stranger's in my own throat. The prisoner, what happens to him? I will arrange for him to escape, Marcus said quietly. He will disappear. The trail will go cold. The internal threat will be resolved. I stood up, my legs feeling unsteady. I walked to the window of the archive, looking down at the endless stream of traffic, the millions of human lives that were oblivious to the ancient bloody dramas being played out in the towers of steel and glass above them. Adrian had rejected me, had called our connection a liability because it compromised his judgment. He had chosen the cold logic of the alpha over the messy emotions of the man. And now I had to do the same. I had to choose the cold, strategic survival of the pack over the simple, devastating truth. I would have to carry this secret, this poison, inside me for the rest of my life. It would be a wall between Adrian and me, a ghost that would forever haunt our bond. But it was the only way to protect him from himself. "No one will ever know," I said, my back to Marcus, my voice a dead flat thing. "The account is closed. The debt is paid." I felt more than heard, the long, shuddering breath of relief from the man behind me. I had just become his co-conspirator. I had just committed my own act of treason, and the price, I knew, would be my own heart. The red ink of Marcus's blood debt was now written all over my soul. Chapter 15. Forcing a Vote of No Confidence. The secret was a living thing. It nested in my heart, a cold, heavy stone that tainted every interaction, every shared glance, every pulse of the bond between Adrian and me. I had chosen to protect the pack by deceiving its alpha, and in doing so, I had erected a wall of my own, a barrier of silence and secrets that mirrored his own fortress of emotional control. Our strange, fractured relationship became a delicate, dangerous dance of unspoken truths. He knew something was wrong. He was too perceptive, the bond between us too sensitive, for him not to feel the change in me. He felt my new guarded watchfulness, the subtle emotional armor I now wore at all times. He felt the shadow that Marcus's confession had cast over my soul. He interpreted it, I think, as a reaction to his rejection of me after our kiss, a wound I was nursing in silence. He saw it as a liability, a new data point in his assessment of my emotional vulnerability. He had no idea that my silence was not a weakness, but a shield I held up to protect him from a truth that would shatter his world. Marcus Thorne became my silent co-conspirator. Our sessions in the archives continued, but they were now freighted with a heavy, unspoken understanding. He was bound to me by a debt of gratitude, a life I had spared, and I was bound to him by the ugly secret we shared. He funneled information to me, strategic analyses, psychological profiles of the other council members, arming me for the invisible war being fought within the pack's highest echelons. "The purest faction is emboldened," he told me one afternoon, his voice a low murmur that would not carry past the thick oak door of his office. Rolf's escape was a message to them. They see it as a sign of weakness in Adrian's security, a failure of his intelligence network. They believe his methods, his integration with the human world, have made him soft. "Who are they?" I asked, the question a constant gnawing ache in my mind. "Who on the council can we trust?" "Kalen is a zealot, but his loyalty is to Adrian, not to an ideology. He is a blade that points where the alpha directs," Marcus said, his analysis swift and precise. "The others, they are wolves. They follow strength. If they scent a weakness in the alpha, their allegiance becomes fluid. They will not move against him directly, but if a challenger were to emerge, one who seems stronger, more decisive." His words painted a grim picture of the precarious nature of power. Adrian's throne was not absolute. It was held in place by a constant, relentless projection of strength and control. Any perceived weakness, any emotional liability, could trigger a vote of no confidence, written not in ink, but in blood. The challenger emerged not from within our walls, but from without. Baron von Hesse, buoyed by the perceived success of Rolf's escape and the internal discord he imagined he had sown, made his move. It was not a military or a financial attack. It was something far more cunning, more personal, and more dangerous. He called for a conclave. It was an ancient tradition, a formal gathering of the alphas of the major packs, invoked only in times of great crisis, or to settle disputes that threatened to destabilize their entire hidden society. It was a court, a parliament, and a potential killing ground all in one. The Baron's stated reason for the conclave was to address the growing threat of human technology and surveillance, and the dilution of their sacred bloodlines through assimilation, a direct public condemnation of Adrian's entire philosophy. But his true purpose was clear. He was putting Adrian on trial in front of his peers. He was forcing a public vote of no confidence. The conclave was to be held at a neutral site, a remote ancient castle in the Swiss Alps, owned by a reclusive and powerful pack of mountain wolves who had long served as the arbiters of their kind. Refusing to attend was not an option. It would be an admission of guilt, a confession of weakness. The mood in Valion Tower grew tense, the air thick with a cold electric dread. The pack felt the challenge in its bones. This was not a hostile takeover bid. This was a duel for the soul of their species. Adrian became a creature of pure, focused intensity. The cold walls around him became impenetrable fortresses. He spent his days in endless strategy sessions with a tight-lipped Marcus and a grim, snarling Kaelin. He spent his nights poring over ancient laws and conclave precedents. He shut me out completely. The bond was a wall of static. He was blocking me, deliberately cutting me off from his thoughts, his fears, his strategies. In his mind, I was the core of his vulnerability. My brokenness, his choice to elevate me, would be the primary weapon the Baron used against him. My presence at the conclave would be a liability he could not afford. He was going to face his enemy, and he was going to do it alone. The night before he was scheduled to leave, he came to my apartment. It was the first time he had crossed the threshold since the night of the kiss. He stood in the center of my living room, dressed not in a suit but in dark, practical traveling clothes. He looked weary, the lines around his eyes deeper than I had ever seen them. "I am leaving for the conclave in 1 hour," he said, his voice flat, devoid of emotion. "Kaelin and a security detail will remain here. You are not to leave this tower. Your safety is their primary directive. Do you understand?" It was an order, a command to the asset to remain in its secure vault. "You're not taking me," I stated, the words a cold, dead weight in my mouth. "No," he said, his expression unyielding. "Your presence would be a distraction. The Baron will try to use you against me. I will not give him that weapon." "So you will hide me," I said, a bitter anger rising in me. "You will hide your Luna, your supposed anchor, as if I am a source of shame. What message does that send to the other alphas, Adrian? That you are ashamed of your choice? That you admit your weakness?" "This is not a debate, Isolde," he said, his voice turning to ice. "It is a matter of security, of strategy." "No," I shot back, taking a step toward him. "It is a matter of fear. You are afraid. You're afraid that they will see what you see, a broken, flawed creature. You're afraid that my weakness will reflect on you. You have more faith in the Baron's political maneuvering than you do in my ability to endure." "I have seen you endure," he said, a flicker of something raw and painful in his eyes. "And I will not subject you to the cruelty of a dozen ambitious alphas looking for a weakness to tear apart. They are not like Kaelin. They are not like Marcus. They are sharks who have scented blood in the water. I am doing this to protect you." "I don't need your protection," I cried, the words torn from a place of deep, aching frustration. "I need your trust. You told me I was your partner. You told me my counsel would be heard. But when the real battle comes, you lock me in a tower because you think I am a liability. What good is a heart if you cut it out of the body before a fight? What good is an anchor if you leave it on the shore when you sail into a storm?" My words struck home. He flinched as if I had physically hit him. The look on his face was a complex, agonizing mixture of anger, pain, and a truth he did not want to confront. "You are not ready," he said, his voice a low, rough whisper. "And you will never let me be ready," I retorted, my voice dropping to a fierce, passionate whisper of my own. "You see my brokenness as a tool to be managed, a static variable in your calculations. You have never once considered that it might be a strength. The Baron and his allies will see a Luna who cannot fully shift, who has no powerful bloodline. They will see a victim, they will underestimate me, and in their arrogance, they will make mistakes. They will not be on guard against a whisper, against a scent they have already dismissed. I am your perfect secret weapon, and you are leaving me behind because you are blinded by your own pride and your own past. I was pleading not just for my right to be there, but for his right to win. I could feel it in my bones. His strategy, his cold logic, and brute force would not be enough to win this. He was walking into a political ambush, a battle of perception and ideology. He needed a different kind of weapon, and he was refusing to use the one he had. He stared at me, his face a mask of inner conflict. The strategist in him was warring with the protector. The alpha was at war with the man. "The decision is made," he said finally, his voice like stone. He turned to leave. "Then you will lose," I said quietly to his back. He stopped, his hand on the doorframe, his entire body rigid. "You will go there, and you will fight with logic and strength," I continued, my voice gaining a strange prophetic calm. "And Baron von Hesse will fight with fear and faith. He will paint you as a traitor to your kind, a wolf in bed with humans, a modern heretic. He will use your wealth, your power, your secrecy against you, and he will use your choice of me as his final, irrefutable proof that you have lost your way. He will not challenge you to a physical fight, Adrian. He will force a vote of no confidence in your very soul, and without your heart, without your anchor by your side, to show them that your choice was one of strategy and not of weakness, you will lose." He stood there for a long time, his back to me, the silence stretching until it was a physical weight in the room. I had laid all my cards on the table. I had given him my counsel, my strategy, my heart. The choice was his. Slowly, deliberately, he turned around. His face was pale, his eyes burning with an intensity that seared me. He walked back to me, his steps measured, deliberate. He stopped directly in front of me, so close I could feel the heat radiating from his body. He reached out and gently, with a reverence that made my breath catch in my throat, he touched the faint twin scars on my wrist, the seal, the brand, the mark of our contract. "An hour ago I gave Kaelin an order," he said, his voice a low, rough rumble. "If I did not return from the conclave, or if I was deposed, his orders were to kill you." The words were so cold, so brutal, they stole the air from my lungs. "To protect you from falling into the Baron's hands," he clarified, seeing the shock and horror on my face. "To protect the secrets of this pack. It was a strategic necessity, a liquidation of a key asset in the event of a corporate collapse." I stared at him, my mind reeling from the cold, hard cruelty of his logic. He had signed my death warrant as a contingency plan. "But listening to you now," he continued, his thumbs stroking the scars on my wrist, sending shivers up my arm, "I have come to a new conclusion. Your death would not be the liquidation of an asset. It would be the loss of the entire enterprise." He met my gaze, and in his eyes, I saw a terrifying, reckless light. The strategist was gone. The protector was gone. This was the alpha, the predator, making a final, all-or-nothing gamble. "Get your coat," he said, his voice a low, dangerous command. "You are right. This is not a battle to be fought with logic. It is a war of faith." He gave a grim, predatory smile that was all wolf. "So I will bring my holy relic. Let them see what I have chosen. Let them see you, and let them choke on their own judgment." He was not taking me for my protection. He was not taking me for my counsel. He was taking me as a weapon, his secret weapon. He was going to walk into the heart of his enemy's camp with his greatest perceived weakness on his arm, and he was going to dare them to strike. It was the boldest, most arrogant, most terrifying strategy I could have imagined. And he had chosen it because of me. He was finally, truly trusting me. Not just my senses, but my soul. Chapter 16. The True Value of Aluna's Instinct. The journey to the conclave was a silent, high-altitude pilgrimage into the heart of winter. Adrian's private jet was a sleek, silver predator, slicing through the stratosphere with a quiet, ruthless efficiency. Below us, the world was a patchwork of darkness and glittering lights, a human landscape we were leaving far behind. We were ascending, both literally and figuratively, into an older, colder world, a realm of ice, stone, and ancient law. I sat across from him in the jet Spartan, luxurious cabin, a space of brushed steel, black leather, and utter silence. Kaelin and Marcus were with us, a grim, silent council of war. Kaelin's presence was a coiled spring of violent potential, his feral green eyes constantly scanning the horizon as if he expected enemies to appear out of the clouds. Marcus was a still, deep pool of thought, his gaze turned inward, endlessly reviewing the centuries of precedent and law that would govern the coming confrontation. And Adrian was a statue carved from granite. He stared out the window at the endless night, his face a mask of impenetrable calm. But through the bond, I felt the truth. He was a raging inferno of controlled energy, a singularity of focus and will. He had made his gamble, and now he was marshaling every ounce of his immense power to see it through. He had pushed all his chips to the center of the table, and I was the ace he held hidden in his hand. He had not spoken a personal word to me since his stunning reversal in my apartment. Our interactions were once again confined to brief, tactical statements. He had Alara provide me with a single, elegant outfit for the conclave. A simple, impeccably tailored dress of deep charcoal gray wool, severe and unadorned, and a heavy cashmere cloak the color of midnight. It was not the dress of a queen or a consort. It was the sober, dignified habit of a high priestess, a woman whose power was not in her beauty, but in her mystery. The silence between us was not empty. It was charged with the weight of his decision, with the terrifying, exhilarating reality of his trust. He had chosen to stand with me, to present me as I was, a living, breathing paradox that defied his enemy's understanding of power. He was no longer hiding his greatest vulnerability. He was wielding it as a shield, as a mirror that would reflect his enemy's own prejudices back at them. We landed at a small private airfield nestled deep in a Swiss valley, the air so cold and clean, it was a physical shock after the recycled atmosphere of the tower. The moon, just a few nights past its peak, was a brilliant cold diamond in a sky of infinite star-dusted black. The mountains rose around us like jagged sleeping gods, their peaks white with snow, their presence ancient and immense. This was their world, a world of rock and ice, where only the strong and the cunning survived. A fleet of black armored vehicles was waiting for us on the tarmac. They belonged to our hosts, the reclusive Helvety pack, the ancient arbiters of their kind. The wolves who met us were as imposing as the mountains they called home. They were huge, silent figures, their fur the color of snow and shadow, their eyes a startling pale blue. They moved with a quiet, deliberate confidence, their neutrality a palpable force. They were here to keep the peace, but their peace was the cold, hard peace of the executioner's block. The journey to the castle was a winding, treacherous ascent up a narrow mountain pass. The castle itself was a fairy tale nightmare, a cluster of dark, sharp-spired towers clinging to the side of a sheer cliff face, its stone walls barely distinguishable from the mountain itself. It was a fortress built to withstand sieges, both military and political. As we were escorted into the great hall, the full weight of the gathering descended upon me. The hall was a cavernous, medieval space, lit by the flickering orange light of a dozen massive fireplaces. The air thick with the smell of wood smoke, old stone, and the heady, overpowering scent of dozens of powerful, unfamiliar wolves. Alphas from all over the world were gathered here, a dangerous, predatory parliament. I saw a dark-skinned alpha from the African plains, his presence radiating a dry, sun-baked heat. I saw a pair of sibling alphas from the South American rainforests, their movements fluid and serpentine. I saw a pale, almost translucent alpha from the farthest reaches of the Siberian tundra, his scent like frozen earth and endless winter. They were all here, they were all watching us. When Adrian entered, a hush fell over the room. His presence, even here amongst his peers, was immense. He was a creature of the modern world, a wolf in a tailored suit, but his power was as ancient and as absolute as any of them. He walked into the center of the room with a calm, deliberate arrogance, a king entering his court. And then they saw me, a small, unassuming shadow at his side, my face pale in the firelight, my presence a quiet, unreadable anomaly. A wave of sensation washed over me, a sensory assault that made the morning meeting with the council feel like a polite tea party. I was being scented, analyzed, and dismissed by the most powerful predators in the world. I felt their confusion, their contempt, their derision. The scents were a churning, chaotic sea. The sharp, metallic tang of aggression from a Russian alpha, the cool, aloof curiosity of a Japanese pack leader, the open, amused scorn from an Australian alpha whose scent was all dust and eucalyptus. Weak, broken, human pet. The words were not spoken, but I felt them as clearly as if they had been shouted. They were testing me, their collective disdain a psychic barrage meant to make me crumble, to prove their assumptions correct. I remembered Adrian's instructions in the jet, his only words of guidance. Do not speak unless spoken to. Do not flinch. Do not look away. Let them look at you. Let them see whatever they wish to see. Your stillness is your strength. Be the anchor. I drew on that command, on the steel thread of his will that I felt through the bond. I lifted my chin. I met their predatory gazes without fear, without challenge, without any emotion at all. I made my face a placid, unreadable mask. I let their contempt wash over me like water off a stone. I became a creature of quiet, absolute stillness in the center of their storm. And then he arrived. Baron Klaus von Hesse was a perfect Aryan nightmare. He was tall and aristocratic, with piercing blue eyes, pale blonde hair, slicked back from his high forehead, and a dueling scar on one cheek. He wore a severe, high-collared jacket that was more military uniform than business suit. His scent was sharp and cold, like antiseptic and frozen blood. He radiated an aura of cruel, disciplined fanaticism. He strode into the hall, flanked by two lieutenants who were brutal mirror images of Kaelin Vance. His gaze swept the room, dismissive of the other alphas, and settled on Adrian with an expression of pure, refined hatred. "Draven," he said, his voice a cultured, sneering baritone. "How good of you to crawl out of your glass cage and join us. I see you have brought your curiosity with you." His cold blue eyes flicked to me, dismissing me in an instant as a piece of decorative furniture. "Baron," Adrian replied, his voice a low, calm counterpoint to the Baron's theatrical venom. "I am always happy to attend a debate on the future of our kind, especially when the past has so little new to offer." The insult was subtle, elegant, and it hit its mark. A flicker of rage tightened the Baron's perfect features. The conclave was officially called to order by the Helvetii Alpha, a massive ancient wolf of a man named Ulrich, whose presence commanded a grudging respect from all factions. We all took our seats around a vast circular stone table that had likely seen centuries of such confrontations. I was given a seat at Adrian's right hand, a place of honor that was also a place of intense, targeted scrutiny. The Baron began his prosecution. He was a masterful orator, his words weaving a compelling tapestry of fear and nostalgia. He spoke of the glorious past, of a time when wolves were the undisputed masters of the night, when humans were prey and the world was wild and pure. He spoke of the insidious corruption of the modern world, of the weakness of hiding in human corporations, of the taint of their money and their technology. "And the ultimate proof of this corruption," he boomed, rising to his feet and pointing a dramatic, accusatory finger, not at Adrian but at me, "sits before you. Look at her, the so-called Luna of the mighty Draven pack. A creature of no significant bloodline, a wolf so broken she cannot even claim her own true form. This is what the great Adrian Draven offers as the heart of his pack. Not a pure-blooded she-wolf of strength and pride, but a half-formed pet, a symbol of his love for the weak, the human, the mundane." A wave of murmurs and growls swept around the table. His words were a poison dart, aimed at the heart of my deepest shame. Every eye was on me, waiting for me to break, to cry, to prove him right. I did not move. I did not flinch. I met the Baron's hateful gaze with the same calm, placid stillness I had shown the others. I let his words wash over me, showing no reaction at all. Through the bond, I felt a surge of cold, murderous rage from Adrian, a primal urge to rip the Baron's throat out for his attack on me. But I sent a single powerful wave of calm back to him. Anchor, hold. This is your strategy. Let him speak. He subsided, the inferno of his rage banked behind a wall of ice, but the effort it took was immense. The Baron, frustrated by my lack of reaction, turned his attack back to Adrian. He spent the next hour laying out his case, accusing Adrian of betraying their kind, of weakening their future, of consorting with their enemies. He was building a case for a vote of no confidence, for deposing Adrian and replacing him with a more traditional alpha, namely, himself. As he spoke, I did what Adrian had brought me here to do. I listened, not just to the words, but to the currents beneath them. I filtered out the noise, the political posturing, and I scented the truth. I felt the genuine fear from some of the older, more isolated alphas, a fear that their way of life was indeed dying. I felt the avarice from others, who saw this as an opportunity to weaken a powerful rival and seize a piece of his territory. I felt the indecision from the powerful neutral factions, who respected Adrian's success, but were swayed by the Baron's appeal to their traditions. And from the Baron's own delegation, I scented something else. Beneath the arrogance and the fanaticism, I scented a thread of pure, abject terror. It was faint, almost undetectable, but it was there. And it was coming from one of the two lieutenants who flanked him. A wolf named Gunnar, a man with cold, dead eyes and a scent like iron and old blood. Why was he afraid? He was on the winning side of a political coup. He should be radiating triumph. My mind raced, sifting through the data Marcus and I had compiled. Gunnar. His name had appeared in the files on Katja von Hesse. He had been her personal guard, her closest confidant during her time with Adrian's pack. He had been sent with her by the Baron, and he had returned to Germany immediately after her death. The pieces began to click into place with a sudden, shocking clarity. The Baron was using Katja's death as his great rallying cry, the ultimate symbol of Adrian's treachery. He painted her as a martyr, a pure-blooded hero who had died for her beliefs. But Gunnar, her closest companion, smelled of terror. My heart began to pound. It was a wild, improbable leap of instinct, a conclusion based on nothing but a flicker of scent and a line in a 5-year-old file. It was a guess, a gamble, but it was the only countermove I could see. Adrian's turn to speak was coming. He would rebut the Baron's accusations with logic, with facts, with evidence of his own success. But the alphas were not listening with their minds. They were listening with their blood, and their blood was stirred by the Baron's call to the past. Adrian was losing. I leaned forward, my hand covering my mouth as if to stifle a cough, and I whispered a single urgent sentence into Adrian's ear. I didn't know if he would listen. I didn't know if he would trust my wild, intuitive leap over his own carefully prepared defense. It was the ultimate test. Adrian's face was a mask of stone. He listened to my whisper, and for a fraction of a second, a flicker of profound shock, of disbelief, crossed his features. He looked at me, his gray eyes searching mine, and in them I saw the question, "Are you certain?" I gave a single, almost imperceptible nod. He stood up to face the conclave. The hall was silent, expectant. He did not look at the other alphas. He did not look at Ulrich, the arbiter. He looked directly at Baron von Hesse. "You have spoken at length of my supposed crimes," Adrian began, his voice a low, calm rumble that filled the hall. "And you have used the memory of my late mate, your niece Katja, as your primary weapon. You paint her as a martyr to your cause, a noble hero." He paused, letting the silence stretch. Then he turned his gaze, not to the Baron, but to the terrified Lieutenant Gunnar. "But there is another version of that story, is there not, Gunnar?" Adrian said, his voice dropping, becoming a soft, menacing purr that was more terrifying than any shout. a version that you have kept silent about for 5 long years." Gunnar flinched as if he had been struck. Every eye in the hall swiveled to him. The Baron's face contorted in a mask of fury and confusion. "Tell them, Gunnar," Adrian commanded, his voice imbued with the full, crushing force of his alpha power. "Tell them how Katya was not just a zealot for the purest cause. Tell them how she was skimming from my pack, diverting funds to secret accounts. Tell them how she was not just planning to undermine me, but to stage a coup, to assassinate me and seize control of my territory, not for the good of the pack, but for her own personal power." Gunnar was trembling, his face as white as the snow on the mountains outside. The Baron took a step forward. "This is an outrage, lies and slander." "Is it?" Adrian countered, his voice like silk. He turned his attention back to the terrified lieutenant. "And tell them the final piece of the story, Gunnar. Tell them who cut the brake lines on her car that night. Tell them how you helped her stage her own martyrdom, a final, glorious act of defiance, never believing she would actually go through with it. Tell them how you have lived for 5 years with the secret that she did not die in a tragic accident. She committed suicide, a final mad act of a failed revolutionary who chose to become a symbol rather than admit defeat." He paused. "And how the Baron has known this truth all along, using a lie as the foundation for his holy war." The great hall erupted. The revelation was a bombshell, a truth so shocking, so contrary to the carefully constructed myth, that it shattered the Baron's entire case. All eyes were on Gunnar, who had collapsed in his chair, his face buried in his hands, his body racked with silent, choked sobs. The scent of his terror and his guilt was a foul, undeniable confession that filled the room. The Baron was speechless, his face a mask of apoplectic rage. His entire platform, his entire claim to the moral high ground, had been utterly demolished by a 5-year-old secret. Adrian stood in the center of the storm, calm and silent. He had not used logic. He had not used force. He had used the truth, a truth he had not known until I had whispered it in his ear, a truth I had not known, but had sensed, a truth I had pieced together from a flicker of scent and a leap of pure, unadulterated instinct. He looked at me then, across the chaotic, shouting room. His face was unreadable, but his eyes were blazing with a raw, stunned, and profound understanding. In that moment, he finally, truly saw me, not as an asset, not as a liability, not as a broken thing to be protected. He saw me as his Luna, his partner, the other half of his soul. He had brought a holy relic to a war of faith, and in its moment of crisis, the relic had spoken, and it had saved him. It had saved everything. Chapter 17. The final clause. The conclave did not so much end as shatter. The revelation of Katya's suicide and the Baron's long-held deception acted as a seismic charge, fracturing the alliances he had so carefully built. The chamber descended into a chaos of shouted accusations and challenges. Ulrich, the Helvetii Alpha, restored order with a roar that shook the very stones of the castle, his authority absolute in his own domain. But the political landscape had been irrevocably altered. Baron von Hesse was ruined. He was not just a defeated rival, he was a liar and a hypocrite who had manipulated the memory of his own niece for political gain. His credibility was gone. His call for a vote of no confidence was now a laughable impossibility. He and his delegation were censured by the conclave and dismissed in disgrace, their departure a quiet, hurried affair that was far more damning than any public shaming. They left not as warriors, but as disgraced politicians. Adrian, in contrast, was now more powerful than ever. He had not only defended his position, he had done so with a shocking, unexpected move that had left his peers stunned and deeply impressed. He had won not through brute force or financial power, but through a startling act of what looked like psychic intelligence. He had plucked a secret from his enemy's heart and used it to utterly dismantle him. He was no longer just a powerful alpha. He was an enigma, a wolf whose cunning was now legendary. We remained at the castle for another day, at Ulrich's insistence. It was a day of quiet, intense political maneuvering. One by one, the other alphas requested private meetings with Adrian. They came to him now, not as judges, but as supplicants, seeking alliances, offering treaties, acknowledging his new, undisputed dominance. Through it all, I remained at his side, a silent, still presence. But I was no longer an object of scorn or pity. I was now an object of awe and a little bit of fear. They looked at me with a new, profound respect. In their eyes, I was no longer the broken pet. I was the oracle, the secret weapon, the source of the Alpha's impossible knowledge. They didn't understand what I was, but they understood that I was power, in a form they had never before encountered. Adrian and I did not speak of what had happened. There was no time for private conversation, for the debriefing I both craved and dreaded. We moved through the long, formal succession of meetings, a perfectly synchronized team. He would negotiate, his mind sharp and relentless, and I would be his anchor, my senses sifting the currents in the room, feeding him a silent stream of information through the bond. I felt the sincerity of one alpha's offer, the hidden deceit in another's, the deep, abiding fear in a third. We were two parts of a single, perfectly functioning organism. We were what a true Alpha and Luna were always meant to be. But beneath the surface of our professional unity, the bond between us was a raging, chaotic torrent of unspoken emotion. It hummed with his stunned gratitude, his awe at what I had done, and a new, profound, and deeply unsettling tenderness that was directed entirely at me. And from my side, it was flooded with a dizzying mix of relief, exhaustion, and the aching, terrifying hope that this, finally, was the turning point. The moment when the man would finally overcome the CEO. We flew back to the city on the second day, the journey as silent as the one that had brought us, but the silence was different. It was no longer the silence of tension, but of profound, exhausted anticipation. The final confrontation was over, but the final negotiation, the one between Adrian and me, had yet to begin. When we arrived back at the tower, he dismissed Marcus and Kaelin with a curt nod. "Take the rest of the day," he said. "You have earned it." It was the closest he would ever come to open praise. He and I rode the elevator up to the penthouse floors alone. The silence in the elevator was so thick I could barely breathe. The bond was a screaming, vibrant thing, a raw nerve of shared emotion. He stood beside me, not touching, but I could feel the heat of his body, the immense, tightly leashed energy pouring from him. He was no longer the Alpha of the Conclave, or the CEO of Valion. He was just a man, stripped bare by the events of the past few days, his walls of ice shattered by the truth I had given him. When we stepped out into my apartment, he did not retreat to his own side. He followed me in and closed the door behind us, the soft click sealing us in together. He walked to the vast window, looking out at the city lights, his back to me, just as he had on the first night. But this time, it was not a posture of dominance, but of vulnerability. "How?" he asked, his voice a low, rough whisper. "How did you know, Isolde? The truth about Katya?" I had my suspicions. I knew the official story was a lie. I spent years investigating, using every resource I had. I found nothing. How did you know? I came to stand beside him, looking out at our shared glittering kingdom. "I didn't," I admitted, my own voice quiet in the still room. "I didn't know. I sensed." The fear from Gunnar, the Baron's manufactured rage, it was a discordant note in the symphony. My mind just made the leap. It was an instinct, a guess. He turned to face me, and his eyes were filled with a raw, wondering awe that made my heart ache. "A guess," he repeated softly. "You gambled my entire empire, our entire future, on a guess." "No," I corrected him gently. "I gambled it on you. I knew that if I gave you the weapon, you would know how to wield it. I trusted your strength. For the first time, I was asking you to trust my instinct." He reached out and took my hand. His fingers were warm, his grip firm, enfolding mine completely. My father ruled through fear, he said, his voice a low, introspective rumble. My grandfather ruled through strength. I have always tried to rule through logic, through control. I built this empire on the principle that emotion is a liability, that instinct is a variable to be suppressed. I built my entire life on that principle. He looked down at our joined hands. You have proven my entire philosophy wrong. Your instinct, your empathy, your heart. The very things I saw as a weakness, a vulnerability to be managed. They are your greatest strength. They are our greatest strength. I saw you as an instrument, Isolde, but I was the one who was blind. You are not the anchor. You are the compass, and I have been sailing in the wrong direction for a very long time. He lifted my hand and turned it over, his thumb tracing the faint twin scars on my wrist, the seal of our contract. When I made you sign this, I saw it as the acquisition of an asset, a final clause in a business arrangement. He met my gaze, and his eyes were clear. His walls of ice melted away, leaving only the raw, profound, and beautifully vulnerable soul of the man beneath. I was wrong. This was never a business arrangement, it was a covenant, and I have failed to honor my side of it. I bound you to my pack, but I did not bind you to my heart. I offered you security, but I did not offer you sanctuary. He took a step closer, our bodies almost touching. The bond between us was a pure, clean, vibrant channel, a river of shared emotion. There were no more secrets, no more walls. I have spent my life building this empire of steel and glass to protect myself from the betrayals of the past, he whispered, his other hand coming up to gently cup my face. But it has been a prison, a cold, empty, silent prison, and I did not even realize it until you came and made it quiet. Tears welled in my eyes, blurring the handsome, severe lines of his face. The contract between us has a final, unwritten clause, he said, his voice thick with an emotion I had never heard from him before. A clause that can only be invoked by a true and willing heart. He leaned down, his forehead resting against mine, his breath warm on my lips. The alpha cannot be whole without his Luna, and the man cannot survive without his mate. I am asking you, Isolde Marin, not as your alpha, but as your wolf, as your man. Will you invoke that final clause? Will you be my mate, in truth? It was not a command, it was not a negotiation. It was a plea, a surrender. He was offering me the one thing I had never dared to hope for. Not his protection, not his name, but his heart. There was never a choice, I whispered, my tears finally overflowing, tracing hot paths down my cheeks. From the moment I signed my name in blood, there was never any other choice for me. And then he kissed me. It was not the desperate, possessive kiss of our last encounter. It was a kiss of profound, breathtaking tenderness. It was a question, an offering, a promise. It was slow and deep, and it spoke of a lifetime of loneliness finally finding its end. His lips were soft, gentle, exploring mine with a reverence that made my soul weep. I wrapped my arms around his neck, pulling him closer, my body melting into his. It was not a collision this time. It was a homecoming, a perfect final merging of two halves into a single, breathtaking whole. The bond between us did not just hum or roar, it sang, a pure, clean, celestial note of completion, of destiny found, of a contract finally, truly fulfilled. He lifted me into his arms as if I weighed nothing, his mouth never leaving mine. He carried me from my living room, across the threshold of the unlocked door, and into his, into the heart of his world, a world that was no longer a prison, but a kingdom we would now rule together. The final clause had been invoked, the deal was sealed, and as he laid me down on his bed, the city lights a glittering testament to all he had built. I knew that the price had not been my freedom. The price had been my fear, and the return on the investment was a treasure beyond any balance sheet. It was a love forged in secrets and shadows, and it was finally ours. Chapter 18. the dawn after the long night. Dawn broke over the city, not as a bruised and tentative thing, but as a triumphant wave of golden rose. It spilled across the skyline, setting the glass towers ablaze, pouring through the vast windows of Adrian's bedroom to paint our bodies in light. For the first time, I watched the sunrise without a knot of dread in my stomach. I was not facing another day of survival, but the first day of my life. I lay tangled in the soft, cool sheets of his bed, my head resting on his chest, my ear pressed against the slow, steady, powerful beat of his heart. His arm was a heavy, warm weight around me, holding me securely against him even in sleep. The scent of him, the true scent of him, stripped of all its corporate, sterile layers, filled my senses. It was pine and stone, yes, but it was also the clean, musky scent of Wolf, the warm, human scent of his skin, and a deep, underlying aroma of old books and quiet solitude. It was the scent of my home. The night had been a revelation, a slow, tender, and deeply profound exploration of the bond we now fully shared. He had made love to me with the same focused intensity he applied to everything, but it had been tempered with a reverence, a gentleness I never would have believed him capable of. He had treated my body not as a conquest, but as a sacred text he was learning to read, his hands and his lips tracing every line, every scar, every imperfection with a worshipful patience. He had memorized me, and in his touch, in the raw, unguarded emotion in his eyes, I had found the freedom to be truly myself for the first time. The broken wolf within me, so long a source of shame and fear, had met its counterpart, its alpha, its mate, and in his unconditional acceptance, it had found a strange and quiet peace. I had not needed to be strong or whole or perfect. I had only needed to be his. He stirred, his arm tightening around me, pulling me closer. His eyes opened, and the first thing he saw was me. A slow, easy smile touched his lips, a genuine, unguarded expression of pure contentment that transformed his severe, handsome face, making him look years younger, erasing the lines of command and solitude. "Good morning, Luna," he murmured, his voice a low, rough purr that vibrated through his chest and into my cheek. "Good morning, Alpha," I whispered back, my voice thick with sleep and happiness. We lay there in a comfortable, perfect silence, watching the city wake up below us. There were no walls between us now, no secrets. The bond was a calm, steady river, a current of shared peace and a deep, abiding sense of rightness. The final clause of our contract had been invoked, and in doing so, had rendered the entire document obsolete. We were no longer bound by blood and ink, but by something far older and more powerful. "There are things we must do today," he said finally, his voice still soft, but with the familiar undercurrent of command returning. "Things I should have done a long time ago." He sat up, the sheets pooling around his waist, the morning light catching the silver scars on his powerful back. He was all business once more, but the coldness was gone, replaced by a shared sense of purpose. Our first act as a united front was to summon Marcus and Kaylin to Adrian's office. They arrived looking wary, uncertain of the new dynamic they had surely sensed through the pack's grapevine. They found us standing together, side by side, before the great window overlooking the city. We were not touching, but the space between us was charged with a new, indisputable unity. "Marcus," Adrian began, his voice calm and clear, "5 years ago, you diverted funds from Katja von Hesse's trust. You used them to settle a blood debt that you believed my family owed yours. You then covered your tracks and have maintained a position of trust on this council, all while withholding this information from your alpha. These are the facts. Is there anything you wish to dispute?" Marcus went pale, his calm, patrician mask crumbling. He looked from Adrian's cold, impassive face to mine. He had expected me to keep his secret, and he now believed I had betrayed him. The look of hurt and disillusionment in his eyes was a physical blow. "No, Alpha," he said, his voice a low, defeated whisper. He straightened his shoulders, ready to accept his sentence. There is nothing to dispute. Kalen, standing beside him, went rigid, his hand instinctively moving to the place where a sword would have hung in another age. His scent turned sharp with the fury of a loyal warrior who discovers a traitor in his ranks. "I will kill him myself," he snarled. "No, you will not," Adrian said, his voice cutting through Kalen's rage like a whip. He turned his gaze back to his oldest friend and most trusted advisor. "You betrayed my trust, Marcus. You took your own justice, and in doing so, you put this entire pack at risk. You allowed your personal history to become a liability that our enemies could have exploited. For that, you deserve punishment." He paused, letting the weight of the judgment hang in the air. "Your punishment," he continued, his voice softening almost imperceptibly, "is to be forgiven." Marcus stared at him, his face a mask of stunned disbelief. "Alpha, I don't understand." "My father was a hard man," Adrian said, his gaze distant. His justice was swift and often cruel. He believed any sign of mercy was a sign of weakness. He was wrong. A pack ruled by fear alone will eventually fracture. Your father's crime was a mistake, not a betrayal. The punishment did not fit the crime. The blood debt was an injustice from the start. He looked back at Marcus, his eyes clear and direct. "You attempted to right an old wrong with a new one. Both acts were born of a flawed code. Today we start a new code. The debt is canceled. The past is laid to rest. Your secret is safe, but your service to this pack from this day forward will be your penance. You will serve with the knowledge that your Alpha has granted you a mercy his father would have scorned. And you will help me build a legacy of justice, not just of power. Is that understood?" Tears welled in Marcus's eyes. He bowed his head, a deep, profound gesture of fealty and gratitude that was more eloquent than any words. "Yes, Alpha," he choked out. "Thank you." It was a stunning act of leadership, a demonstration of a new kind of strength. Adrian had chosen forgiveness over retribution, unity over division. He was not just the Alpha. He was becoming a true king, and he had done it, I knew, because of the balance I had brought to his world. He was integrating his heart with his mind. Our next act was to deal with the larger world. Adrian convened a virtual conclave, a meeting of the Alphas who had witnessed the Baron's downfall. He did not boast of his victory. He proposed a new way forward. "Baron von Hesse and the purest philosophy are a symptom of a larger disease," he said, his image projected on a dozen screens around the world, his voice calm and reasonable, but backed by the immense authority he now wielded. "The disease is fear, fear of change, fear that our ways are dying. He was right about one thing: we are at a crossroads. We can either retreat into the shadows of the past and perish, or we can adapt and build a new future." He laid out a bold, visionary plan. A council of Alphas, a united front to secretly and carefully guide their kind into the new millennium. He proposed a shared intelligence network to combat the true threats: hunters, rogue wolves, the risk of exposure. He offered to share the resources and technology of Valion, to create a system of mutual support and prosperity. He was not just consolidating his own power, he was offering to lift all of them up with him. And he did it all with me at his side, my hand resting on his arm, our unity a clear, undeniable symbol of this new philosophy. We were the future, a blend of the old world's instincts and the new world's strategy, a partnership of different strengths, a testament to the power of adaptation. They listened, they debated, and in the end, they agreed. A new era was dawning for their kind, born not of war, but of a hostile takeover of their entire political system. Our final act of the day was the most personal. As dusk began to settle over the city, Adrian took my hand and led me to the private elevator. "There is one last piece of business," he said, his voice soft. "A loose end that needs to be tied." The elevator did not go up or down. It went sideways into a section of the tower I had never known existed. We walked down a quiet, secure corridor to a set of anonymous doors. Adrian opened them with a fingerprint scan. We were in a comfortable, well-appointed apartment, not as luxurious as the penthouse, but warm and inviting. In the living room, a young boy of about 10, with pale skin and large, serious eyes, was watching television. A woman, Brenda Kowalski, was in the kitchen, humming softly as she prepared a meal. She looked up as we entered, and her face broke into a wide, radiant smile. The fear was gone, replaced by a deep, abiding gratitude. "Mr. Draven, Luna," she said, her voice full of a respect that was now genuine, not terrified. "We weren't expecting you." "Brenda," Adrian said, his voice gentle. "How is Michael?" "The new doctors are wonderful," she said, her eyes shining with unshed tears of joy. "They said the new treatment is already working. They said he's going to be fine." The boy, Michael, came over, his initial shyness overcome by curiosity. He looked up at Adrian with wide, wondering eyes. "Are you the king of the castle, he asked. Adrian actually smiled, a real warm smile that reached his eyes. He knelt down, bringing himself to the boy's level. "Something like that," he said. "And this is my queen." He looked at me, and the love in his gaze was a physical force, a warmth that filled the entire room. We had given Brenda and her son more than just protection. We had given them a new life. They were under the pack's care, their every need provided for, their future secure. Brenda had been given a new, well-paying administrative job within the company, a position of trust. She was no longer an invisible, terrified pawn. She was a valued member of the Valion family. "Your secret is safe with us," Brenda whispered to me as we were leaving, her hand squeezing mine. "Forever." As we walked back to the elevator, a profound sense of peace settled over me. We had faced our enemies, both external and internal. We had forgiven our friends. We had protected the innocent. We had taken the fractured, broken pieces of our world and had begun to build something new, something stronger and more just. Later that night, we stood on the rooftop terrace, the same place where he had first told me of the hunt. The city glittered below us, a vast, beautiful, and complicated kingdom. The wind was cold and clean, carrying the promise of a changing season. "It's not over," I said softly, leaning my head against his shoulder. "The purist will not just disappear. The Baron has children. The hatred is old." "No, it's not over, he agreed, his arm wrapping around me, pulling me tight against his side. "The world will always be a dangerous place. There will always be battles to fight." He looked down at me, his gray eyes soft in the moonlight. "But I will never again face them alone." He kissed me, a slow, deep kiss that was full of promises, of shared dawns and coming nights, of a future to be built together. The long night of our solitude was over. The contract was fulfilled. The accounts were balanced, and the dawn was just beginning. It was our dawn, and it was beautiful. Epilogue. A shareholder in Moonlight. 5 years. In human terms, it's half a decade. A neat and tidy block of time, marked by changing seasons and the relentless turning of pages on a calendar. In the life of a wolf, it is a breath, a heartbeat, a single sustained note in a song that spans centuries. For us, it was an era. The world Adrian and I had forged from the ashes of the conclave was not a perfect one. The purists still lingered in the shadows, a splinter faction of bitter traditionalists who whispered of betrayal and the glorious, bloody past. Baron von Hesse had died a year after his disgrace, a bitter, broken old wolf, but his sons had inherited his hatred, if not his power. They were a nuisance, a pack of snarling jackals on the edges of our territory, but their threats were hollow. The new Council of Alphas, with Adrian as its undisputed chairman, had created a unity so strong, a network of shared intelligence and mutual defense so robust, that the purest threats were nothing more than the howling of a dying wind. Valion Tower still glittered on the skyline, a monument to a new kind of power, but its heart had changed. The cold, sterile efficiency was now tempered with a strange, fierce loyalty. The pack was healthier, more balanced, more secure than it had ever been. They had a Luna, not just in title, but in truth. My quiet presence, my ability to sense the subtle emotional currents, had become an integral part of their world. I was the whisper of dissent found before it could become a roar, the flicker of fear in a junior trader soothed before it could become a panic. I was the pack's living, breathing conscience, its anchor and its compass. My own transformation was the most profound. The broken wolf within me was not magically healed. The fracture in my bloodline was a genetic reality, a scar I would carry forever. But it was no longer a source of shame. Under Adrian's patient, unwavering guidance, I had learned to work with my flawed nature, not against it. The full moons were no longer an agony to be suppressed. They became a ritual of connection. We would descend to the subterranean cavern, to our secret piece of the wild, and he would lie with me in the moonlight, his great black wolf form. A steady, calming presence against my own. He would anchor me as I navigated the painful, imperfect shift, his strength a bulwark against my biological chaos. My form was still not that of a true wolf. It was something other, something unique to me, a creature of shadow and moonlight, sleeker than it had once been, its fur the color of twilight, its eyes holding both human intelligence and lupine instinct. I could not run with the pack on their hunts, but I no longer grieved for that. I had found my own kind of strength, my own purpose. I was a creature of two worlds, and in that duality, I had found a strange and singular power. Tonight was the anniversary of the conclave. It was also the night of the hunter's moon, a great swollen orb of blood orange that hung over the city like a watchful eye. We were not in the tower. We were at the lodge, the place of the hunt, the place where Adrian's past and our future had first collided. The great room was filled with the senior council, with their mates, and now with their children. A new generation was rising in the Valion pack, born into this new era of stability and hope. The air was filled with the sense of roasting meat, wood smoke, and the easy, comfortable camaraderie of a family. Kaelin, the fearsome enforcer, was on the floor, allowing his giggling toddler daughter to tug on his ears. Marcus, his hair now completely silver, was locked in a quiet, intense game of chess with his teenage son, their silent communication a thing of beauty. I stood by the great stone fireplace, a glass of wine in my hand, watching them all. I was no longer an outsider, a curious anomaly. I was the center of this world, the quiet gravitational pull around which their lives orbited. I knew them all, their hopes, their fears, the secrets of their hearts. They were my pack. They were my family. A pair of strong arms wrapped around me from behind, and a familiar, beloved scent filled my senses. Pine and stone, and the deep, abiding love of my mate. Adrian rested his chin on my shoulder, his gaze following mine. "You're quiet tonight, my heart," he murmured, his voice a low, contented rumble against my ear. "I'm just remembering," I whispered. "Remembering the first time I came here. I was so terrified. I thought you were all monsters." He chuckled, the sound a warm vibration that I felt through my entire body. "We are monsters," he said softly, "but you have taught us to be men as well." He turned me in his arms to face him. The firelight danced in his gray eyes, turning them to molten silver. The lines of the CEO, the harsh severity of the Alpha, were softened now by years of shared happiness. He was still the most powerful, most dangerous man I had ever known, but his power was now tempered by a deep well of love and a hard-won wisdom. "There is one more piece of business for the evening," he said, a mysterious, gentle smile playing on his lips. "A final acquisition." He led me to the center of the room, and a hush fell over the gathered pack. They all turned to watch us, their faces full of love and respect. Adrian reached into his pocket and pulled out a long, flat velvet box. He opened it. Inside, nestled on a bed of black silk, was not a piece of jewelry, but a document. It was a single sheet of heavy, cream-colored paper, just like the one I had signed 5 years ago, but this was not a contract. It was a stock certificate. The elegant, archaic script declared that 100% of the voting shares of the Valion Corporation, the ultimate symbol of ownership and control, were being transferred. The new owner was listed not as Adrian Draven, but as the Dreven Marin Trust. Our names entwined, a permanent legal and binding partnership. The articles of our incorporation have been amended, Adrian said, his voice clear and strong, resonating through the silent hall. This pack is no longer the sole property of a single alpha. It is a joint venture, a partnership, in perpetuity, governed by two equal shareholders. He looked at me, and his eyes were shining with an emotion so profound it stole my breath. My strength and her heart, my logic and her instinct, together. He handed me a familiar, ornate silver fountain pen. "The final clause requires one last signature," he whispered, his voice for my ears alone. "Not in blood this time, but in promise." Tears streamed down my face as I took the pen. I looked around at the faces of my pack, my family. I looked at the man who was my alpha, my partner, my love. I had come to his tower as a terrified refugee, an intern with a broken past, seeking only to be invisible. I had signed his contract, thinking I was selling myself into a gilded cage. But some contracts are not about profit and loss. They are not about assets and liabilities. They are about finding the one missing piece of your own soul. With a steady hand, I signed my name, Isolde Marin Draven, next to his. The ink was a deep, rich black, the color of a moonless, star-filled night. The deal was done. The merger was complete. I was no longer just the Luna. I was a shareholder in moonlight, a partner in a legacy of love and power that would stretch into the long, wild future. And our enterprise, I knew with every fiber of my being, was just beginning.